Chapter 1678. Immortal Huanglong's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard the words exhausted. He said, "The heaven and earth origin energy in the lower realms is too thin. Our immortal veins are gradually shrinking here. I estimate that we will die here in less than 10,000 years. Let's think of something else." The demon spirit immortal's expression also darkened. However, as two immortals, there was nothing they could do about this. They could only wait for death. Although they could use immortal stones to slow down the shrinking of their immortal veins, it was only a delaying tactic. Once they ran out of immortal stones, they would die. When they fled the immortal realm and came to the mortal realm, they had expected this day to come. However, because they established the immortal destiny sect, they sped up. Immortal Huanglong said, "Tian Bao is already able to forge a 9th grade flying boat. If he works harder, he might be able to forge an immortal artifact grade flying boat." At that time, how can an immortal artifact be so easy to forge? Tian Bao is indeed very talented in forging artifacts, but he's only a 9 tribulation loose immortal. Although he won't face the 9 tribulation loose immortal in the lower realm, he can only live like this. Even a true immortal might not be able to forge an immortal artifact. The demon spirit immortal sighed. "Unfortunately, we don't have a source of immortal stones. Otherwise, we could create an immortal stone mine. That way, we won't end up with exhausted immortal chi and can live for a long time." Immortal Huanglong also sighed. "We can only send people to gather immortal stones scattered all over the small immortal realm. That way we can survive for a few more years." Yixian spent some time on this mission. It took him a total of 5 days. In these 5 days, he used the 9th grade flying boat to explore many places. He even used the 9th grade flying boat to kill a 9 tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon and a 9 tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty demon. In other words, he had completed the mission and collected many natural treasures. He had successfully passed the 7 tribulation loose immortal tribulation and broken through to the 8 tribulation loose immortal realm. However, this was still not enough. Killing the double-headed black dragon will give me an immortal stone. Killing the berserk bloodthirsty demon will also give me an immortal stone. These 2 missions have existed for thousands of years. To this day, no disciple has been able to complete them. If I go back and complete them, it will definitely cause a commotion in the immortal destiny sect. Yixian thought as he hurried back to the immortal destiny sect. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless celestial realm if he devoured all of them. At that time, if he used all his trump cards, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with other loose immortal experts. Of course, if those 2 real immortals made a move, then it wouldn't be good. Thus, he had to seize the opportunity with lightning speed. "I've just broken through to the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial stage, and I've completed all kinds of XX and star-level missions, so it's not suitable for me to do it." Yixian narrowed his eyes and decided to hide for a while before finding someone to help him complete the task. Soon he drove the flying ship back to the vicinity of the immortal destiny sect. He then broke through the void and returned to his residence. The inner sect disciples were at least 7 tribulation disbanded celestials, and the stronger ones were 9 tribulation disbanded celestials, such as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect. Yixian directly used the Eye of Revelation to control an early-stage 8 tribulation disbanded celestial disciple. Kacha! The door of Yixian's residence opened, and a young man walked in. "Greetings, master," the young man said respectfully as he knelt down on one knee. "You bring some people over. It's best if they're at the same level as you, but not higher," Yixian said. There were many rewards, but it would be best if he could increase his strength in the next mission. Moreover, he could control many people, so he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. Soon, the inner sect disciples with strong strength entered Yixian's residence. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. System notifications rang one after another as Yixian filled up the quota. At this time, he had broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. If he added the rewards, it would be enough for him to break through to the peak of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. "Alright, go and bring me the reward," Yixian said to his followers. More than 58 tribulation disbanded celestials completed the mission together. After a short while, they returned in a threatening manner. At the same time, they brought back 2 celestial stones and a large amount of natural treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! The speed of the explosive flame flying ship has increased. Several system notifications rang in succession, making Yixian's eyes widen. The explosive flame flying ship was now a real level 9 flying ship. However, what surprised Yixian was that it could continue to increase in level. Could it be that there was a level 10 flying ship above the level 9 flying ship? However, a level 9 flying ship corresponded to a 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. If it were to increase in level, wouldn't it be? Let's talk about this later. Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you find out what I asked you to find out?" "Yes. The sect leader is in seclusion in his residence. The sect leader's token is hanging on his waist," one of the disciples replied. "Very good. All of you can come in now." Yixian nodded. Then, he threw all of them into the plant dimension and released the control of his Eye of Soul. Even a real celestial being would not be able to come out after being thrown into the plant dimension, let alone these people. Then Yixian used his Eye of Soul to control dozens of intermediate 8 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, he could not break through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, this was not the end of it. Tisk tsk tsk. The combination of the Eye of Soul and the plant dimension is flawless. Yixian's eyes lit up. He kept the disciples in the plant dimension and continued to control them. After a few rounds, the number of inner disciples decreased significantly. However, Yixian also broke through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, just as Yixian was about to continue, a powerful aura suddenly landed in his courtyard. A 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Who is it? Yixian was shocked. There were 9 grand elders in the Immortal Fate sect. All of them were peak 9 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, the intruder was only an early 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Therefore, it should be one of the revered elders of the Immortal Fate sect. A disbanded celestial would undergo a tribulation every 1,000 years. However, after reaching the 9 tribulation disbanded celestial, the 9th tribulation would no longer occur. Chapter 1679. However, the person who had come to Yixian's residence was not a revered elder of the Immortal Destiny sect, but the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao. After sensing this aura, Yixian opened the door. Outside the door stood a handsome long-haired youth. The first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao? Yixian recognized him. After all, someone had shown him a portrait. "Just now I saw many people enter your house. Why did their auras disappear?" Yu Hao asked in surprise. "Senior brother, you must have sensed wrongly. There's no one in my house." Yixian grinned and shook his head. "That's impossible. I clearly sensed them enter your house. One of them was even my younger brother." Yu Hao narrowed his eyes. "Senior brother, if you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look." Yixian made way for Yu Hao. Yu Hao paused for a moment, then walked past Yixian and entered the house. Indeed, there was no one inside. However, he firmly believed that someone had entered Yixian's house. Why was there no one now? "Junior brother, why do I find you unfamiliar?" At this moment, Yu Hao suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Oh, senior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. It's normal that you don't recognize me." Yixian quickly said, "If it were anyone else, I might not recognize them. However, in the inner sect of the Immortal Destiny sect, I'm the only one who has passed the 8th tribulation and reached the 9th tribulation. I recognize all the other peak 8th tribulation loose immortals, but I don't seem to recognize someone like you," Yu Hao said. Hearing this, Yixian's heart trembled. This Yu Hao was indeed extraordinary. He had actually sensed his true realm. Peak 8th tribulation loose immortal. To tell you the truth, I only recently joined the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining 3 immortal opportunity stones. Today is the first time we've met. Yixian hurriedly said. In fact, he had entered the outer sect using an immortal opportunity stone, then ascended to the inner sect after passing the tribulation. At this time, besides Yu Hao, no one else knew his realm. If Yu Hao knew that it only took him a few days to break through from the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal to the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal, he would definitely be suspicious. After all, Yu Hao was the disciple of the sect leader. 3 immortal opportunity stones. Junior brother is really lucky. Yu Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. 3 immortal opportunity stones. As long as the seal was removed, it would be 3 immortal stones. This was not a small sum. Right now, although Yu Hao had already condensed immortal power and his battle prowess far exceeded that of a loose immortal of the same level, he still needed immortal stones. This way he could condense immortal power again and have more immortal power, and also make the immortal power purer. The reason Yixian told such a lie was because he wanted to fight to the death. He was already planning to take action, but he didn't expect to bump into Yu Hao. Then let's do it. Junior brother, my luck is indeed not bad. However, this is my first time here, so please take care of me, senior brother. Once the seal on the immortal opportunity stone is removed, I am willing to take out 2 immortal stones to show my respect to senior brother. Yixian said respectfully. Yu Hao couldn't help but tremble when he heard that. 2 immortal stones? This kid sure knows how to be a good person, Yu Hao thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to forcefully buy 3 immortal stones, but he didn't expect Yixian to directly give him 2 immortal stones. This was truly out of his expectations. However, just as his heart was about to waver, a strange energy suddenly attacked his soul. Soul attack? Yu Hao immediately reacted. Right now, there was only him and Yixian. If this soul attack was not launched by Yixian, who else could it be? Even Yixian did not expect his Eye of Soul to fail. This was not possible. Although Yu Hao had lived for a long time and was a 9 tribulation loose immortal, Yixian was also a peak 8 tribulation loose immortal. He was only 1 realm away. Yu Hao must have some kind of soul defense technique. Perhaps the 2 immortals had left it on him. If this failed, it would be troublesome. Kill. At this moment, Yixian's killing intent was aroused as he directly took out his weapon. At the same time, 3 figures appeared behind Yu Hao. They were the Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. In an instant, Yu Hao was forcibly restrained. He could not move at all. In the next moment, Yixian's sword had already pierced his head. It was only a fingernail away from his brain. Submit to me, or I'll destroy your soul. Yixian's cold voice entered Yu Hao's ears. He did not expect to fall here. He couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Yixian's eyes that were filled with killing intent. How dare you? Just as Yu Hao was about to open his mouth to speak, he felt the long sword piercing into his forehead. It had already made contact with his brain. You only have 1 chance. After Yixian finished speaking, he activated his Eye of Soul again. Yu Hao's soul was indeed protected by the 2 immortals. However, if he submitted himself, the protection would be useless. Ding! Control successful. A system notification sounded. The first disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect had become Yixian's puppet. Phew! Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be exposed. After all, he had not even seen the face of the Immortal Destiny sect master. However, Yu Hao was the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect master. Now that he had become Yixian's puppet, he could recommend Yixian. It was a blessing in disguise. Since he had Yu Hao under control, Yixian quickly put the Old Tree and the other 2 into the planting space. 2 auras appearing out of nowhere might be discovered. Then Yixian unceremoniously took off Yu Hao's yin and yang ring and checked it. It's not enough. It can only shorten the time by 400 years. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Next, he was going to do something big. That was to assassinate the Immortal Destiny sect master, obtain the Immortal Ascension badge, and then leave. If he could break through to the 9 tribulation scattered immortal realm, the success rate would be very high. However, the task of obtaining the Immortal Ascension badge was now left to Yu Hao. Yixian planned in his heart. He decided to cause havoc in the Immortal Destiny sect once, then have Yu Hao sneak attack the Immortal Destiny sect master, and obtain the Immortal Ascension Badge. Then, he would directly leave and return to the Immortal Graveyard, open the Luminous Cave Abode, and obtain the treasure. For the upcoming battle, Yi Xian had to be prepared. The formation of the slaughter mark required a large amount of killing intent. However, the killing intent of the Immortal Slayer bloodline did not only increase by killing people or monsters. As long as one continued to fight, the killing intent value would continuously increase. In the Immortal Destiny Sect Inner Sect, there were a total of 9 peak 8th Tribulation scattered immortals. Thus Yi Xian had Yu Hao bring 2 over, and then use his Eye of Soul to control them. Chapter 1680. These 2 loose immortals at the peak of the 8th Tribulation were the disciples of the Immortal Destiny Sect with no background. They were both disciples of the Elders. Yi Xian controlled the 2 of them and took on the appearance of one of them. Then, he and the other person entered the Immortal Battle platform. Hey, isn't that Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Lin? Are they going to compete? These 2 senior brothers have a good relationship. Because they are stronger, the Elders have stipulated that if they want to compete, they must enter the Immortal Battle platform. Let's go, let's watch the 2 senior brothers fight. Immediately, Yi Xian, disguised as Senior Brother Wang, and the other Senior Brother Lin entered the Immortal Battle platform. Then Yi Xian directly used the Slaughter Seal. Fight! This battle would not end so easily because Yi Xian needed to continuously increase his killing intent to use his ultimate move. On the other side, the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao, had already gone to find his master, the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect. At the same time, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian were already waiting outside the Immortal Destiny sect in the level 9 explosive flame flying ship, waiting for Yi Xian's instructions. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. After Yi Xian and Senior Brother Lin exchanged blows for a minute, the system notified. If it was to kill someone, the second slaughter seal would only take a few seconds to form. However, it took a full minute to do so in a battle. Below the Immortal Battle platform, thousands of disciples had already gathered. There were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. Even the disciples with lower realms could see that Yi Xian and Senior Brother Lin were only sparring and were not using their full strength. The third slaughter seal took a full 10 minutes to condense. It was very rare for a battle to last for 10 minutes. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were already beginning to suspect something was going on. What are these 2 senior brothers doing? The battle was still going on. Yi Xian ignored the whispers around him and continued to fight Senior Brother Lin. Finally attracted the Elders. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on someone around him. Just now, some of the Immortal Fate Sect's worshippers had come to watch the battle, but these worshippers were only early or middle 9th Tribulation loose immortals, and could not see through Yi Xian's disguise. However, the 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect were already peak 9th Tribulation loose immortals. If they discovered any clues, Yi Xian would be exposed. However, they probably wouldn't have guessed that Senior Martial Brother Wang was someone else in disguise, and they definitely wouldn't know the purpose of Yi Xian and Senior Martial Brother Lin's duel. What are you 2 doing? The middle-aged elder suddenly asked. Elder Chan, Senior Brother Wang is currently sparring with me. Senior Brother Lin replied. Does the competition take that long? The middle-aged elder was in disbelief. Elder Chan, I have a bet with Senior Brother Wang. It doesn't mean that I'll win if I defeat him, Senior Brother Lin continued. When the middle-aged elder heard this, he only snorted lightly and said, Then do as you wish. He was not suspicious, only feeling that these 2 were really bored to death. It was the first time that the surrounding people had seen such a boring competition. So many people left immediately. There were much fewer people around the Immortal Battle platform. Ding, the host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system's notification sounded, Yi Xian already had 4 slaughter seals. However, in order to condense 3 slaughter seals, Yi Xian had spent a full hour. If he relied on battle to condense the 5th slaughter seal, it would probably take at least 5 hours. Therefore Yi Xian decided to attack. Old Tree, come. Yi Xian finally transmitted to Old Tree. Understood. Immediately, Old Tree steered the 9th grade explosive flame vessel towards the Immortal Destiny sect. The 9th grade explosive flame vessel's speed was also 9th grade, and it quickly reached the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate. Who's there? The disciples guarding the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate immediately shouted angrily. Before they could finish, Old Tree and the other two darted out of the explosive flame vessel and quickly crippled the disciples, taking away their yin and yang rings. The Immortal Destiny sect was the top faction in the small immortal world, with a true immortal overseeing it. No one would have thought that it would be attacked. Explosive flame attack. Yi Xian, who was in the Immortal Destiny sect, directly controlled the explosive flame vessel to launch an attack from afar. Boom! A huge fireball landed directly on the Immortal Fate sect's Grand Protective Array, piercing through it with a single blow. Someone is trespassing. The voice spread throughout the entire Immortal Destiny sect, and everyone who heard the voice jumped out. With the 9th grade explosive flame vessel, Old Tree and the others directly charged in. Although they did not start a massacre, they did not recommend sending anyone to their deaths. At this time, the explosive flame vessel had already reached the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect, and a few reverends of the Immortal Destiny sect had already made their move. However, the explosive flame vessel's attack was comparable to a peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortal, and these reverends could not block it at all. Moreover, the explosive flame vessel's defensive power was shocking, and the reverends could not even break through its defenses. These people could not block the explosive flame vessel at all. In the blink of an eye, the explosive flame vessel swept into the Immortal Destiny sect's inner sect, and behind it, there were many other vessels that had entered. If Yi Xian wanted to, the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be flooded with blood, but in order to open the passageway to the immortal world, this had to be done. When Old Tree drove the explosive flame vessel in, Yi Xian had already sent a voice transmission to Yu Hao. It was unknown who had shouted just now, but it had already alarmed the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master. At this time, Yu Hao was right behind him. Soon Yi Xian saw the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master, a peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortal. At the same time, there were other elders in the Immortal Destiny sect, a total of 6. In total, there were 7 peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortals, as well as more than 10 reverends of 9th tribulation itinerant immortals. Who dares be so presumptuous? The Immortal Destiny sect's sect master roared angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly controlled the explosive flame vessel and fired a cannon at him. Boom! A huge fireball blasted towards the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength naturally did not need to be excessive, and he could receive 3 immortal stones every 100 years. He had long since condensed immortal power, and if he fought, apart from those 2 immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength was the strongest. Scatter! The Immortal Destiny sect's sect master roared angrily, and punched out, scattering the explosive flame vessel's attack. However, just as he made his move, Yu Hao, who was behind him, also made his move. Poof! A long sword directly pierced the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master's throat, and with a jolt of immortal power, the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master's neck was severed in an instant. Even those elders had not expected that a dignified sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect would be beheaded by his own disciple. Chapter 1681. Immediately, Yu Hao took the universe ring and quickly checked it. He found the token of the Immortal Destiny sect's sect master, the Immortal Ascension Badge. Baidu Search Power Literature Network updates the fastest and most stable www.glwx.com. Then Yu Hao immediately nodded at Yi Xian. You got it. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly marked Yu Hao with the Deathly Hunt Badge. At the same time, he directly used a skill to form the 5th slaughter mark. Slaughter mode 5 times the power. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian came to Yu Hao's side and took the universe ring. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his wealth was naturally above anyone else's. No itinerant immortal had more than him. After devouring a large amount of natural treasures, Yi Xian's tribulation time was shortened to 0. However, now was not the time to undergo tribulation, so Yi Xian quickly flashed to the side of the old tree. I got it. Let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice and directly hid inside the explosive flame-flying ship. Just as he was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded. Insolent scoundrel, how dare you intrude into my Immortal Destiny sect to kill people? You're courting death. Yi Xian looked and found that he could not see through the newcomer. An immortal. The Immortal Destiny Sect's patriarch had killed his way out. Retreat. Yixian did not care about anything else. He directly tore open the void and left in an instant. In this dangerous situation, he did not even take the flame explosion flying ship and left immediately. What? He can actually tear open the void and leave the small immortal realm that I built? How did this kid do it? The newcomer was Immortal Huanglong, followed by the Demon Spirit Immortal. Second brother, what's going on? The Demon Spirit Immortal looked around and asked in surprise. Just now they were all in seclusion. This could slow down the shrinkage of their immortal meridians, so they did not spread out their spiritual senses. Big brother, the Immortal Ascension badge was stolen. Immortal Huanglong looked at the head of the Immortal Destiny Sect's sect master and exclaimed. Although he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, Yu Hao had killed the sect leader of the Immortal Fate sect at lightning speed and then taken away by Yixian. It was obvious that he was here for the Immortal Ascension token. Hearing this, the Demon Spirit Immortal immediately understood. It must be immortal. The Demon Spirit Immortal opened his eyes wide. The writ of Immortal Ascension was actually of no use to them. That was why it was used as a token by the sect leader. Immortal Ascension platform was Immortal Ascension platform Immortal Ascension badge. At the same time, only Celestial Lumen knew the secret of this badge of Immortal Ascension. Big brother. This immortal luminary is truly skilled. Yu Hao's soul is protected by the two of us, but he is still being controlled. A dead person is actually so capable? Immortal Yellow Dragon sighed. Junior brother, Immortal Ascension Immortal was our Immortal Destiny Sect's #1 genius. How could he be so easy to deal with? My guess is that he wants to open the Immortal Ascension path and let his enemy kill us, said the Demon Spirit Immortal. Then what do we do? Do we just sit here and wait for death? Immortal Huanglong frowned. Although they wanted to open the Immortal Ascension path, they would die in a few years. However, they did not know if their enemy was still on the other side of the Immortal Ascension path. If they opened the Immortal Ascension path, they might die prematurely. No hurry. Immortal Ascension Immortal is already dead. The two of us are invincible in the small immortal realm. If Immortal Ascension path wants to open the Immortal Ascension path, he must return to the Immortal Destiny sect, said the Demon Spirit Immortal. The Immortal Ascension platform was in the Immortal Destiny sect, so he was sure that Immortal Ascension path would return. At this time, Yixian had already broken through the void and was far away from the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he passed through the void positioning point and quickly returned to the huge tombstone in the Immortal Tomb. Senior, I've brought the Immortal Ascension writ, Yixian hurriedly shouted. Then, another hole appeared in front of the huge tombstone. Yixian saw this and quickly went in, arriving in front of the Immortal Ascension cave abode. Young man, you really did not disappoint me. You really did obtain the Immortal Ascension writ. Immortal Ascension path appeared again and said in shock. However, I used violence to obtain the Immortal Ascension writ, so the two immortals should be able to guess, Yixian replied. It doesn't matter. In that case, my concealment formation is no longer useful. Hurry and retrieve it while they are still here. Immortal Ascension path opened the door to his cave abode without another word. In the next moment, Yixian saw the mountain of immortal stones. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There are 10,000 immortal stones here, as well as the pseudo-immortal treasures I had when I was alive. These are all yours, Immortal Ascension path said. 10,000 immortal stones? Yixian was shocked. If he devoured all of these, wouldn't he be able to break through many levels? However, what he was concerned about was the black stone on the mountain of immortal stones, the source of devouring. I've already taken these things out. Yellow Dragon Immortal and Demon Spirit Immortal should have already sensed it. They should be here soon, Immortal Ascension path said. Senior, although you've obtained the Immortal Ascension writ, and you have the bricks for the Immortal Ascension stage, where is the real Immortal Ascension stage? Yixian asked. The Immortal Ascension stage is in the Immortal Destiny sect. You have two options now. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the mortal world cannot compare to the Immortal Qi in the immortal world. If you stay here for too long, your immortal meridians will shrink and your immortal energy will start to dry up. Those two immortals are probably nearing the end of their lifespans. At most, they will die in another 10,000 years. Immortal Ascension Path paused and said, the first option is to wait for them to die before going to the Immortal Destiny sect and opening the passage to the immortal world. 10,000 years? I haven't even cultivated for 100 years. If I have to wait for 10,000 years, I might as well be killed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said subconsciously, the path of immortal cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. I became an immortal hundreds of thousands of years ago. 10,000 years is not too long for me. However, it is indeed a little long for you. Immortal Ascension Path nodded and said, therefore, you can choose the second option. That is to kill those two immortals. What? Senior, you want me to kill immortals? Yi Xian was stunned. Those two were real immortals. Although he did not know what realm they were in, they were 10 times stronger than a 9 tribulation scattered immortal. Even if he broke through to the peak of the 9 tribulation scattered immortal, he might not be a match for them. Chapter 1682. Lumen Immortal estimated in his heart and said, Huang Long and Yao Ling were Tier 6 immortals at their peak. Now they should have fallen to Tier 4 immortals. Grade 4 immortals? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and did some calculations. A 9 tribulation bodiless immortal was equivalent to a Grade 3 immortal. However, a Grade 4 immortal was equivalent to a 12 tribulation bodiless immortal. Senior, are you kidding me? Yi Xian asked in shock. Even if he broke through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal, he would not be able to fight a Grade 4 immortal. I'm not done yet, Lu Ming Immortal said. Although the passage to the immortal realm is closed, it doesn't mean you can't become an immortal. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. The 9 tribulation bodiless immortal won't happen in the small immortal realm. However, with so many immortal stones, it's enough to create a real immortal realm environment. When the time comes, you can undergo the tribulation, Lu Ming Immortal said. You want me to undergo the 9 tribulation bodiless immortal in the small immortal realm? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Setting up a formation will cost about 10,000 immortal stones. What do you think? Lu Ming Immortal turned to look at Yi Xian. About 10,000 immortal stones? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. If he devoured those immortal stones, he would be able to break through many realms. Unfortunately, bodiless immortals did not undergo the tribulation and could not break through. Those immortal stones would only be enough for him to break through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. Oh yes, the flying boat can still be upgraded. Maybe it can resist. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, how many immortal stones will be left after setting up the formation? Actually, I had more immortal stones, but I spent a lot of them to operate the fallen immortal formation. I think I can leave you 100, Lu Ming Immortal replied. Only 100 out of 10,000 immortal stones? Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, 100 immortal stones were enough for him. You go through the tribulation first. After you break through to the peak of the 9th tribulation loose immortal stage, I'll start setting up the formation. Huang Long and Yao Ling are probably on their way to the immortal graveyard. You better hurry up, Lumen Immortal said as he grabbed the Devouring Origin and threw it to Yi Xian. Devouring Source, the second piece of Devouring Source. Yi Xian immediately kept the Devouring Source. Ding, the Devouring system can be upgraded to the immortal grade. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Previously, when the Devouring system was upgraded, it gave him a lot of benefits. He wondered what he would get this time. Ding! System upgrading. The system began to upgrade. Yi Xian looked at the progress bar and narrowed his eyes. Then, he triggered the 8th tribulation of the itinerant immortal. His success rate in transcending the tribulation was 100%, so there was no need to worry. At the same time, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were also undergoing their tribulations. Rumble. There were a total of 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Yi Xian and the other two were struck by 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Then they heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Host has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. This was not the end. Yi Xian had obtained many Qiankuan rings, including the sect leader of the Immortal Fate sect. Therefore, he had a lot of cultivation resources, including nearly 10 immortal stones. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now an intermediate stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Host has condensed immortal power. The system notifications rang out one after another. The strength of Yi Xian and the others soared to the peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, because this was the mortal realm, the 9th itinerant immortal tribulation would not descend. Now, even if Yi Xian's tribulation time had reached 0, he could not trigger the 9th itinerant immortal tribulation. I've condensed immortal power. With my current realm and immortal power, it shouldn't be a problem for me to transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal. When the time comes, I'll be a 4th grade immortal, enough to fight those 2 true immortals. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside him, Lumen Immortal felt the change in Yi Xian's aura and nodded with satisfaction. I've waited for so many years. Finally you're here. That yellow dragon and demon spirit guessed that it was me. They should have left one person in the Immortal Fate sect to prevent the passage to the immortal realm from being opened. Next, I'll set up a formation to help you transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal and become an immortal. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and lifted up the immortal stone mountain. Then he began to set up a formation. The immortal stone mountain was emptied, leaving only 100 immortal stones for Yi Xian and the treasures of Lumen Immortal. As for the treasures of heaven and earth, they were used to suppress the shrinkage of the immortal meridians before Lumen Immortal died. However, this was enough. These treasures are worth a lot too. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the treasure. Ding! Explosive flame flying ships attack level up. Ding! Explosive flame flying ships defense level up. Ding! Explosive flame flying ships speed level up. 3 system notifications rang out. The explosive flame flying ship had surpassed the 9th grade. Yi Xian instinctively glanced at it and found that the explosive flame flying ship's level had increased from the 9th grade of itinerant immortal to the 4th grade of immortal. However, the consumption was a bit high. After all, those treasures were used by Lumen Immortal. It was a loss. Moreover, the explosive flame flying ship could no longer be upgraded after breaking through the shackles. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have asked Lumen Immortal to stop setting up the formation and use nearly 10,000 immortal stones to strengthen the explosive flame flying ship. Itinerant immortals can't become true immortals in this small immortal realm, but this flying ship can. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lumen Immortal felt the changes in the explosive flame flying ship. As he set up the formation, he asked, "Young man, is this flying ship already an immortal artifact?" "Senior, you have a good eye," Yi Xian said with a smile. "You have more tricks up your sleeve than I thought. With this flying ship, as long as you transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal, you'll have a better chance of defeating the yellow dragon or demon spirit." Chapter 1683. Yi Xian was not interested in any of those treasures as they were all in the flying ship. On the contrary, the flying ship was very useful to him. It could be used to attack, defend, and travel. It was very practical. "Senior, after this array formation is set up, how many people can pass the tribulation?" Yi Xian asked again. "Up to you, but you only have 1 day. However, I reckon that with your strength, you will have no problem passing the 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation. Just in case, you should refine more immortal stones and condense more immortal power," Lumen Immortal replied. Yi Xian nodded slightly but did not immediately devour the 100 immortal stones because he had already reached the peak. Devouring more immortal stones would have no effect other than condensing immortal power. He thought that he should wait for Lumen Immortal to finish setting up the array formation. At that time, the system might prompt him about his success rate. He would see how it went before devouring. Setting up the array formation consumed a lot of immortal stones. Yi Xian watched as the immortal stones were refined and turned into immortal power that filled the cave abode. A day later. Ding! You can now pass the 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation. Host success rate is 80%. Do you want to pass the tribulation now? Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. The success rate is only 80%? This 9 stages of itinerant immortal tribulation is indeed not that simple. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He had heard from Lumen Immortal that the itinerant immortal tribulation and immortal tribulation in the immortal world were more powerful than the mortal world. 99% of the itinerant immortals or Ascension Realm martial artists in the immortal world were unable to pass the tribulation successfully. As he was passing the tribulation in the mortal world, the power of the itinerant immortal tribulation was much weaker than in the immortal world. Yixian immediately began to devour the immortal stones. 1 immortal stone, 2 immortal stones, 3 immortal stones at the same time. The success rate of the tribulation was constantly increasing. 81%, 82%, 83%. Finally, after Yixian devoured 20 immortal stones, the success rate of the tribulation was finally 100%. 100%, it meant that there was no chance of failure. Compared to the heavenly Tao, Yixian trusted it more. Tribulation. Yixian immediately activated the immortal power around him and began the tribulation. This time it was still the 3 of them facing the tribulation together. Tisk tsk tsk. Back then this old man would never have thought that he would be able to reach such a level. The old tree couldn't help but sigh. It was the same for the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Although he couldn't speak, he was now many times stronger than before. As long as he survived the 9th stage itinerant immortal tribulation, he would be able to shed the word fake and become a real immortal beast. Boom! Finally, the 9-layer scattered immortal tribulations descended, and there were 3 tribulations at once. They landed on Yixian, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's heads respectively. Each tribulation of an itinerant immortal was stronger than the last. The first tribulation was extremely easy. Yixian had a 100% chance of transcending the tribulation, so he wasn't worried. However, the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor probably wouldn't be so simple. Finally, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was injured after enduring the 6th bodiless celestial tribulation. Boom! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor managed to withstand the 7th scattered immortal tribulation. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was seriously injured after enduring the 8th scattered immortal tribulation. After the 9th scattered immortal tribulation, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's soul was scattered into pieces. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. It was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's first tribulation failure. However, the old tree passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. Ding! The host has successfully passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. The host is now a 4th grade immortal. Ding! The lightning ember has successfully passed the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. The host is now a 4th grade immortal. Finally, Yixian and the old tree became real immortals. Although the Ghost Dome Great Emperor felt it was a pity, fortunately, he didn't turn into ashes and was directly resurrected. After this matter, he could continue to transcend the tribulation. Senior, since they can set up such a formation, why didn't the Immortal Destiny sect? Yixian was a little surprised. Do you think it's that easy to transcend the tribulation? Even the top genius of the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be struck to death by the 9th scattered immortal tribulation. Even if the scattered immortal tribulation in the mortal realm is weak, it's not something ordinary people can transcend. Moreover, setting up this formation consumes a lot of energy and can only be maintained for a day. Most importantly, what's the point of becoming an immortal? If the passage to the immortal realm is not opened, the immortal meridians will only continue to shrink. Lumen Immortal sighed. After hearing this, Yixian felt that it made sense. A genius like him wasn't something that could be casually seen. Senior, what's the realm of the enemy who chased after you? Yixian asked. Back then I was a 7th grade immortal. Huanglong and Yao Ling were both 6th grade immortals. My 2 junior brothers accidentally offended 2 7th grade immortals, so they were chased after. They had no choice but to enter an immortal ascension platform and come to the lower realm. After Lumen Immortal finished speaking, he paused and said, At that time, even if you get rid of those 2 ungrateful bastards, Huanglong and Yao Ling, I'm afraid you won't be able to ascend to the immortal realm because they might be waiting. Then what should I do? Do I have to wait for my death here? Yixian asked in surprise. There is a way, but it has to wait until you get rid of Huang Long and Yao Ling, Lumen Immortal said. If he couldn't even get rid of those two, then there was no need to talk about his enemies. All right. Yixian nodded. He had to deal with the current crisis first. After all, the Immortal Ascension platform brick and the Immortal Writ of Ascension were both with him. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Upgrade to Immortal Level Devouring System. System upgrade complete. Ding! Host can choose a bloodline to upgrade. Ding! Elegy of Souls amplification has doubled. Ding! Host has received a system reward. 3 bottles of blessing oil. Ding! Host has mastered the devouring skill. Force devouring. Ding! Planting space level increased. Current level is 8. System notifications sounded one after another, causing Yixian to be stunned. Previously, when the devouring system was upgraded, he had received many benefits. Although he didn't activate any system this time, the rewards were substantial. Previously, when the Ghost Dome Emperor was going through the tribulation, he had already used his undying fighting soul, but he still failed. Now that the amplification of Elegy of Souls had doubled, he might be able to pass the tribulation. There are so many rewards. Let's take them one by one. Yixian was overjoyed. First, let's talk about the first reward, Bloodline Upgrade. In comparison, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade is better because there are more ways to upgrade. Furthermore, if the Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade is to upgrade, it will require 3 devouring points. Yixian immediately made his choice. Ding! Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Upgrade. Chapter 1684. Now Yixian was no longer summoning unicorn legs but the real unicorn. However, Yixian held back for the time being as it was difficult to recover from the skill's cooldown. Then, he poured the 3 bottles of oil of blessing on Wei Zhentian. Now Wei Zhentian had 6 points of luck, which increased the chance of triggering some skills, such as one-hit kill. He was 3 points away from 9 points of luck. This time the system upgrade had even increased the planting space once. Yixian checked and discovered that the flow of space inside had increased from 30 times to 50 times. Cultivating for 1 day inside was equivalent to cultivating for 50 days outside. It was awesome. However, Yixian valued the most this time was the devouring skill, Force Devouring. When Yixian finished reading the description of Force Devouring, he was stunned. Force Devouring could ignore objects and devour directly. Under normal circumstances, Yixian could not devour objects that had an owner, such as flying swords. However, with this skill, as long as Yixian touched a flying sword, he could forcibly devour it. Of course, there was a chance of this force devouring and it was also affected by luck. Moreover, he could choose to devour it directly or store it in the devouring space or the planting space. Most importantly, this force devouring could even devour living things, but it would only store them in the planting space. However, the chances of devouring living things were much lower than devouring dead things. Once it succeeded, the person stored in the planting space would be at the mercy of Yixian. In the planting space, Yixian was king. However, this force devouring could only be used once on the same target. Once it failed, there would be no more chances. However, at this moment, someone is coming. There's only one person outside the immortal tomb. Lumen Immortal suddenly reminded. Oh, that's fast. As expected of an immortal. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He was now a 4th grade immortal, and so was the old tree. Plus, they had an immortal artifact flying ship. How could they not deal with an opponent of the same level? He did not believe it. Senior, I will avenge you. Yixian cupped his fists at Luminous Immortal. The Luminous Immortal was the senior brother of the Yellow Dragon Immortal and the Demon Spirit Immortal. However, he was coveted by his 2 junior brothers and was ambushed, heavily injured and finally died. Back then it was these 2 junior brothers who caused the disaster, which led to the 3 of them being hunted down. He helped these 2 junior brothers all the way to the lower realm, but he never expected to end up like this. To put it simply, the Yellow Dragon Immortal and the Demon Spirit Immortal were ungrateful people. Yixian was indebted to Lu Ming Immortal. Today he was going to avenge Lu Ming Immortal. You have to be careful. After all, the other party was once a rank 6 immortal. Even if his cultivation has dropped to that of a rank 4 immortal, he is still not that easy to deal with. Immortal Lumen warned. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. When the Devouring system was upgraded to the immortal grade, the Elegy of Souls buff had doubled. This buff was shared, which meant that Yi Xian also received it. Yi Xian was determined to kill the intruder. No matter who it was, there was only one outcome: death. Yi Xian immediately rushed out of the immortal tomb. When he saw the intruder, he realized that it was Immortal Huanglong immortal. When Immortal Huanglong felt Yi Xian's aura, he was shocked and said, "That Lu Ming is actually so wasteful?" He instantly understood that Lu Ming must have set up an array to improve the environment so that Yi Xian could pass the 9-stage scattered immortal tribulation. "You came alone?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "Brat, so what if you become an immortal? Do you think you can fight with me?" Immortal Huanglong said with disdain. "How would you know if you don't try?" Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and used Soul Eye on Immortal Huanglong. Now that he and Immortal Huanglong were both rank 4 immortals, if he could control Immortal Huanglong, it would be easy. However, it was not that easy. Ding! Control failed. The system notified. After all, Immortal Huanglong was once a rank 6 immortal. Although his realm had fallen, it was not that easy to control him. Since he could not be controlled, then he would kill him. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took out the Skyquake sword and slashed. Void Flame Sword Wave. Now that he had just broken through to rank 4 immortal, the Void Flame Sword Wave could only be upgraded to rank 9 stage scattered immortal, so its attack power was not enough. However, he would use it first. You overestimate yourself. Immortal Huanglong also took out his weapon and destroyed the Void Flame Sword Wave with one slash. However, in the next moment, he saw several figures appear beside him. One was the bald old man he saw yesterday, the other was Ghost Dome Great Emperor Wei Zhentian, and the Exploding Flame Flying Ship. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Exploding Flame Attack. Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. Sword Storm. Although Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were only ranked 9-stage scattered immortals, they were not weak and should be able to cause some trouble for this rank 4 immortal. He was not afraid of the Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash and Sword Storm, as they probably could not break through his defense. However, the Exploding Flame Flying Ship's attack was extremely powerful. Dodge. Immortal Huanglong's expression changed as he turned into a yellow lightning bolt and quickly dodged the attack. Immortal Huanglong had mastered an immortal technique called Yellow Dragon Steps, which was known for its speed. However, no matter how fast he was, Yi Xian could catch him. Earlier, Yi Xian had used the Death Hunt command to mark Immortal Huanglong. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian appeared behind Immortal Huanglong and ruthlessly struck out with his palm. Bang! Yi Xian's hand slapped Immortal Huanglong's back. At the same time, the former activated a skill that he had just mastered. Force Devour. Ding! Force Devour succeeded. Immortal Huanglong has been forcibly absorbed into the planting space. A system notification sounded and Immortal Huanglong's body disappeared and appeared in the planting space. Force Devour did not have to be devoured. It could also be absorbed into the planting space or the devour space. The success rate of this skill would decrease as the level of the object or person being forcibly devoured increased. However, Yi Xian's 6 points of luck had undoubtedly increased the success rate of this skill. Simply put, Immortal Huanglong's luck was not good. He was tested by Yi Xian. Meanwhile, in the planting space. What? Where is this place? Immortal Huanglong's eyes widened. He could not understand Yi Xian's method. After he appeared in the planting space, a strange pressure fell on him. He was a rank 4 immortal, but he was suppressed to the point that he could not move. Chapter 1685. Immortal Huanglong, this is my space. Since you've entered, you won't be able to leave. Baidu search is the fastest and most stable. www.galwx.com. Yi Xian grinned and took off Immortal Huanglong's interspatial ring. However, he was no longer interested in the things inside. Who are you? Immortal Huanglong asked in shock. Even the demon spirit immortal wouldn't be able to do this. How did Yi Xian, who had just become an immortal, have such means? You don't need to know who I am. I'm only giving you one chance. Submit to me, or you will die here immediately. Yixian threatened without hesitation. Bullshit. Immortal Huanglong cursed without hesitation. How dare you? You're courting death. Hearing this, Yixian snorted coldly. The pressure on Immortal Huanglong rapidly increased. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds rang out as Immortal Huanglong's arms were twisted beyond recognition. In my space, I am the master. If I want to kill you, I only need a thought. Will you submit or choose to die? Yixian asked again. At this moment, Immortal Huanglong's yellow face had already turned ashen. He could feel that this wasn't a dream. If Yixian wanted to kill him, he would only need a single thought to do so. I submit, I submit. Immortal Huanglong was afraid of death and quickly said. Since that was the case, Yixian didn't waste time and directly used the soul eye. However, Immortal Huanglong was a 6th grade immortal at his peak and had cultivated an immortal heart, which was resistant to soul attacks. Therefore, Yixian didn't succeed at first. Every immortal could cultivate an immortal heart. This immortal heart was the lifeline of an immortal. In fact, it was the soul of a mortal. Once it was broken, the immortal would die. On the other hand, if the immortal heart didn't break, the immortal could be reborn. At the same time, the immortal heart also had some effects. For example, the frigid ice immortal heart and the scorching flame immortal heart could help them cultivate some immortal techniques. This Immortal Huanglong cultivated the immortal techniques of the Immortal Destiny sect. He had cultivated an unmovable immortal heart that was resistant to soul attacks. Yixian was now a true immortal, but he didn't have the materials, so he couldn't cultivate the immortal heart. We'll talk about this later. Senior, this Immortal Huanglong has been captured by me. Do you want to do it yourself? After returning to the luminous immortal cave, Yixian immediately summoned Immortal Huanglong. The moment he saw Immortal Huanglong, Immortal Luminous was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted to attack but held himself back. I'm just a remnant soul now. Even if he stood here and let me kill him, I probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Furthermore, he is still useful to you. You can have him ambush the demon spirit immortal, said Immortal Luminous. Good. Since that's the case, I'll head to the Immortal Destiny sect right now and take care of the demon spirit immortal. Yixian nodded in response. After he finished speaking, he directly left the immortal tomb. Since Immortal Huanglong had been captured, the one left in the Immortal Destiny sect was his senior brother, the demon spirit immortal. The demon spirit immortal had also fallen to the 4th grade immortal realm. He was slightly stronger than Immortal Huanglong. However, such a realm was nothing to Yixian. TSK. I still have Unicorn's Descent as my trump card. This demon spirit immortal is nothing to be afraid of. Yixian cracked a smile, then tore through the void and headed to the Immortal Destiny sect. Using the Eye of the Void, he arrived near the Immortal Destiny sect and released Immortal Huanglong. Immortal Huanglong was already under Yixian's control. He was a chess piece that Yixian would use to ambush the demon spirit immortal. Although Yixian didn't fear the demon spirit immortal, it was still better to be cautious just in case. Master, I'll go in first. Immortal Huanglong respectfully said to Yixian, then flew towards the Immortal Destiny sect. If the disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect saw one of their ancestors respectfully bowing to Yixian, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Soon, a signal came from the Immortal Destiny sect. They're here. Do it. Yixian's eyes lit up. He immediately tore through the void and returned to the Immortal Destiny sect. Just as he passed through the void door, he sensed 2 powerful auras fighting. Junior brother, why did you betray me? The demon spirit immortal asked with blood in his mouth. Immortal Huanglong didn't answer this question. At this time, Yixian had already used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the demon spirit immortal. Slap. Yixian slapped out with his palm and used the Force Devour skill. Ding! Force Devour failed. The system notified. Force Devour didn't succeed every time, especially when it had to devour living things. Immortal Huanglong's success was purely due to luck. His failure this time was also within Yixian's expectations. Since he couldn't forcefully absorb it into the planting space, then he would kill it. Yixian Old Tree Exploding Flame Flying Ship, and Immortal Huanglong. For Stage 4 immortal experts joined forces, instantly suppressing the demon spirit immortal. What? The demon spirit immortal was extremely shocked. There were clearly 3 immortals in the small immortal realm, and one of them had already fallen. Now how come 2 stage 4 immortals, Yixian and Old Tree, appeared? Under the joint forces of Yixian and the other 3, the demon spirit immortal was heavily injured before he could even ask. Submit to me or die. Yixian's cold voice fell into the demon spirit immortal's ears. Don't even think about it. The demon spirit immortal bitterly resisted. He was an immortal, how could he submit? Since that is the case, then you can die. This time, Yixian hardened his heart and directly started killing. In less than 10 rounds, the demon spirit immortal's immortal body exploded. Immediately after, an immortal heart floated out from his body. Seeing this, Yixian quickly rushed over, grabbed the immortal heart, and directly crushed it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The immortal heart is the lifeline of an immortal. If it shatters, then the immortal will truly die. Demon spirit immortal dead. Immortal Huanglong, who was controlled by Yixian, did not feel sad at all. Now 2 of the 3 immortals of the small immortal realm had died, leaving only immortal Huanglong. Yixian immediately checked the demon spirit immortals Yin and Yang ring, and found that there were still 300 immortal stones inside. He made a profit. Adding the 80 immortal stones from before, that would be a total of 380 immortal stones. Done. After the demon spirit immortal died, Yixian could not help but smile. Now he was the strongest person in the small immortal realm, the king of this mortal realm. When the disciples and elders of the immortal destiny sect saw that their ancestral master had died, they were so shocked that they could not speak. Fortunately, immortal Huanglong was still alive, so they were not without a leader. Chapter 1686. Senior, the demon spirit immortal is dead. Yixian said to Lumen Immortal. All the way we have you www. GuileWX. Calm good. Those 2 ungrateful bastards finally got their retribution. Lumen Immortal was very satisfied. Although immortal Huanglong wasn't dead, he was controlled by Yixian. As long as Yixian willed it, he would die without a burial ground. What was the difference between that and death? Furthermore, immortal Huanglong still had some use. Senior, what should we do next? Yixian asked. Now that the 2 immortals were dead and the immortal ascension tablet and immortal writ of ascension were in his hands, he could open the passage to the immortal realm as long as he willed it. However, on the other side of the passage, there might be 2 enemies of Lumen Immortal guarding it. These 2 enemies were both 7th grade immortals and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Now that it's been so long, they might have already left, so you can open the passage to the immortal realm and take a look. Lumen Immortal said. Of course, you can let immortal Huanglong open the passage to the immortal realm or use him as bait to attract those 2. Then you can take the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm. When Yixian heard this, he couldn't help but nod slightly. This wasn't a bad idea. If those 2 immortals were to descend to the mortal realm and see immortal Huanglong, they would definitely kill him. At that time, he could take the opportunity to ascend. This mission could also be given to the old tree because the old tree could revive. My corpse has already been kept by you. If you return to the immortal realm, you must let me acknowledge my ancestors. Lumen Immortal continued. This junior will definitely do it. Yixian said solemnly. Good, now that I've taken my revenge, there's no use for me to linger on. Young man, goodbye. After Lumen Immortal finished speaking, he turned into a bubble. His remnant soul finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Yixian was also grateful to Lumen Immortal. If it wasn't for the former, he would at most be a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. How could he become an immortal? Senior, Yixian will definitely fulfill my promise. Yixian cupped his fists towards the spot where Lumen Immortal's remnant soul had dissipated. Then, he left the immortal tomb and returned to the immortal destiny sect. Although the people of the immortal destiny sect did not understand, it did not matter. Immortal Huanglong would lead the way to the immortal ascension platform and rebuild it. However, the writ of immortal ascension hadn't been put up yet, because once it was put up, the passage to the immortal realm would open. The mortal world and the immortal world shouldn't be on the same level. Once you ascend, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to come back. In the planting space, Yixian used a projection to communicate with Wayward and the others. It doesn't matter. Our wish is to ascend to the immortal world. It doesn't matter even if we die in the immortal world, Rendon said. That's right. Although we're only itinerant immortals, the treasures of heaven and earth you left us are enough for us to cultivate until we reach the 9th tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Once we reach the immortal world, we'll find a place to cultivate until we become true immortals, Taoist Ling Xiao said. Then why don't you cultivate until you reach the 9th tribulation itinerant immortal realm in my planting space? Yixian suggested. The Buddhist supreme shook his head. No need. It's not good for us to stay at your place. If that's the case, then I'll give you some more gifts. Yixian paused for a few seconds. He had asked Elder Tianbao of the Immortal Destiny sect for an all-purpose flying boat, and then used immortal stones to strengthen it. The Life Saint sect had 2 immortal artifact-grade flying boats, and the Buddhist Sacred Ground had 2 as well. This way they would be much safer. Although he had spent a lot of immortal stones, Yixian was willing to part with them for his friends. Haha, thank you so much. Everyone expressed their gratitude. However, this matter was not over yet, because there might be 2 7th-rank immortals guarding the other end of the passageway. Yixian stayed in the sacred ground for another month before returning to the lesser immortal world and preparing to open the passageway. His other clone was prepared to stay in the mortal world for the same reason, to save his life. As for the entrance to the Life Saint sect's planting space, Yixian left it there. If those 2 immortals descended and happened to find the planting space, then Yixian could kill them. In order to prevent certain things from happening, Yixian evacuated the Immortal Destiny sect and hid himself far away, concealing his presence. As for Immortal Huanglong, he was near the Immortal Ascension platform, and the one who had placed the Writ of Ascension was the old tree. Young master, I've put it back up. The old tree transmitted. Using their shared vision, Yixian saw that the Writ of Ascension had been placed back on the Immortal Ascension platform. In an instant, a white light shot into the sky, and the Immortal Ascension formation was activated. If Immortal Lumen's enemies were still there, they would probably descend to the mortal world to investigate. At that time they would first find the old tree, then Immortal Huanglong. However, Yixian was overthinking things. It had been more than 100,000 years since Immortal Lumen and the other 2 had descended. At that time they had only unintentionally offended those 2 and had been hunted down. It was not possible for them to wait at the other end of the passageway for more than 100,000 years, but Immortal Huanglong and the Demon Spirit Immortal were afraid of death, so they had not opened it. When the passageway opened, the immortal chi of the immortal world was immediately transmitted. Not only that, but the immortal tribulation also became stronger. When those at the peak of the Ascension realm heard that the passageway had been opened, they actually wanted to undergo the tribulation without any regard for their lives. However, those who succeeded were less than 1 in 10,000. When the passageway was closed, the immortal tribulation was less powerful, so many people could pass it. Now that the passageway had been opened, the probability of death had reached 99.9%, which was very terrifying. Yixian had already warned them, but these people were too focused on becoming immortals, so they did not listen, resulting in all of them dying. On this day, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also began to undergo the tribulation. After the Immortal Grade Devouring system was upgraded to the Immortal Grade Devouring system, the Elegy of Soul's amplification had doubled, and its strength had increased by a lot. However, because the power of the 9th stage loose immortal tribulation had increased, it failed again and again. However, every time it failed, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's resistance to the 9th stage loose immortal tribulation's lightning tribulation had increased. After 3 days, he finally succeeded in his tribulation. Now Yixian and the others, except for Luoluo, had all become 4th grade immortals. In these 3 days, no one had descended to the mortal world at all. It seemed that the 2 enemies of Immortal Lumen had already left. Yixian, since no one is coming, will be leaving first. Willful sent Yixian a voice transmission to bid farewell. All right. Yixian replied, knowing that these people could not wait any longer. In the end, Willful and the others ascended to the immortal world together. As for Yixian, he continued to stay in the mortal world. It was because he was dealing with a matter. This matter was so difficult that even he was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 1687. Yixian, you've already become an immortal. Don't tell me even you can't do anything? A woman asked Yixian with a frown. All the way we have you www. Guilwx. Kamshi was one of Yixian's cousins. Her realm wasn't high and was only a first tribulation itinerant immortal. At this moment, a 6-year-old child was lying on the bed in front of Yixian. This child was Yixian's cousin's child. His name was Yiyuchuan, but he had been in a coma ever since the passage to the immortal realm opened. Even Yixian, who had already become an immortal, couldn't extend his immortal sense into this child's body, let alone an itinerant immortal. What the hell? Even my eye of revelation can't see through his body. What's going on? Yixian was shocked. This was too illogical. Why did it happen after the passage to the immortal realm opened? Could it be that the two were related? Yixian, what's going on? Yixian's uncle Yizhang couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either. Even with my realm, I can't probe his body. Yixian shook his head guiltily. Even you can't? Everyone was astonished. Who was Yixian? He was an immortal. If even he couldn't figure out the reason, then who else could save this child? Because he was a member of the Yi family, Yixian tried his best to investigate the cause, but to no avail. This investigation took 7 days. It had been 7 days since Wayward and the others ascended. Although he's been in a coma for 7 days, nothing bad has happened. Yixian observed Yiyuchuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yiyuchuan fell into a coma as soon as the passage to the immortal realm opened. It would be unreasonable to say that the two were unrelated. If they were related, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? There were countless people in this mortal realm. Why did it happen to Yiyuchuan? In these 7 days, Yixian had already explored the entire mortal realm, but he didn't find anything like Yiyuchuan. There was no other person like Yiyuchuan who could prevent the eye of revelation from peeking at him. Therefore, Yixian guessed that Yiyuchuan might be the reincarnation of an immortal. Uncle cousin, the reason why Yuquan is like this, I guess, he might be the reincarnation of an immortal. That, everyone was shocked. Reincarnation? Yixian's cousin opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that her son was actually the reincarnation of an immortal. That's right. Indeed, with Yixian's current cultivation as a 4th-grade immortal, he was invincible in the mortal world. Even if it was a 6th-grade immortal, he could see through immortal yellow dragon. Then is this good or bad? Yi Zhang asked. That. Yixian shook his head. However, he felt that this wasn't a good sign. This reincarnated immortal should be of a higher realm than him. It would be fine if he was an immortal with good character. But what if he was a bloodthirsty immortal? What should he do? In the past 7 days, Yixian tried to absorb Yiyuchuan into the planting space. That way, even if Yiyuchuan woke up, Yixian would have a way to stop him. However, this method failed. Yixian tried to absorb Yiyuchuan into the planting space by force. But again he failed. Yiyuchuan was only a 6-year-old child. Even if he had been nourished with treasures, he was only an immortality realm cultivator. Yixian was even more certain that Yiyuchuan was the reincarnation of an immortal. Therefore, Yixian was looking for something in the immortal level devouring system that could trap immortals. That way, he would have a way to stop Yiyuchuan if he woke up. However, at this moment, whoosh, 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 a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the room. Yiyuchuan, who was lying on the bunk bed, suddenly changed. Yiyuchuan's face suddenly turned red. Not only that, but his entire body was as red as blood. Immediately after, Yiyuchuan's eyes suddenly burst open. As he opened his eyes, an extremely strong aura spread out, intimidating everyone present. Even Yixian felt his heart palpitate. What kind of F***king realm was this? Ha ha ha, I, the little demon king, have finally been reborn. Yiyuchuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Although Yiyuchuan was weak, his laughter almost scared everyone out of their wits. What kind of strength was this? Perhaps because he was too excited about being reborn, Yiyuchuan laughed for a full half a minute. Half a minute later, he noticed everyone present. There's another immortal? Yiyuchuan looked at Yixian in surprise. You are the reincarnation of an immortal? Yixian asked in shock. Although he was already very sure, he couldn't help but ask. Immortal? Haha, why do you care if I am or not? Let's fight first. Watch my fist. Yi Yuchuan suddenly smiled evilly and directly shot in front of Yi Xian. His tender right hand struck out and actually smashed onto Yi Xian's stomach. Bam! The dignified fourth-grade immortal Yi Xian was sent flying by Yi Yuchuan's punch. Many of his bones were broken. Even Yi Xian couldn't believe it. Sigh, why is he so weak? Yi Yuchuan looked at Yi Xian, who was sent flying, and couldn't help but sigh. The surrounding people, including Yi Yuchuan's mother, Yi Bingbing, stared with wide eyes. Yi Xian was already the strongest person in the mortal world, but he was sent flying by a single punch. If Yi Yuchuan wasn't the reincarnation of an immortal, then what was he? Seeing that Yi Xian was so weak, Yi Yuchuan didn't attack again. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked at Yi Xian's cousin Yi Bingbing. You are the mother of this body, right? Yi Bingbing paused, then quickly nodded. Greetings, senior. Very good, you gave birth to a good son. This body is very suitable for me. Don't worry. I'm only temporarily occupying this body. Your son's soul has been sealed by me. Once I recover my strength, I will rebuild my body and return your son, the little demon king said. Thank you, senior. Yi Bingbing quickly expressed her gratitude when she heard that her son's soul hadn't been destroyed. The little demon king's gaze landed on Yi Xian. You know where the Immortal Ascension platform is, right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Good, take me to the Immortal Ascension platform. I want to return to the immortal realm. When the time comes, I will avenge my humiliation. The little demon king roared. Then, Yi Xian was forced to bring this self-proclaimed little demon king to the Immortal Ascension platform of the immortal realm. Kid, you don't seem to have cultivated an immortal heart. Why don't I teach you one? The little demon king suddenly said. What? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 1688. Purple Demon Heart? Yi Xian blinked. He didn't know what that was. After all, he had just become an immortal and didn't know much about immortal hearts. All the way we have you www. GoilWX. Com haha. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, but I can tell you that in addition to immortal cultivators, there are also demonic cultivators. And I am a demonic cultivator. Little demon said. Immortal cultivator, demonic cultivator? Yi Xian frowned and asked. What's the difference? Immortal cultivators are what you call the righteous path. They're similar to you now. Demonic cultivators mainly cultivate their demonic bodies. Their bodies can be trained to the point where they can go head-to-head with immortal weapons. They're extremely strong. Little demon smiled and said, Immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators can't coexist. But I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't bully you. Then this purple demon heart is a demonic cultivator's? Yi Xian asked. That's right. If you can cultivate this purple demon heart, you'll have the purple demon fire. This is a very domineering heavenly fire. Even I am afraid of it, little demon said. Hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated. There were two paths in front of him now. One was to accept little demon's good intentions, and the other was to refuse. However, if he refused, the little demon king might get angry. Therefore, there was only one way to go. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian said quickly. Haha, good. Then the little demon king of chaos used his true chi to write. Ding! You have successfully copied the refining method of the purple demon heart. The system notified. At this time, little demon king of chaos rolled his eyes again and said, Tisk tsk. I won't force you. Demonic cultivators are hated by everyone in the immortal world. Remember this. After he finished speaking, he started writing again. Ding! You have successfully copied the refining method of the celestial heart of Dazzle. Before Yi Xian could reply, the little demon king continued. Hee. This Xianji immortal heart is even better than the purple extreme demon heart. If you can successfully refine it, you'll be able to produce Xianji heavenly flames in your body that can burn the entire world. Yi Xian did not know what little demon king was thinking, but he felt that the dazzling speed immortal heart was quite suitable for him. It should also be of the fire attribute. Alright, I'm going to ascend to the immortal realm. Goodbye. With that, the little demon king stepped onto the immortal ascension platform. Yi Xian came to his senses. The little demon king of chaos was only at the longevity realm, not even an itinerant immortal. How could he ascend to the immortal realm? However, this little demon king of chaos was no ordinary person. No one knew what level of expert he was at. In an instant he ascended to the immortal realm, leaving behind a stunned Yixian. Yixian felt quite helpless. Who would have thought that a demonic cultivator would reincarnate into his nephew's body? He did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. After all, the little demon king of chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators could not coexist. However, what was done was done. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the little demon king of chaos had already ascended to the immortal realm. It's time for me to ascend to the immortal realm. I heard luminous immortals say that it takes a lot of immortal stones to return from the immortal realm. I don't think the 300 immortal stones in the space will be enough. Yixian narrowed his eyes, then returned to Lianyun City to bring the news to Yi Bingbing. The little demon king of chaos had reincarnated into Yi Bingbing's son, Yi Yuchuan. However, they had no way to stop it, so they could only remain calm. Perhaps this was an opportunity for the Yi family? Alright, I'll leave a clone at home. It's time for me to ascend. Yixian thought for a moment, then set off for the immortal ascension platform again. Finally, it was time for him to ascend. At this moment, Yixian's emotions were extremely complicated. He, a mortal, had actually become an immortal. He wondered what the world of immortals was like. Whoosh! On the immortal ascension platform, a ray of white light descended. Yixian's figure was submerged in it. Then he disappeared from the immortal ascension platform. In this world there were countless mortal realms, but there was only one immortal realm. Therefore, the process of ascension was extremely slow. Yixian spent an hour in the white light, then appeared in an unfamiliar place. The immortal ascension platform was actually a super long-distance teleportation array. This could be seen from the 1 hour he spent in ascension. Yixian had been afraid that after he ascended, the plantation space would not be able to connect to the mortal realm. His worry had indeed come true. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. Ding! The entrance to the plantation space is closed. 2 system notifications rang out. Yixian sensed that the entrances to the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent and the Life Saint sect were closed. Fortunately, he had moved the Yi family and the others into his plantation space. However, his second clone was left in the mortal realm to guard the passage to the immortal realm. Perhaps the difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm was too great, so the plantation space was unable to connect. Yixian could understand this. If that was the case, then forget it. So this is the immortal realm? Yixian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. Beside him was a stone tablet with 3 large words written on it. Immortal Ascension Cliff. The mortal realm was filled with heaven earth yuan qi, while the immortal realm was filled with immortal qi. Those in the immortal realm were constantly tempered by immortal qi at birth. It was very easy for them to reach the ascension realm. Some were even born as immortals or sky immortals. This was the difference between the 2 realms. Yixian had climbed all the way to the immortal realm from an ordinary martial artist. Could be said that he had been through a lot. This time, Yixian wanted to fulfill Immortal Lumen's last wish. That was to send his body back to the immortal fate sect in the immortal realm. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed since Immortal Lumen descended to the mortal realm. The situation in the immortal realm might have changed. If the immortal fate sect was still there, then it would be much easier to find. If the immortal fate sect was destroyed because they had offended someone, that would be a tragedy. There was a map among Immortal Lumen's belongings. Yixian did not know if this map matched up. In any case, he would just go and take a look. The immortal fate sect is northwest of this immortal ascension cliff. And the distance? Yixian checked the map using the immortal level devouring system. He was shocked to find that the distance to the immortal fate sect was calculated in years. What the heck, with my speed as a 4th grade immortal, it would take at least 100 years to get there. Even if I used a transportation array, it would take at least 10 years. Yixian narrowed his eyes. The immortal path was long. It was not without reason. It seemed that he had to increase his strength first. As long as he was strong, it would be easy to travel. Immediately, Yixian checked the map before flying towards the north. The map showed that there was a gathering place for immortal beasts in the north. Hence, Yi Xian wanted to hunt immortal beasts to increase his strength. Chapter 1689. Luminous Immortal had previously warned Yi Xian that while the flamethrower ship was useful in the mortal world, it was somewhat useless in the immortal world. Baidu Search Strength Literature Network Update Fastest and Most Stable www. GLWX. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but as he hurried to the immortal beast gathering place he understood. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly flew over from behind Yi Xian and passed by him. It was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was dressed in white and hurried past on a flying sword. He's at least a 6th-tier immortal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. As it turned out, flying swords were the most commonly used weapons in the immortal world. In terms of speed, flying swords of the same level were much faster than flamethrowers of the same level. Although flamethrowers could be used for both defense and attack, the cost of refining one was enough to refine 3 immortal artifacts. Moreover, most people would need to control the flamethrower from within. If they used an immortal artifact, they could use other methods. Therefore, flamethrowers were a little useless. However, Yi Xian didn't care. After all, he could control the flamethrower remotely. The immortal world was very large, countless times larger than the mortal world. Just this journey alone took Yi Xian a full 7 days. After all, he was driving an immortal artifact-grade flamethrower. Using a flamethrower ship to kill monsters is a bit of a waste. Moreover, every time the flamethrower ship attacks, it consumes 5 immortal stones. What a waste! Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then put away the flamethrower and entered the immortal beast gathering place. This gathering place had immortal beasts comparable to 8th-tier immortals, so they couldn't be underestimated. However, Yi Xian had all kinds of trump cards, so he wasn't afraid. Roar! As soon as Yi Xian entered, he heard a deafening roar. He turned and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered a winged tiger. An immortal beast comparable to a 4th-tier immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then quickly rushed over. Although killing people was profitable, Yi Xian actually preferred killing monsters. Even though immortal beasts aren't stupid, they are still beasts after all. Just like demonic cultivators, they mainly rely on their bodies to fight. Most importantly, Yi Xian had the immortal unicorn bloodline, which doubled the damage he dealt to immortal beasts. Very quickly Yi Xian rushed over. Then, his eyes flashed as he used his soul eye to control the winged tiger. At the same level, immortal beasts were easier to control than immortals, which saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Xian had no other intentions in controlling this winged tiger. He just wanted to make it easier for him to kill it. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. At that moment, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword and landed on the winged tiger's body. But unexpectedly, this sword was actually unable to insta-kill the winged tiger. The Nihility Flame Sword Wave can at most raise the level of a 9th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Looks like I have to change it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out several times, instantly killing the winged tiger. Then, he directly devoured the carcass. Devouring an immortal beast's carcass could raise Yi Xian's cultivation, and the old tree would also benefit from it. Without the restriction of the loose immortal tribulation, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian's strength would most likely increase the gap between them and Yi Xian. I've already ascended to the immortal realm, so I'll have to discard some of my previous possessions. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began probing. Yi Xian had spent 2 devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Now that it was useless, he could get 1 devour point back. Secondly, an immortal's lifeline was their immortal heart. Although Yi Xian had yet to refine his immortal heart, he could no longer use the Eye of Eternity. This skill had lost its effect after Yi Xian became an immortal. Now that he could get 2 devour points back, it was pretty good. In addition to the 1 devour point he originally had, he now had 4 devour points. In addition, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's sky-shattering meteor slash was quite difficult to hit, so Yi Xian decided to get rid of it. Ding! The Nihility Flame Sword Wave has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Ding! The Eye of Eternity has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 devour points. Ding! The sky-shattering meteor slash has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 2 devour points. A series of system notifications rang out. Yixian had obtained 6 Devour points. Next, he used 3 Devour points to buy 3 bottles of blessings and used all of them on Wei Zhentian. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased by 1 point. Wei Zhentian's luck would be shared with Yixian, so Yixian now had 9 points of luck. 9 points of luck had a special effect. Ding! Host's luck has reached 9 points. The effect of luck has doubled. Ding! Host has obtained a system reward Immortal Technique 1000/. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. 9 points of luck was indeed not bad. The effect of luck had doubled. This meant that his 9 points of luck was equivalent to 8 points of luck. With the increase in luck, the success rate of one-hit kills, critical hits, and force devour skills would increase. Of course, 9 points of luck was already the limit, and it could not be increased in the future. Then Yixian's attention fell on the Immortal Technique 1000/. The Immortal Slayer bloodline had a movement skill that could be increased, called 1000/. Now he had obtained another 1000/. Although he knew that it would not be related, it was still a coincidence. When Yixian saw the description of the 1000 severing slash, he was completely stunned. 1000/ was an offensive immortal technique. It looked like only one sword, but in fact it contained 1000 attacks. This move was similar to the Earth Pulse when he was in the virtual god realm. However, this 1000/ could increase the chances of one-hit kills and critical hits by several times. My luck is now 9 points, the effect of luck has doubled, and the chance of triggering is much higher. Coupled with this 1000/, even a divine immortal would be killed by it. Yixian's eyes widened. One should not forget that one-hit kills were calculated according to the number of attacks. As long as the 1000/ could be triggered once, it would be enough. One trigger would break the opponent's defense, and 2 triggers would take the opponent's life. Awesome, this is awesome. Yixian's confidence suddenly exploded. This undoubtedly gave him another trump card. Furthermore, it was the most powerful trump card he had in his arsenal since the beginning of the battle. However, this 1000/ could only be used once a day. Now he still had 3 Devour points. Hence, after careful consideration, he decided to exchange for a fire-based sword technique. Li Fire Sword Technique. This Li Fire Sword Technique was an immortal technique that could be improved. Not only was it fire-based, but it could also form a Li Fire Immortal Sword that was no weaker than an immortal weapon of the same level. This would save him the step of forging an immortal weapon. Something with 3 Devour points would naturally not be weak, so Yixian immediately exchanged for it. Ding! Li Fire Sword Technique successfully exchanged. Do you want to learn it now? Ding! Host learn Li Fire Sword Technique. Chapter 1690. Now all 6 Devour points were used up. We have you all the way www. GoilWX. Com then, Yixian exchanged for a method to refine an ordinary immortal heart from the immortal grade devouring system. He had already become an immortal, but he had yet to refine an immortal heart because there were no materials in the mortal world. Although he had the method to refine the dazzling immortal heart and the purple extreme demon heart, the materials were not so easy to obtain. Moreover, even if he wanted to refine the dazzling immortal heart, he would need an ordinary immortal heart, so he had to exchange for it. The materials to refine an immortal heart can be found in the Immortal Beast Gathering Grounds. However, since the old tree has already become an immortal, I'll give him the purple extreme demon heart when the time comes. Yixian thought to himself, then released the old tree and the other 2. The old tree mainly relied on his physique to fight, so the purple extreme demon heart was suitable for him. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was an immortal beast, so he did not need to refine an immortal heart, so his strength was not enough. Luolua was now a peak 9th tribulation scattered immortal, but Yixian wanted her to cultivate for a while more to be safe. If one wanted to become a true immortal, they would need to refine an immortal heart. Alright, let's split into 3 groups, Yixian said to the old tree and the other 2. He was in one group, the old tree was in another, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were in another group, so the efficiency of killing immortal beasts would be very high. The reason why Yixian did not use the 300 immortal stones to raise the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's cultivation level was that after becoming an immortal, they would gain a lot of experience points. The 300 immortal stones could only raise their cultivation level by 1, And when the time came to refine an immortal heart, they would need to refine a large amount of immortal stones and convert them into immortal qi. However, even so, it did not hinder Yi Xian's advancement. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. You are now a 5th stage immortal. This time Yi Xian killed for 7 days and 7 nights in the immortal beast gathering grounds. He directly devoured the corpses of the immortal beasts and made a breakthrough. Yi Xian, who possessed immortal sense, killer instinct, and the eye of perception, harvested all the heavenly treasures he encountered along the way. Alright, I've finally gathered the materials needed to refine an ordinary immortal heart. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then he piled all the materials together. There were also more than 100 immortal stones. Ding! Host has obtained an ordinary immortal heart. The system prompted. Yi Xian's heart had turned into an immortal's heart, which was relatively safer. However, Yi Xian reckoned that the materials needed to refine the dazzling speed immortal heart would not be so easy to obtain. Let's go. Let's continue searching. We'll try to get the old tree and Luoluos too. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment Luoluo suddenly spoke from within the plantation space. Young master, can I undergo tribulation now? Luoluo had broken through to the 9th tribulation scattered immortal realm for a long time. However, she was not a treasure after all, so Yi Xian wanted her to be safe. After all, the tribulation lightning in the immortal world was stronger than in the mortal world. Yi Xian estimated that with the tribulation lightning pill, Luoluo should not be a problem. Alright, come on. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Luoluo appeared beside him. She prepared for a moment before taking the tribulation lightning pill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immortal qi began to condense. The mortal world condensed the qi of heaven and earth, so the tribulation lightning was weaker. However, the immortal world condensed the qi of heaven and earth, so its power was multiplied. However, Luoluo had been cultivating in the plantation space for a long time. In other words, it had been more than 10 years, so Yi Xian was not worried. Don't forget that Luoluo's heavenly fox bloodline was very powerful. Boom! Finally, the tribulation lightning struck. There were 9 tribulation scattered immortals in total, each stronger than the last. The first one was just an appetizer. However, the next tribulation lightning did not affect Luoluo at all. Even the 9th tribulation lightning could not make her frown. Ding! Luoluo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now a 4th grade immortal. Ding! Luoluo has broken through. She is now a 5th grade immortal. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Shouldn't a 9th tribulation scattered immortal be a 4th grade immortal after passing the tribulation? How did she break through? Young master, after I passed the tribulation, the immortal qi in my body suddenly expanded, so I broke through the shackles, Luoluo explained. It seems that your heavenly fox bloodline has exceeded my expectations. Yi Xian sighed. However, it was a good thing. The stronger the bloodline, the better it was for Luoluo. Good. Now that you have become an immortal, do you want the purple extreme demon heart or the dazzling immortal heart? Yi Xian asked. I am a monster like Old Tree. After becoming an immortal, I should be a monster immortal. However, we rely on our physique to make a living, so we usually refine demon hearts, Luoluo replied. Monster immortal? Is that from your inherited memories? Yi Xian asked. Luoluo's inherited memories were from her previous lives. However, her current inherited memories were from the heavenly fox bloodline. Yes. When we monster immortals refine demon hearts, it is not as obvious as when they are demonic cultivators. In the immortal world, we are considered legal demonic cultivators. Luoluo nodded. That's good. This way I won't be afraid of being hunted down. Yi Xian grinned. Little Demon King of Chaos had said that immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators were mortal enemies. They would kill each other on sight. If Old Tree and Luoluo were demonic cultivators, they would be hated by everyone in the immortal world. At that time he would have to be very careful in battle. Now that it was legal for monster immortals to refine demon hearts, things would be much easier. However, right at that moment 3 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. These 3 people all arrived on flying swords. 2 of them were 5th-rank immortals, while the leader was a 6th-rank immortal. Huh. I'm clearly seeing an itinerant immortal tribulation. That's strange. Are you a pig? If an itinerant immortal's soul is destroyed, then there's no one left. Yes. There are 4 5th-rank immortals here. Kill them. These 3 people didn't say anything before attacking Yixian and the others. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords swept towards Yixian and the others. In the immortal world, most people fought using magic treasures, so they controlled flying swords to fight. Very few people fought in close combat like demonic cultivators. These 3 flying swords were not immortal weapons, but after countless years of refinement, they were very close to being immortal weapons. Killing at the slightest disagreement. The immortal world is not as peaceful as I thought it would be. Yixian's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. In an instant, the 2 5th-rank immortals were controlled by him. Then, the 2 flying swords suddenly turned around and stabbed towards the 6th-rank immortal. What? The leader was shocked. He did not understand why his 2 brothers would suddenly attack him. Clang! Clang! Chapter 1691. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Boom! Old Tree punched the leader's back with all his might and squeezed. All the way we have you www. GoilWX. Kampuchi. The ordinary immortal heart of this 6th-rank immortal was crushed and he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Although I'm a 6th-rank immortal, compared to Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy, my battle strength is a bit lacking. Yixian squinted his eyes. Yellow Dragon and Demon Fairy were both disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect. Although they were only outer sect disciples, their battle strength was still very strong among those of the same level. With the death of the 6th-rank immortal and the 2 5th-rank immortals under Yixian's control, the battle ended in an instant. Who are you? Yixian asked as he took off the 3 Qian Kuan rings. We are from the nearby Black Wind tribe. We saw that someone was going through the tribulation here, so we came to take a look. One of them explained. Black Wind tribe? Yixian frowned and said, Relax, I'm going to search your soul. Compared to questioning, searching one's soul was easier. After all, Yixian was new here and needed to understand the situation of the immortal realm. Soul searching of the same level was quite fast, but it still took half a day. After half a day, Yixian killed the 2 of them. There are many tribes in this area. Small tribes are subordinate to large tribes, while large tribes are controlled by family clans. Yixian thought in his heart. This area was controlled by the Xia clan, which was the immortal clan with the surname Xia. As for the news of the Immortal Destiny sect, this person did not know. After all, the Immortal Destiny sect was in another area. However, the Black Wind tribe had sent more than 3 people this time. This time they were going to enter the Immortal Beast Gathering Grounds to annihilate another tribe. Yixian liked this kind of big battle the most. After all, he had not used Unicorn Descent yet. These 3 immortals each had a few hundred immortal stones on them. Their wealth was not bad. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through, currently a 5th-rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through, and is now a rank 5 celestial. After transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation, the experience required to level up increased tremendously. These immortal stones only increased Yixian's experience by 1/5. What a bottomless pit! Yixian sighed, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the Immortal Beast Gathering Grounds. According to what he learned from the Soul Search, the Black Wind tribe was planning to launch a sneak attack on the Baiwe tribe. This time, the Baiwe tribe was mobilizing all their forces to encircle and annihilate a few immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. How could Yixian miss such a good show? The encirclement would begin in 3 days. Yixian would be able to get there in 3 days. In order to hurry, Yixian even ignored the immortal beasts along the way. After 3 days, they finally arrived in the vicinity. However, the loud noises coming from the front proved that there was already a battle ahead. He didn't know if the Baiwe tribe was encircling that immortal beast, or if they had already started a fight with the Black Wind tribe. At that moment, Yixian quickly approached. There were about 100 people in this battle, but he didn't see the corpses of the immortal beasts that were comparable to Tier 8 immortals. He guessed that someone had kept them. Bastards, I Baixiang will fight you to the death today. A brawny man roared at the sky. Ha ha ha, this time the Black Wind tribe has mobilized all their elites. Moreover, many of you have died from killing the immortal beasts. It's impossible for you to escape. Why don't you go down and join your companions? A long-haired man from the Black Wind tribe laughed. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The leaders of the two tribes were both Tier 8 immortals, and they were very powerful. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to wait until both sides were injured before making a move. However, when he saw the figures in the Baiyue tribe, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Capricious Fairy Luli? Yi Xian's eyes widened as if he had seen wrongly. He didn't expect that they would join the Baiyue tribe. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong when he looked at their cultivation. Capricious, a Tier 6 immortal. Fairy Luli, a Tier 6 immortal. How is this possible? When Capricious and the others left, they were all 9 tribulation scattered immortals. Even if they succeeded in their tribulation, they should only be Tier 4 immortals. How could they have broken through to Tier 6 immortal in such a short time? However, Yi Xian didn't care so much. Capricious and Fairy Luli were being suppressed by a Tier 7 immortal. Kill! Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly released the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Although they were only Tier 4 immortals, each of them was in existence that could challenge those above their level. Moreover, Yi Xian was going to go on a killing spree this time, so he used all his trump cards. Unicorn Descend. After Yi Xian used this trump card, the immortal energy in his body crazily surged, and then condensed into a mighty unicorn. After the unicorn evolved 3 times, he could finally summon a unicorn. Moreover, each time he summoned it, it could be different. Fire unicorn, ice unicorn, lightning unicorn, and so on. This time, Yi Xian summoned a fire unicorn. Kill! Yi Xian immediately commanded the fire unicorn to kill. At the same time, he also marked Capricious' opponent, and then used the Eye of Assassination. Whoosh! Blazing Heaven Sword Art. A flame slash directly hit Capricious' opponent. Fortunately, this person was a Tier 7 immortal and had abundant immortal energy. Moreover, he had an immortal artifact battle armor, so he didn't die from this attack. Capricious was very grateful when he saw that someone had suddenly appeared and lightened his burden. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he was completely stunned. Yi Xian, I've been waiting for you for almost 1,000 years. You're finally here. Capricious shouted excitedly. As soon as he said that, it was Yi Xian's turn to be stunned. 1,000 years, my ass. It hadn't even been half a month. Where did 1,000 years come from? However, now was not the time to reminisce. He had to finish this battle first. Thunderflash of the 9 dragons. Old Tree suddenly rushed over and punched the Tier 7 immortal in the chest. Gotcha! In just 2 hits, the immortal artifact battle armor was directly shattered. Since the defense was broken, it was time for him to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind whistled. A fire unicorn stepped through the void and directly stomped on the Tier 7 immortal's chest. This stomp had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Without the immortal artifact battle armor, his immortal heart was instantly shattered. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, he condensed a slaughter seal. Immediately, he put away his opponent's interspatial ring and said, Capricious will catch up later. After saying that, he once again used the Death Hunt seal to mark another person and then rushed over. Blazing Heaven Sword Art. Thunderflash of the 9 dragons. Chapter 1692. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. If he could kill all these people from the Black Wind tribe, he might be able to break through twice in a row. This was a good opportunity. Although he really wanted to use the fairy slaying sword formation, he still lacked a slaughter seal. Moreover, there were people from the Baiyue tribe here, so it was better to use other skills. In this battle, the Baiyue tribe was originally at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of Yi Xian, the situation changed completely. One of the 5 rank 7 immortals from the Black Wind tribe died. And he would die soon. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. 1,000 Severing Slash. After he was fully prepared, Yi Xian instantly appeared behind the second rank 7 immortal. A white light flashed and landed on the rank 7 immortal's body. Ding! Activated one-hit kill effect. Crack! The immortal heart in the rank 7 immortal's body shattered instantly, and he died. One-hit kill combined with the 1000 severing slash was too powerful. Originally, Yi Xian's target was the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe. However, this person's cultivation level was high, and he had the upper hand. It would not be easy to sneak up on him, so Yi Xian changed his target. At this time, there were only 3 rank 7 immortals left in the Black Wind tribe. Moreover, this was not the end. Ding! Host has formed a slaughter seal. Ding! Host has formed a slaughter seal. The 4 slaughter seals instantly exploded until only one was left. Yi Xian found an opportunity and slashed with the parting heaven celestial sword. Immortal slaying slash. A huge sword ray pierced through the air and cut a tier 7 immortal's body into 2 halves. Even the experts behind him couldn't escape this attack. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At this moment, the Black Wind tribe and the Baiwe tribe's strength were about the same. No, it should be the Baiwe tribe that was stronger because Yi Xian was on the Baiwe tribe's side. What's going on? The 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe was extremely shocked. He did not understand where Yi Xian had come from. Not to mention him, even the leader of the Baiwe tribe did not know who Yi Xian was. But generally speaking, their crisis had been temporarily averted. Not only that, but the Black Wind tribe would also suffer heavy losses. Damn it, let's go. The expression of the rank 8 immortal from the Black Wind tribe changed drastically as he gave the order. It won't be that easy for you to leave now. The leader of the Baiwe tribe widened his eyes and immediately chased after him. At the same time, 2 figures rapidly approached. One was the old tree, while the other was the fire unicorn summoned by Yi Xian. Although this fire unicorn could not be sustained for a long time, its attack power was very strong. At the same time, he had another move. Incinerate the world. The fire unicorn directly turned into a ball of blazing flame and swept towards the 8th grade immortal from the Black Wind tribe. What a powerful attack! The immortal's expression was gloomy. He saw that some of his companions around him were burned to the bone by the heat emitted by the unicorn's flame. If this attack landed on him, the consequences would be severe. Sir, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. The old tree used the 9 dragons' thunder flash again and appeared behind him. Then, 9 dragons' thunder chains appeared. In an instant, the 8th grade immortal was trapped. At the same time, the leader of the Baiwe tribe controlled a flying sword and pierced it into his head. However, even if an immortal's head exploded, he would not die. This was because after becoming an immortal, his soul would move to the heart and become one with the immortal heart. However, the fire unicorn's flame directly rushed in through the wound. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blazing flame burned inside the 8th grade immortal's body. His immortal heart happened to be the ice immortal heart, but it could not resist the unicorn's flame. A second later, the ice immortal heart melted into nothing. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Now that the 8th grade immortal was dead, the others were no longer a threat. Soon they were all hunted down. Not a single one was left. Among them, a large number of interspatial rings fell into the hands of Yi Xian, including the 8th grade immortals. It's enough for me to break through. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly devoured it. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade immortal. In an instant, the strength of Yi Xian and the others skyrocketed. Yi Xian. Wayward quickly flew over and said, your strength is still as strong as it was hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago? Yi Xian was a little confused. Wayward had just said that he had waited for nearly 1,000 years. What was going on? That's right. Didn't you count? I've already ascended to the immortal realm for 1,000 years. Wayward nodded. What 1,000 years? It's only been less than half a month. Yi Xian said in surprise. Half a month? That's impossible. We've already joined the Baiwe tribe for a few hundred years. If it weren't for the large amount of immortal stones needed to descend, I would have gone back to see you. At this time, Fairy Luli also flew over. What's going on? Why do you think it's only been less than half a month? That's right. Not long after you guys ascended, I also ascended. How could there be a difference of nearly 1,000 years? Yixian frowned. Could it be that the flow of time in the immortal realm and the mortal realm is different? In any case, nearly 1,000 years have passed for me. Luli, and I even have grandchildren, Wayward said in surprise. When he heard this, Yixian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wayward and Luli's grandchildren? While they were talking, the leader of the Baiwe tribe led the others over and asked, Wayward, do you know them? Deputy leader, they're my friends. They just ascended. Wayward explained. This one is Baixiang. This time it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The deputy leader of the Baiwe tribe solemnly cupped his fists and said, I also heard your conversation just now. Recently, there seems to be some problems in the immortal realm. I heard that the same thing happened to the ascension sites under the jurisdiction of other tribes. I see. Yixian nodded slightly. Fortunately, he didn't let Old Tree ascend first. Otherwise, even if there was a difference of 1 day, there would be a difference of 100 years. That would be a tragedy. That little demon ascended half a day before me. I don't know how many years he's been in the immortal realm. Chapter 1693. Since you're all Wayward's friends, why don't you come visit my Baiwe tribe? Baixiang invited. Yes. My father and the others are all there, Wayward said with a smile. Sure. Yixian nodded. Although he and Wayward had only been apart for half a month, he hadn't seen Wayward and the others for nearly 1,000 years. At this moment, Yixian followed the Baiyu tribe's group and flew back to the Baiyu tribe. Wayward, did everyone undergo the 9th level of the loose immortal tribulation? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Willful shook his head and said, That's not the case. Quite a number of people died under the 9th level itinerant immortal tribulation, including my grandfather. Less than 10 people survived the tribulation. Wayward's grandfather, Ranzan, was the master of the life-sacred land. Who would have thought he'd also die to the loose immortal tribulation? What about Elder Immortal Tianju? Yixian asked. He did, but he didn't join the Baiwe tribe. He went to the immortal world by himself. The Buddhist Supreme One Thought Monk and the others also left, Wayward replied. Oh, Yixian nodded. Soon they returned to the Baiwe tribe. The Baiwe tribe wasn't small. It had a 9th rank immortal overseeing it. It was quite powerful in this area. As soon as Baixiang and the others returned, the Baiwe tribe's leader sensed them and hastily came out to greet them. Second brother, why are the casualties so severe this time? Baiwe asked in surprise. This time they were going to hunt 3 8th rank immortal beasts. Although there might be some injuries, they wouldn't die. However, Baixiang only brought back 2/3 of the people. What about the other third? Big brother, we were ambushed by the Black Wind tribe this time. Many people died. If it weren't for Wayward's friend, even I might not have been able to return, Baixiang replied. The Black Wind tribe? Baiwe trembled. It seemed that a traitor had appeared in the tribe. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Baiwe immediately ordered people to set up a banquet to repay Yixian. When they returned, Baixiang sent a voice transmission to Baiyu, saying that Yixian was very strong and was not weaker than him. Therefore, Baiwe wanted to recruit Yixian into their tribe. This way, they could greatly increase the strength of their tribe. Unfortunately, Yixian had great ambitions. How could he submit to a tribe? Sorry, I'm preparing to travel alone. However, if you want to destroy the Black Wind tribe, you can call me along. Yixian said to Baiyu. Although Baiwe felt that it was a pity that he did not join, his eyes lit up when he heard that Yixian could help them. However, a war between 2 tribes would definitely result in heavy casualties, so they had to be cautious. After the banquet, Willful led Yixian and the others back to his residence. Grandfather. As soon as they entered the door, a little boy rushed over and hugged Wayward's leg. F***ck, he really has a grandson. Yixian was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Wayward would really win Fairy Luli over. Not only did she give birth to a son, but she was already the third generation. Donger, call me Grandpa Xian, Wayward said to the little boy. Hello, Grandpa Xian. The little boy called out obediently, and then directly stretched out his little hand. Yixian rolled his eyes. He was not even 30 years old, yet he was already a master. Heaven was really making fun of him. I don't have anything. Here 100 immortal stones. Yixian took out a bag of immortal stones. As expected of Yixian, 100 immortal stones in one go, Wayward said enviously. After seeing Yixian, Ren Xiong, Daoist Ling Xiao, and the others also walked over. After all, Yixian was their old friend. They chatted for a while, then Ren Xiong asked, Yixian, can your space connect to the mortal domain's life-sacred land? No, but I have a clone in the mortal domain. However, if they ascended in the mortal domain, many years would have passed in the immortal domain. Yixian shook his head. We don't know much about the immortal domain, but please tell their families that they died under the 9th stage itinerant immortal tribulation. Ren Xiong took out a list of names and handed it to Yixian. Okay, no problem. Yixian nodded. Next, he stayed in the Baiwa tribe for 7 days. 7 days was almost a year in the planting space. During this year, Luoluo broke through from 5th tier immortal to 7th tier immortal, surpassing Yixian and the others. At this time, Yixian wanted to upgrade the planting space to 9th tier. That way he could change the flow rate again. This was very important to Luoluo. If there were treasures of heaven and earth, Luoluo could even pull ahead of Yixian. Unfortunately, there weren't any. 7 days later, Baiwa also came over with his people. Brother Yi, we've decided to set off tomorrow to attack the Black Wind tribe. We'll need your help when the time comes. Baiwa transmitted to Yixian. Okay, no problem. Yixian nodded in agreement. He helped the Baiwa tribe for 2 reasons. First, it was to upgrade. Second, it was to help Wayward and the others deal with future troubles. This way they could safely survive here. Now Yixian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all 6th tier immortals. Luoluo was the first to break through to 7th tier immortal. As for the Baiwa tribe, other than Baiwa, who was a 9th tier immortal, there were only 3 8th tier immortals by Xiang, and a dozen 7th tier immortals. This time, the Black Wind tribe suffered a great loss. With Yixian and the others, it shouldn't be a problem for the Baiwa tribe to destroy the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, the Black Wind tribe was prepared to mobilize all of their forces. Baiwa also had an immortal artifact-grade flying ship that could carry everyone. However, Yixian felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. This was because he still had the Eye of the Void. This was what it meant to be caught off guard. However, the Baiwa tribe was going to fight to the death with the Black Wind tribe tomorrow. Therefore, the Eye of the Void probably wouldn't be needed. In order to keep it a secret, they only mobilized experts who were 7th tier immortals and above. When the next day arrived, Yixian had already met up with Baiwa. Then they sat on an immortal artifact-grade flying ship. There was 1 9th tier immortal, 3 8th tier immortals, 10 7th tier immortals, and Yixian and the others. Although this immortal artifact-grade flying ship was only 7th tier immortal, its speed surpassed that of 9th tier immortals like Baiwa. However, even so, it still took them 3 days to reach the Black Wind tribe. There's nothing strange about the Black Wind tribe. I wonder if they're pretending. Yixian glanced at the Black Wind tribe with his eye of revelation. The Black Wind tribe had around 3,000 people. The strongest person was also a 9th tier immortal. However, why were there 2 9th tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe? Everyone, there are 2 9th tier immortals in the Black Wind tribe. Chapter 1694. What? 2 9th rank immortals? Baiwa was shocked when he heard this. That's impossible. Only their leader is a 9th rank immortal. Could it be that someone broke through recently? I'm not sure either. I'm just reminding you. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He knew that Bai Yu and the others didn't believe him. In any case, he'd already brought the news to them. If it's true, then I'm afraid we won't be able to attack the Black Wind tribe this time. Bai Xiang said. Before he could finish his words, the people of the Black Wind tribe discovered the flying boat. Leader, there's a flying ship near our tribe. This shout spread throughout the entire Black Wind tribe. Not good. Let's go. Baiyua's expression changed drastically. He quickly controlled the flying ship to turn around. Fortunately, the flying ship was very fast and escaped from their sight in an instant. I'm afraid 2 ninth rank immortals won't be able to defeat the Black Wind tribe. However, I have the Eye of the Void. I can disrupt them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter how powerful the tribe was, as long as they could not do anything to him, he could exhaust them to death. Let me down, Yi Xian suddenly said. What did you say? Baiwei seemed to have misheard. If Yi Xian was let down, wouldn't they be besieged by the people from the Black Wind tribe? Yi Xian will not joke with my life. I have many escape methods. Even if I face 2 ninth rank immortals, I can escape. Yi Xian said. The Black Wind tribe can't do anything to me, but I can weaken their strength. After hearing this, Baiwei fell silent. However, because Yi Xian was not from the Baiwei tribe, he did not stop him. Yi Xian indeed did not seem like someone who would joke with his life. Because he did not belong to the Baiwei tribe, he did not need to risk his life for the tribe. Gotcha! The flying ship's cabin door opened. Then Yi Xian quickly flew out. Big brother, what should we do? Bai Xiang asked. Don't worry. Although the Black Wind tribe has a flying ship, they can't catch up with us. If the situation is not good, we'll leave. Baiwei replied. At this moment, many people from the Black Wind tribe had already rushed out. When they saw Yi Xian, they immediately attacked him. They are all 6th rank immortals. Only one 7th rank immortal. Too weak. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used his soul's eyes. Ding! Control successful. Control successful. Ding! Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian instantly controlled 6 6th rank immortals. Immediately after, these 6 6th rank immortals attacked the 7th rank immortal in front. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the rank 7 immortal died a horrible death. He didn't even know how he died. Before this, Yi Xian had already used the slaughter seal. The immortals he killed were all 7th rank immortals, which gave him a lot of killing intent. After using the slaughter seal, as long as he continued to fight, he would gain killing intent. Although it was not much, it could extend the duration of the slaughter seal indefinitely. However, if he fought with his own people, it would not count. The so-called allies were Old Shu and the 6 rank 6 immortals who were being controlled by Old Shu. However, as long as these immortals committed suicide for a period of time, the slaughter seal would not disappear. Previously, I used the unicorn at the immortal beast gathering ground. I did not replenish it, so I can't use it now. Yi Xian thought to himself. He directly formed the departing flame immortal sword and charged in. How dare you trespass into my Black Wind tribe? A shout rang out, and then a few more grade 7 immortals appeared in a flash. This level was not enough for Yi Xian to kill. Not to mention him, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor or Wei Zhenqian could kill these immortals. Within a few seconds, these 7th rank immortals fell one after another. However, due to the difference in cultivation level, the slaughter seal could not be formed. However, he obtained a lot of good things. Ding! Lightning embers broke through. Current cultivation level. 7th rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor broke through. Current cultivation level. 7th rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhenqian broke through. Current cultivation level. 7th rank immortal. Yi Xian had a lot of experience. Moreover, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's cultivation level increased by 2 times. After passing the itinerant immortal tribulation, the gap between cultivation levels would increase again. This was a good thing. It's time for the slaughter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He directly ordered the old tree and the other 2 immortals to charge in, while he and Lualua watched from the outside. Those 8th and 9th rank immortals are gathered together. Seems like they are having a meeting. Let's catch them off guard first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that the old tree and the other 2 immortals had broken through to the 7th rank, their strength had increased tremendously. They could even fight against 9th rank immortals. However, Yi Xian did not call Baiwei and the others back, because that would rob him of his loot. The commotion here had attracted the attention of the 2 9th rank immortals. At this moment they all leaped into the sky. Someone is not from the Black Wind tribe? Yi Xian glanced around and immediately found something amiss. The people of the Black Wind Tribe were all wearing the Black Wind Tribe's uniform. However, this ninth-rank immortal who looked like a young man was wearing white. "Who are you? Tell me your name," a middle-aged man shouted angrily. He was a ninth-rank immortal and also the leader of the Black Wind Tribe. "You are from the Black Wind Tribe. You stole my things, so I'm here to kill you all." Yixian replied casually. "How dare you? You are courting death." Before he could finish his sentence, an 8th-rank immortal rushed out from the side. He was an 8th-rank immortal. How could he be afraid of a few 7th-rank immortals? However, just in case, there was another 8th-rank immortal to help him. The two of them joined forces and were not weak. However, this kind of strength was not enough to scare Yixian. Facing the two 8th-rank immortals, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian took the lead to fight with them. Then Old Tree quickly flashed behind one of them and threw out the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Teleportation. Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain had already bound one of them. At the same time, 9 powerful thunder and fire heavenly dragons rushed out. 9 Dragons Sky-Roaring Attack. Boom! This unlucky guy was directly hit by the 9 thunder and fire heavenly dragons. His immortal heart was directly destroyed and he died tragically on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Now, Yixian had 2 slaughter seals and there were 2 more uses that he had not used. In other words, he could use the celestial eliminating arrow. However, Yixian did not intend to use it this time. Old Tree instantly took away the interspatial ring and flashed to Yixian's side. Before he could react, he had already broken through. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 7th-rank immortal. Chapter 1695. At this moment, Yixian's eyes flashed. For slaughter seals, activate the slaughter mode. In an instant, Yixian's strength increased by 4 times. Baidu Search Awesome Literature Network Update Fastest and Most Stable www. GALWX. Calm Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Without waiting for the opponent to react, Yixian flashed behind another rank 8 immortal. Li Fire Sword Technique. The Li Fire Sword in Yixian's hand turned into a ray of fire and stabbed into the opponent's back. Gotcha! This person's immortal heart shattered, and he died. This scene happened in less than a second. Within this second, the Black Wind Tribe lost 2 rank 8 immortals. It could be said that this was a heavy loss. One had to know that the Black Wind Tribe had a total of 3 rank 8 immortals. One was missing and now 2 were dead. Only one was left. Bastard, you're courting death. The chief of the Black Wind Tribe was furious and decided to attack personally. As for the other rank 8 immortal, he was also prepared for battle. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly spoke. "Brat, I'm Xia Clan Xia Yunfei. Who are you?" Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, this young man actually came from the local tyrant of this area, the Xia clan. The Xia clan was very large. They controlled more than 10 large tribes, and the large tribes controlled hundreds of small and medium-sized tribes. Within the Xia clan, there were many heaven immortal experts, so they were the overlords of this area. But so what? Yixian have never been afraid of anyone. Yixian grinned. Yixian, right? It wasn't easy to cultivate to this level. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and I'll spare your life. Xia Yunfei said. Why aren't you the one submitting to me? Yixian asked. Xia Yunfei had seen quite a few arrogant and unruly people like Yixian, but their fates were all very tragic. Thus, Xia Yunfei didn't want to waste time and directly said, Elder He, kill him. Immediately after, a black-clothed old man from the Black Wind Tribe suddenly leaped into the sky. Upon seeing this person, Yixian was shocked. His eye of insight had failed to discover such an expert. What a powerful concealment technique. This black-robed old man is a celestial immortal. Yixian's eyes widened in disbelief. The failure of the Eye of Revelation should be due to the problem of his realm. After all, he had just broken through to the 7th grade immortal realm. Kid, I'm a celestial immortal. You won't be able to escape today. If you know what's good for you, then obediently follow young master. Young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. The black-clothed old man said. It's not impossible for me to submit. Yixian's eyes suddenly turned. He smiled and said, "As long as you can take my strongest attack. With your cultivation base of a tier 7 immortal?" The black-robed old man laughed. "Realm doesn't represent strength. Even a 9th tier immortal wouldn't be able to withstand my sword. Do you want to try?" Yixian pretended to be very confident as he spoke. "Good. I like confident people. Elder He, take his attack." Xia Yunfei replied. "If that's the case, then make your move. I won't dodge and will take your attack head-on," the black-robed old man said confidently. He was already a celestial immortal. His strength was more than 10 times that of a 9th tier immortal. Was he afraid of the attack of a 7th tier immortal like Yixian? Good. Then take this. Yixian's eyes flashed. He pretended to use all his strength and then slashed with his sword. This move was his strongest attack, the 1000 severing slash. Yixian currently had 9 points of luck. With the addition of the 9 points of luck, that was equivalent to 18 points of luck. In addition, the 1000 severing slash could double the trigger effect. With the addition of 1000 attacks, even if there was a difference of a few realms, it might not be impossible to insta-kill. The 1000 severing slash's main effect was to insta-kill. It didn't look strong, so in the eyes of the black-robed old man it was a joke. He stood there, circulating his immortal power to protect himself. He didn't plan to block at all. Soon, the 1000 severing slash was in front of him, and then collided with his immortal power. Bam! 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 Faint sounds rang out as the 1000 severing slash continued to bombard him. Finally, when there were more than 100 slashes, a one-hit kill was triggered. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. This scene happened so suddenly that the black-robed old man's immortal power defense was instantly destroyed. What? The black-robed old man was shocked, but he didn't have time to react. Bam! The remaining 800 slashes finally landed on the black-robed old man's body. The one-hit kill had evolved once before, increasing the probability. Now, with the equivalent of 36 points of luck, the probability of triggering it was very high. Ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. When the system notification sounded, the black-robed old man's immortal heart directly shattered. The power of the one-hit kill was that as long as one was injured, one would immediately die. It was the same even if one was only hit in the shoulder. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Yixian directly received a huge amount of killing intent. It was a pity that he had used up all the killing intent, otherwise, he would have condensed another killing intent. However, now that he had killed this celestial immortal, he naturally had to take his yin and yang ring. Before anyone could react, the old tree quickly rushed over, took the yin and yang ring and gave it to Yixian. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Currently an 8th grade immortal. Ding! Unicorn's cooldown has been restored. This celestial immortal was very rich. Although he couldn't help Yixian break through again, he helped the old tree and the others break through. Now, even if another celestial immortal came, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Yixian. Black Elder is dead? Xia Yunfei was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. A celestial immortal was actually killed by a 7th grade immortal, Yixian. What kind of immortal technique was that? No matter who you are, you will die today. Yixian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark his opponent, and then flashed over. Li Fire Sword Art. Although there was a difference of 2 realms, Yixian always had the ability to challenge those of higher realms. Although Xia Yunfei was from the Xia clan, he was also an immortal, and there was no need to fear him. In addition, Old Tree, who had broken through to the 8th grade immortal, the 2 sneak attack instantly killed Xia Yunfei. You dare to kill young Master Xia? The chief of the Black Wind tribe was shocked. So what? I still want to kill you. Yixian's eyes flashed again. Together with Old Tree, they gave the chief of the Black Wind tribe a heavy blow. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The chief of the Black Wind tribe had fallen. Chapter 1696. What a joke. Even a heaven immortal had died in the hands of Yixian. What was the use of an 8th rank immortal like him? Unfortunately, Yixian was not prepared to let anyone go. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. This person's immortal heart was directly destroyed by Old Tree's punch and died. In the entire Black Wind tribe, all the 8th rank immortals had died in battle. Not only that, but Xia Clan Xia Yunfei and that heaven immortal had also died. Yixian quickly tidied up the battlefield and then shouted, "Everyone, do not resist or die." Then, he used the planting space to take everyone in. A total of 3,000 people had all become his slaves. With just a thought, these 3,000 immortals would all die. It had to be said that Yixian's harvest this time was not bad. These 3,000 immortals' yin and yang rings all belonged to him. Of course, he was just borrowing them first and would return them when he became stronger. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space was 50 times faster. Cultivating inside for 50 years was only equivalent to 1 year outside. Thus, Yixian did not care whether these people agreed or not. He would just snatch them first. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are an 8th rank immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th rank immortal. After hearing these notifications, Yixian nodded in satisfaction. Without the restrictions, his cultivation increased very quickly. Even if that black-robed old man was still alive, Wei Zhentian and the others could probably fight him one-on-one. In the distance, Bai Yu and the others in the flying ship were so shocked that they could not speak. Yixian actually destroyed the entire Black Wind tribe with just a few people and even killed a heaven immortal. He was simply a god. Yixian, where are those people? Bai Yu asked in astonishment. I kept them in my space. Cultivating inside for 50 years is equivalent to 1 year outside. Yixian said. What? 50 times difference? Bai Yu and the others were astonished. That's right. Wayward and the others used to cultivate inside. Yixian nodded. With his strength, there was no need to hide it from these people because he wanted to take in the Baiwa tribe as well. He had his own space, so he wanted to create a world of his own. In the future, maybe it would be another world of immortals? However, it was better to return first. He immediately tore open the void and returned to the Baiwa tribe. After some discussion, the Baiwa tribe also moved into the planting space. Not only that, but Yixian also moved in the entire Immortal Beast gathering area. Headstrong was still a member of the Baiwa tribe, so Yixian did not touch the Baiwa tribe. Give them some more immortal beasts so that they can be self-sufficient. Yixian thought to himself. In the planting space there were actually 2 areas. One was where the flow rate was 50 times slower and was suitable for cultivation. In the other area the flow rate was 50 times faster, and it was used for planting. In any case, he was the master of the planting space. He could change it however he wanted. This matter was considered to be over. However, Yixian found something interesting in Xia Yunfei's yin and yang ring. It was a token with a single word engraved on it. Fate. The other side of the token had the word Xia engraved on it. Xia clan, but what is the fate behind it? Yixian narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of the immortal fate sect. Why would a normal person engrave the word fate on one side of the token? Could it be that the Xia clan was related to the immortal fate sect? Right, Luminous Immortal once told me that the Lu clan was the leader of the immortal fate sect, followed by the Xia clan. Thinking of this, Yixian's body trembled violently. Could this Xia clan be the Xia clan of the immortal fate sect? No matter what, I have to go take a look. Yixian thought to himself. At this moment he was a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have killed Xia Yunfei. That way he could have searched his soul. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Xia clan. The Xia clan was quite a distance away from the Black Wind tribe. Immortals would need a month's time to travel. However, Yixian had directly upgraded the explosive flame-flying ship to grade 8, so its speed was several times faster than his own. He estimated that he would only need 10 days to reach. Immediately, he rushed to the Xia clan. I hope that this Xia clan is the Xia clan of the immortal fate sect. That way, Luminous Immortal's final wish can be fulfilled. Yixian narrowed his eyes. The immortal world was vast and varied. There were many people with ages in the tens of thousands. Sometimes traveling would take 8 to 10 years. Yixian counted these 10 days. However, during these 10 days, Yixian naturally would not be idle. Although the immortal beasts he met along the way were all low-leveled, it was better than nothing. Moreover, 10 days were equivalent to 500 days in the planting space. With the help of heaven and earth treasures, Luoluo's cultivation speed was very fast. She directly broke through to become a grade 8 immortal. 10 days later, Yixian entered the territory of the Xia clan. The Xia clan only had one main city. However, this main city was the largest one Yixian had ever seen. Even if Yixian wanted to cross the main city, he would need a day's time. Soon Yixian entered the main city. Next, he casually asked around for the location of the Xia clan. On the way to the Xia clan, Yixian met a few Xia clan disciples. Using his realm, Yixian directly controlled them and then put them into the planting space. "Tell me the origin of your Xia clan," Yixian directly asked. The Xia clan was established after the disbandment of the Immortal Fate sect 100,000 years ago. A Xia clan disciple said. Hearing this, Yixian raised an eyebrow and interrupted. "It's really the Immortal Fate sect? Then what about the Lu clan of the Immortal Fate sect?" "The Lu clan is now the slaves of our Xia clan," the Xia clan disciple replied. "Slaves? What's going on?" Yixian asked in astonishment. He remembered that the Lu clan was previously the master of the Immortal Fate sect. The sect master and grand elders were all from the Lu clan. How could they have become the slaves of the Xia clan? 100,000 years ago, the experts of the Immortal Fate sect suffered heavy casualties due to a great battle. Therefore, our Xia clan trampled on the Lu clan and moved here. This time Yixian understood. "All right, bring me to the Lu clan," Yixian said with narrowed eyes. As for the specific reason, he didn't want to ask too much. In any case, he knew that the Lu clan wasn't doing well. Under the lead of the 3 Xia clan disciples, Yixian arrived at the Xia clan. It was originally a sect, but now it had become a clan. Although the number of people was much smaller, it was much stronger than before. Along the way, Yixian met many people. When they saw the clothes of the Xia clan disciples, they all respectfully greeted him. These people were all from the Lu clan. Chapter 1697. "Go, bring me the genealogy of the Lu clan," Yixian said to someone. "Yes." A Xia clan disciple nodded and left. After a while, he came back with a bamboo scroll. The bamboo scrolls of the immortal world required one to read them with one's immortal sense. Even if it was 1,000,000 words long, one could read it in a short time. Yixian scanned it with his immortal sense and found the name of Lu Ming Immortal. Lu Ming, Taoist name Lu Ming Immortal. Missing. Then, he looked at Lu Ming Immortal's relatives and found that his son was dead. He only had a granddaughter, Lu Fang, a 6th grade immortal. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Ming Immortal to only have one relative left. The genealogy recorded everyone's residence, so Yixian took this opportunity to find them. However, when he approached Lu Fang's residence, he heard a slap. "Little brat, it's your fortune that I fancy you. Your Lu clan is our slave. What right do you have to refuse?" Yixian heard and quickly flew over and landed in a small courtyard. In the courtyard stood a man and a woman. The woman's left cheek was red and there was a bright red palm print on it. As for the man, he was an 8th grade immortal. "Lu Fang?" Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked the woman. "Kid, who are you?" The man turned around and looked at Yixian. At the same time, he glanced at the 3 people behind Yixian and asked in surprise, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Yixian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this man to be from the Xia clan. Ding, control successful. Yixian controlled her without hesitation and asked again, "You're Lu Fang, right?" The woman nodded slightly. "I'm a friend of your grandfather Lu Ming." Yixian walked forward and said directly, "Grandfather?" Lu Fang was a little surprised because her grandfather had already left before she was born. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Anyway, that's how it is. Originally, I wanted to send his corpse back to the Immortal Destiny sect. I didn't expect that the Immortal Destiny sect had already disbanded. Yixian sighed. Corpse. Lu Fang's eyes widened. Grandpa died. That's right, he's dead. Yixian nodded, then took out a memory crystal. It recorded the scene before Luminous Immortal's death, as well as his last words. Now Lu Fang was sure. Although your grandfather is a very ordinary member of the Liu family, I am indebted to him. Now that the Liu family has been taken over by the Xiao family, I have to help, Yi Xian said to Lu Fang. Busy? Lu Fang was shocked. She did not understand what Yi Xian meant. The Liu family doesn't even have a single heavenly immortal now. They are suppressed to the point where they can't even lift their heads. You can gather them all together. I will send them to a better place. From now on, I will take care of their cultivation resources. Yi Xian continued. This sentence shocked Lu Fang. There were still 4 Xia family members around. How could Yi Xian dare to say such a thing? Don't worry. These 4 are already under my control. As Yi Xian spoke, he took off the Qiankuan ring of the man who slapped Lu Fang, then gave him a hard slap. Pa! The 8th grade immortal was sent flying. He did not dare to complain. They are both 8th grade immortals, but you can control them in an instant. Senior, your strength. Lu Fang was shocked. Even a heavenly immortal died in my hands. This is nothing. Yi Xian smiled pretentiously. However, your Liu family has more than 10,000 people. I'm afraid it won't be easy to gather them. Moreover, the Xia family will definitely find out. I'm afraid this matter needs to be considered at length. First, pretend that you haven't seen me. Lu Fang was only a 6th grade immortal. She did not know what to do, so she could only nod. You stay here and protect her. Do you understand? Yi Xian said to the 8th grade immortal. Yes, master. Yi Xian then left. Yi Xian could instantly control an opponent of the same level. Even if he was 1 level higher, it would not be too difficult. Hence, his plan was to increase his strength first, then control all the Xia family members who were below the heavenly immortal level. There are 3 heavenly immortals in the Xia family. I can't deal with them now. I need to increase my strength. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately put the 3 people behind him into the planting space. Then, he disguised himself as a single person and began to act. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. There were tens of thousands of Xia family members. There were close to 500 8th grade immortals and 9th grade immortals. These people were all Yi Xian's prey. Just in case, Yi Xian first controlled the 8th grade immortals that he had confidence in. Every time he controlled a person, he would sweep them clean and throw them into the planting space. This way the quota would be empty again. One by one the people were controlled. Yi Xian effortlessly controlled over 100 people. All the treasures and immortal stones that these people had fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! Host has a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th grade immortal. Ding! Ember of Lightning Fire has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has a breakthrough. Host is now a 1st grade heavenly immortal. During this time, Yi Xian and the others' realms also increased. The 3 from the old tree directly broke through the shackles of the immortal level and became heavenly immortals. Their strength had an earth-shaking change. Because they all broke through in the planting space, the people of the Xia clan did not notice. Young master, with my current strength, I can fight against the strongest person of the Xia clan. Let's start the fight. The old tree could not help but send a message to Yi Xian. There's no rush. Let's control the remaining few 9th grade immortals first, Yi Xian replied. Even though they already had the strength to challenge the entire Xia clan, it was still better to increase their strength for safety. If they were to fight now, it would be a tough battle. But if they continued to increase their strength, it would be much easier to deal with them. The 9th grade immortals were all controlled by Yi Xian. Almost all of them were in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the heavenly immortal level. Soon, all 43 9th grade immortals in the Xia clan became Yi Xian's slaves. Very good, it's about time. It's time to get rid of this ingrate from the Xia clan, Yi Xian thought to himself. From what he learned from the others, there were about 10 1st grade heavenly immortals, 3 2nd grade heavenly immortals, and 1 3rd grade heavenly immortal in the Xia clan. Of course, this was not all of the Xia clan's fighting strength. It was just the fighting strength of the Xia clan. Many of them had been assigned to other places. In other words, there were a total of 14 heavenly immortals in the Xia clan, and one of them was a 3rd grade heavenly immortal. All right, one by one. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He spread out his immortal sense and found a first-grade heavenly immortal nearby. Chapter 1698. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for being born in the wrong place. Yi Xian snorted inwardly, then began his attack. Yi Xian and Old Tree joined forces and instantly killed a first-tier heavenly immortal. Previously he had to use the Thousand Severing Slash to kill him, but now he could easily kill him. The Xia clan was slowly being eaten away by the maggot Yi Xian, but no one noticed. However, as the number of heavenly immortals decreased, it was hard for them not to notice. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Xia clan, why did 6 first-tier heavenly immortals suddenly disappear? An old man opened his eyes. In the next moment his expression changed. Could it be that a super assassin had infiltrated the clan and assassinated 6 people without him noticing? Immediately he rushed out. Compared to the Immortal Destiny sect, it was not easy for the Xia clan to nurture heavenly immortals. Every heavenly immortal was a treasure to the Xia clan, and they could not afford to lose a single one. As a third-tier immortal, Yi Xian with his powerful senses immediately sensed him. Just a third-tier immortal. Let me. Old Tree snorted. Yi Xian did not waste any time and summoned him. Whoosh! 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 9 Dragons Thunderflash was extremely fast, and in an instant he met the third-tier immortal. Who are you? The third-tier immortal shouted angrily. Old Tree did not waste any time and shouted, the one who will kill you. Today was the day the Xia clan would be destroyed, so there was no need for nonsense. A great battle broke out in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. We must deal with this third-tier immortal first. Otherwise, things will be troublesome if we are surrounded. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. Unicorn Descend, after evolving 3 times, could summon an entire unicorn. Furthermore, each summon could be different. Last time at the Immortal Beast Gathering Ground, Yi Xian had summoned a flame unicorn. This time, however, he summoned an ice unicorn. Kacha! 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 As soon as the ice unicorn appeared, the surrounding immortal chi seemed to solidify, and an ice-cold aura spread out. Old Tree might be a first-tier immortal, but it was not a problem for him to hold the third-tier immortal. As for the others, Yi Xian. In an instant, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also appeared. The latter transformed into tens of thousands of blood swords and swept toward those Tier 2 heavenly immortals. There were 3 Tier 2 heavenly immortals in the Xia clan. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who was using the Storm of Swords, had no problem blocking them. Furthermore, he had the help of several dozen Grade 9 immortals of the Xia clan. As for the remaining 4 Tier 1 heavenly immortals, they were left to Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Who are you people? The old ancestor of the Xia. Because they didn't want to kill. Very quickly, the 4 Tier 1 immortals were easily killed by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Now it's your turn. Yi Xian turned his head to look and instantly disappeared. Eye of Assassination. He had marked the old ancestor and the other 2 immortals. Now he appeared behind a second-tier immortal. Li Fire Sword Technique. This second-tier immortal happened to be in the middle of the sword storm. He couldn't react in time and had his immortal heart pierced through. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian directly condensed 1 slaughter seal. Immediately after, Yi Xian continuously used slaughter seals. For slaughter seals, quadruple slaughter mode kill. Yi Xian used up 4 slaughter seals, increasing his strength by 4 times. Then, he used the Eye of Assassination and killed the other 2 second-tier immortals within 2 seconds. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a first-tier immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a second-tier immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a second-tier immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is now a second-tier immortal. System notifications sounded out one after another. The strength of Yi Xian and the others directly increased by several times. Now it's time for you to die. After today there will be no more Xia clan. I will rebuild the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. This time the old ancestor finally understood that Yi Xian was here for revenge. But it was too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had already flashed behind the Xia clan's ancestor. Stop! A shout came from the sky, but Yi Xian had already made his move. Li Fire Sword Technique. The Li Fire Sword condensed from immortal energy pierced through the old ancestor's heart, shattering his immortal heart and killing him instantly. Yi Xian quickly kept the old ancestor's universe ring and corpse. Turning his head, he saw a figure coming from the sky. Who is it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and used his eye of revelation to scan the figure. He found that he couldn't see the realm of this person. A stage 4 heavenly immortal? No, when he was a stage 9 heavenly immortal, he could see the old ancestor clearly. Now that he was a stage 1 heavenly immortal, the other party was at least a stage 5 heavenly immortal or even higher. However, judging from the other party's aura, Yi Xian determined that he was a stage 5 heavenly immortal. Where did this person come from? You deserve to die. The young man looked at the corpses and said through gritted teeth. Although Yi Xian didn't know the identity of this young man, he knew that he must be related to the Xia clan. It seemed that things were going to be difficult this time. Old Tree and the others felt the killing intent of this young man. Without saying a word, they charged forward. A stage 5 heavenly immortal was a challenge that required one to surpass 3 realms. If he was a loose immortal, it wouldn't be a problem, but now that he was a heavenly immortal, it wasn't so easy. A bunch of ants, die for me. The killing intent that the young man had been suppressing finally exploded. Kill! Yi Xian attacked without saying a word. A stage 5 heavenly immortal was the strongest person he had ever met, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With so many people around, how could he be afraid of this young man? However, he had underestimated this young man's strength. Die for me, all of you. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly summoned a flying sword and attacked Old Tree. The flying sword was so fast that it instantly pierced through Old Tree's newly formed immortal heart. Even Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian were pierced through in a short time. As for Ice Unicorn, it was the same. So strong as expected of a stage 5 heavenly immortal, and his background is probably not to be underestimated. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, he had already collected all the spoils of war. As for the Xia clan, he would deal with it later. Let's go. Immediately, he broke through the void and went in. The young man was shocked and hurriedly controlled the flying sword. Whoosh! The flying sword suddenly accelerated and entered the void gate. So fast. Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the flying sword had already pierced his chest. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his immortal heart would have been pierced. Immediately, he grabbed the flying sword and used a skill. Force Devour. Chapter 1699. This flying sword was of a very high grade. After Yi Xian swallowed it, the cultivation of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian increased by a large margin. On the other side, in the sky above the Xia clan, you actually have such means. However, you destroyed my clan. Do you think you can escape from me? The young man narrowed his eyes and found that he could no longer control his flying sword. He was too far away. At that moment, he summoned another flying sword and chased after them based on his senses. At this time, Yi Xian was still breathing a sigh of relief, unaware that he had been marked by the young man's tracking mark. That young man is related to the Xia clan, but even the ancestor of the Xia clan was only a 3rd-grade immortal. He's actually a 5th-grade immortal. Yi Xian thought to himself. He didn't know how the young man was related to the Xia clan. Originally, he wanted to take the Xia clan into the planting space and then rob them. However, he was disturbed by the mysterious young man, so he had no other choice. However, he had already marked the young man with the Death Hunt command. If the young man left the Xia clan, he would go back and take the Xia clan. However, when he observed the young man's movements, he found that the young man was actually flying towards him. His speed was so fast that it shocked him. He'll be able to catch up in about 10 seconds. Yi Xian calculated. Just now, he had broken through the void in a moment of desperation, so he didn't run far. However, the young man was actually able to find him. It was obvious that he had left a mark on him. I can't beat him now. Retreat. Yi Xian made a prompt decision and broke through the void again. However, at this time he suddenly felt something. This feeling wasn't from the target of the Death Hunt command, but from his bloodline. Someone had the same bloodline as him. The same bloodline didn't mean that they had the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the immortal Slayer bloodline, or the immortal Phoenix bloodline, but the same bloodline as Yi Xian. How could there be someone from the Yi clan in the immortal world? The Yi clan only had one person who had ascended to the immortal world. No, there was another one. The little demon king? Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the immortal realm other than him, the Yi clan's bloodline, there was only Yi Yuchuan, who had ascended previously. Very quickly Yi Xian saw the little demon king. He still had the appearance of a 6-year-old child, but there were 2 black horns on his head. Yo kid, long time no see. The little demon king of chaos came over with a harmless look on his face. Why are you here? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. At the same time he also felt the realm of the little demon king. Damn. His aura is even stronger than that of the mysterious young man. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits because he had ascended with the little demon king. Although there was a time difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm, it was probably only a few decades. In just a few decades, the little demon king of chaos had cultivated from the longevity realm to the heaven immortal realm. Impressive indeed. I just finished refining my demon body and happened to sense your bloodline, so I came over to take a look. Little demon king of chaos said. At that moment, he had already sensed the mysterious young man's aura, but the latter did not. He's coming for you? Little demon king of chaos asked. Yes, a tier 5 heaven immortal. Yi Xian nodded. You, a tier 1 heaven immortal, are being chased by a tier 5 heaven immortal. That's strange, little demon king of chaos said, then turned to look in the direction of the mysterious young man. Soon he saw a figure. The mysterious young man's eyes widened. With his immortal sense he could only see Yi Xian, but not the little boy. How was that possible? This could only mean that the other party's realm was higher than his, so his immortal sense was concealed. Let's go. The mysterious young man was very careful. He quickly stabilized his body, then retreated. The little demon king of chaos's realm was higher than his. If he was only a tier 6 heaven immortal, he would not be afraid, but what if he was a tier 7 heaven immortal, tier 8 heaven immortal, or even a tier 9 heaven immortal? Haha, you want to leave? Not so easy. The little demon king of chaos laughed, then turned into a black stream of light and arrived in front of the mysterious young man in an instant. Then it was just a punch. Bang! The mysterious young man's chest exploded, and his immortal heart was directly destroyed. He died tragically on the spot. What terrifying strength! Yi Xian could not help but gulp. Fortunately, the little demon king of chaos was helping him. Otherwise, he would have died even more miserably than the mysterious young man. Take it. I don't want it now. The little demon king of chaos took off the mysterious young man's interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian caught it, he quickly checked it and sucked in a breath of air. The things inside could help him break through at least once or even twice. What was the background of this mysterious young man? A disciple token of the ethereal spirit grotto heaven? At this moment Yi Xian suddenly took out a token. Ethereal spirit grotto heaven? The little demon king of chaos blinked and said, "This faction is not bad. It is said that there was once a golden immortal." Golden immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The little demon king of chaos had been in the immortal world for much longer than him, so it was understandable that he would know this news. Immortal, heaven immortal, spirit immortal, jade immortal, and golden immortal. In other words, this ethereal spirit grotto heaven had a 5th stage immortal. At this moment Yi Xian took out another letter. It was a letter from the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. I see. The 5th stage heaven immortal who chased after me was from the Xia family. His name is Xia Yuanxing. He is a disciple of the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. He came back with a letter from the ethereal spirit grotto heaven, wanting to bring his cousin into the ethereal spirit grotto heaven. Yi Xian immediately understood. Do you believe it? Then you can impersonate him. After all, you are only a heaven immortal. The little demon king of chaos said. This suggestion was not bad. The ethereal spirit grotto heaven was many times stronger than the Xia family. If he could sneak in, he would definitely be able to level up continuously. However, this matter could be dealt with later. Your demonic body is done, right? Then my nephew's body. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "It is done, but I found out that your nephew's body is actually the original demon body, which I have never seen before. No wonder I was reborn in his body," the little demon king of chaos said. "Then you." Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. "I will not return the body for now. I will cultivate it to the peak. When the time comes, my strength will increase by at least 10 times. The little demon king of chaos said. This? Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He was Yi Yuquan's uncle. Now that the little demon king of chaos had taken over Yi Yuquan's body, and was even stronger than him, what should he do? It seemed that he could only remain calm. "Then you can't die," Yi Xian reminded. Chapter 1700. A short period of time? Even for me, it's not a short period of time. Yi Xian sighed. I have a space where the flow of time is 50 times slower than the outside world. Cultivating there for 50 days is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. What? There's such a mystical place? Bring me in. Little demon's eyes lit up. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Then he used the planting space to store the little demon king. The little demon king had appeared in the planting space. Yi Xian's projection appeared in front of him. From now on, the flow of time will change again. Perhaps it will be 100 times or even 200 times. Not bad, not bad. The origin demon body has the greatest potential at a young age. This body is not even 100 years old yet. This place suits me perfectly. Little demon was very satisfied with the plantation space. That's good. You can cultivate in there. Yi Xian nodded. Wait, what if you die? Little demon king of chaos asked. Don't worry. I have a clone in the mortal world. I won't die, Yi Xian replied. In order to make little demon king believe him, he used his second clone to summon little demon king. Very good. You are already an invincible existence in the mortal world. The little demon king of chaos was relieved and began to cultivate. Yi Xian had 2 clones in the immortal world, and 1 in the mortal world. However, he felt that the flow of time in the immortal world was the same as in the mortal world. The difference in the time between the immortal world and the immortal world was too big. Therefore, he guessed that this was a problem during the immortal world. Although it was only a short while, something must have happened. However, this was not something he could answer. Since the mysterious youth was dead, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and returned to take control of the Xia clan. At this time, there was not a single celestial immortal left in the Xia clan. In addition to the people under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian easily took control of the Xia clan and moved them all into the plantation space. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 2nd stage celestial immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage celestial immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 3 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a Tier 3 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a Tier 4 heavenly immortal. The gap between realms was finally pulled apart. Now that the old tree trio had pulled Yi Xian down by 2 realms, Yi Xian was probably even weaker than the old tree. However, this was not the end. That mysterious youth had left him many good things, including the materials to refine the Xianji Immortal Heart and Purple Extreme Demon Heart. Yi Xian immediately began to refine. Ding! The Xianji Immortal Heart has been successfully refined. Do you wish to fuse it now? Yes. Ding! Host has fused with the Dazzling Speed Immortal Heart. Ding! Host possesses the Heavenly Flame of Dazzle. Ding! The system will randomly select a bloodline to advance between the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After obtaining the Heavenly Flame of Dazzle, he could still advance the Fire Attribute bloodline. It was really good. At this time, what he wanted the most was to advance the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. This was because the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline alone required 4 devouring points. In total, it was 7 devouring points. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Ding! The Immortal Phoenix bloodline has advanced. What a scam! The immortal phoenix bloodline only had 2 paths to advance, which meant that it only required 2 devouring points. Moreover, the immortal doppelganger needed to advance to the 3rd level before it could produce another doppelganger. Now, it was only the 2nd level, so it was not enough. However, this was not bad. Now that the dual fusion had increased his strength by 80%, it had increased by 10%. In addition, his fire resistance, fire skill power, recovery speed, and poison resistance had also increased. Immediately, Yixian waved his hand, and a small flame appeared in his palm. This small flame was made up of 7 colors. It was the 7 colors heavenly flame of dazzle. Although it looked like this small flame contained a great amount of power. At this time, Yixian was only a Tier 2 celestial immortal. He estimated that this small flame could turn a Tier 3 celestial immortal into ashes. If it was integrated into his attack, it would be even more powerful. I wonder what level of expert this little demon king is. He won't tell me even when I ask. Yixian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. After refining the heavenly flame of dazzle, the next step was to help the old tree and Luo Luo. The old tree was lucky. It was a magic treasure, so Yixian could help it refine the purple demon heart. Ding! The purple demon heart has been successfully refined. After refining the purple demon heart, Yixian let the old tree fuse it. Ding! The ember of thunderfire has been successfully fused with the purple demon heart. You have mastered the purple demon flame. A system notification sounded, followed by 3 more. Ding! The 9 Dragons Thunder Chain has been upgraded. Ding! The 9 Dragons Thunder Flash has been upgraded. Ding! The 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Attack has been upgraded. The old tree had fused with the purple demon heart, so all 3 skills had been upgraded. It was not bad. Next was Luo Luo. However, Luo Luo was not a magic treasure. She had to refine the purple demon heart herself. Hey, wait! At this time, the little demon king in the planting space suddenly shouted. What? Yixian asked in surprise. Is this little girl the legendary celestial loathing fox? Asked the little demon king. You know. Yixian was shocked. Nonsense. One of the top races of the Yao clan. They are comparable to the 5-clawed golden dragon. How could I not know? The little demon king's heart trembled. If that's the case, then she is not suitable for the purple demon heart. Then what is suitable for her? Asked Yixian. The little demon king thought for a moment and said, the Yao clan usually refine demon hearts, but there are some rarer demon hearts. If this girl has the bloodline of the celestial loathing fox, she may be able to refine the celestial demon heart herself. The celestial demon heart herself? Yixian raised his eyebrows. In other words, she is only suitable for ordinary celestial demon hearts. I don't know how to refine the celestial demon heart. If I encounter one in the future, I will help you ask, said the little demon king. How long will that take? Yixian was a little helpless. If the celestial loathing fox has the celestial demon heart, her bloodline will be activated to a higher level. She may also be able to comprehend the meditative state, which can increase the speed of absorbing immortal chi by several times, said the little demon king. A higher level of bloodline? Meditative state? After Yixian heard this, he felt that this was very unusual. So, I suggest that she wait first. You have to know that there are only a handful of people in the entire dragon field who can refine demon hearts, said the little demon king. Chapter 1701. There are 3 major powers in the immortal realm: Dragonfield, Greenwood City, and Martial Border. Their leaders are the immortal Dragon Emperor, Emperor Qing, and Empress Wu respectively. We should be in Emperor Qing's territory now, Little Demon explained. Yixian nodded slightly, but it was too far away for him to know. He still had to ask for Luoluo's opinion on refining the heavenly demon's heart. Luoluo thought for a moment, then said, Young master, I'll wait. The heavenly demon's heart was a legend to immortal demons. Among countless immortal demons, only a few could refine it. If Luoluo could refine it, her strength would be explosive in the future. All right, then we'll leave it for now. Yixian nodded, then swallowed all the materials needed to refine the purple demon's heart. Now that the Xia clan was destroyed, Yixian began to establish the Immortal Destiny sect. As for the master of the sect, it was naturally the Lu clan. Luminous Immortal's corpse was also returned to the Lu clan. Yixian had fulfilled his last wish. Now that the matter was settled, the next step was to replan. I'm now a second-tier heavenly immortal, and I've received a letter from the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon's impersonation is a good suggestion. Yixian thought to himself. He found a map that led to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. There was a teleportation formation nearby that could transport him all the way to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Moreover, he had a disciple token of the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, so there would be no obstacles on the way. All right, let's go to the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He immediately changed his appearance to that of the fifth-tier heavenly immortal Xia Yuanxing, and used the teleportation formation continuously. After a few twists and turns, he finally arrived at the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. However, this Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was not the real one, but a branch. The Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was an island, but it was huge. Although it was just a small grotto heaven, it was enough for Yixian to look up to. After all, there were Jade Immortal level experts in this small grotto heaven. Yixian arrived at the Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, and sensed countless auras that were stronger than his own. In this place he, a second-tier heaven immortal, was the weakest existence. Hey, what do you do? A voice drifted over. Yixian turned his head to take a look and saw a disciple wearing the clothes of the Spirit Void Cave walking over. I came with a letter, Yixian said and took out the letter. At this moment, he had already changed his appearance from that of the Xia clan's genius, Xia Yuanxing, to his younger cousin Xia Yuanlong. Oh, then go in. The disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven did not stop Yixian and allowed him to enter. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief because he felt that this disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven was most likely a high-level sky immortal. How terrifying. Along the way he did encounter quite a few people. They all came in with letters. However, these people's cultivation levels were all higher than his. Soon, he arrived in front of a large hall and handed the letter to a deacon. Oh? Xia Yuanxing's younger cousin? The deacon was slightly surprised. He sized up Yixian and said, Xia Yuanxing is Yuan Yi's man. He's the most tactful one and Yuan Yi likes him. Now that you've come in, you should also go to East Island where Yuan Yi is. Yuan Yi East Island? Yixian narrowed his eyes and did not understand the situation. Before he could speak, the deacon took out a token with 2 words written on it. East Island. Yixian had seen this token in Xia Yuanxing's interspatial ring. This small cave heaven was divided into the middle island, the east, south, west and north islands. The disciples lived in the 4 islands, so Yixian was assigned to East Island. Then, Yixian was led to a residence in East Island by a disciple. Senior brother Yuan Yi, are you in? The disciple of the Void Spirit Cave Heaven shouted. Senior brother Yuan Yi has gone out. What's wrong? Suddenly, a young man came out and said, Hello, senior brother. He's Xia Yuanlong, Xia Yuanxing's younger cousin, the disciple explained. Oh, Xia Yuanxing's younger cousin. I see. The young man nodded. Then the disciple who sent Yixian here left. However, Yixian found that the disciple uniform the deacon gave him was not the same as the one the young man in front of him wore. Why didn't your cousin come back? The young man asked. Oh, he's dealing with some family matters, Yixian replied. Then go clean up that residence. Remember to be careful because that's senior brother Bei Yang's residence. If you mess it up, then not to mention your cousin brother, even I won't be able to protect you. The young man grunted coldly. Clean. Yixian raised his eyebrows and suddenly had a bad feeling. Nonsense, you're a handyman disciple like Xia Yuanxing. Do you think you're an official disciple? The young man snorted. A handyman disciple. I didn't expect Xia Yuanxing to be a handyman disciple. What a surprise, Yixian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. If he had known, he would not have come to the illusory spirit grotto heaven. However, since he was already here, he had to find an opportunity to leave. The disciple in front of him was at least a high-level heaven immortal. He was not someone he could afford to offend, so he could only go there quietly. Once he had the chance, he would leave the small grotto heaven. After all, he thought he was an official disciple. Yixian entered senior brother Beiyang's house and checked it out. The official disciple's house was set up with formations. Ordinary people would not be able to break it even if they found it. Although he did not know who senior brother Beiyang was, he was definitely not an ordinary person. That was why he sent Yixian, a second-stage heaven immortal, to clean it up to prevent any trouble. Yixian entered senior brother Beiyang's house and scanned it with his eye of revelation. There are so many hidden things. They're all set up with concealment and defensive formations. Yixian narrowed his eyes. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find these concealment formations because they were hidden in some of the furniture's mechanisms. However, Yixian had the eye of revelation. These hidden things could not be hidden from him. However, the defensive formations were a problem. My devouring system has been upgraded to the immortal level. There are many tools to break formations in it. Yixian thought to himself. He already had the intention to leave the illusory spirit grotto heaven. How could he not take the windfall in front of him? He would leave after taking it. A sharp needle, a sharp weapon to break formations. Yixian exchanged for a sharp needle from the immortal level devouring system. Then, he went to the side of the mouth and knocked twice before opening a mechanism. There was an interspatial ring in the secret compartment. However, there was a small defensive formation. Chapter 1702. Poof! The broken needle instantly broke the defensive formation. Then Yixian took the interspatial ring. So many things. After Yixian investigated the contents of the ring, his eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 3 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Moreover, it was not over yet. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal. This interspatial ring alone had allowed Yixian and the others to make 2 breakthroughs. From this, one could see how many treasures there were in it. Haha, I made the right choice this time. Yixian laughed. Then, he took the broken needle and broke the other formations. In this room, there were a total of 3 hidden interspatial rings. Yixian had already broken 1 formation, so there were only 2 left. After Yixian found the other 2 interspatial rings, he heard the system's notification again. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. Not only that, but the old tree and the other 2 had also pulled away from Yixian. All of them had broken through to Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. This time the harvest was really big. Now he had already ransacked senior brother Beiyang's mansion. Tisk tsk tisk. Yixian grinned. Suddenly, he did not want to leave because he was not in a hurry. Although the 3 interspatial rings were not all of senior brother Beiyang's belongings, and he might have hidden them in other places, it was already very good. If there were other senior brothers' mansions, it would be great. Come. Super vacuum cleaner. Clean everything. Yixian exchanged something from the immortal level devouring system to express his gratitude. Then, he concealed his strength and walked out to find the young man from before. Senior brother, I'm done cleaning, Yixian said. Oh. The young man was a bit surprised and then he personally went to check. It was indeed very clean without a speck of dust. Senior brother Beiyang hasn't been back for a few years. He will probably be back soon. Normal people wouldn't dare to come in to clean, so there is a lot of dust. You did well to clean up to this extent. The young man was very satisfied. Then he took out a pill from his interspatial ring and threw it to Yixian. This is your reward. Next, go and clean up the mansion behind you, the young man said. Yes, senior brother. Yixian was overjoyed and went back to work. So what if he was a servant disciple? This was an opportunity for him. Awesome. This second room was slightly cleaner than senior brother Beiyang's residence. Yixian first used a super vacuum cleaner to clean it up before he started to break the array. There was only one hidden spot in this room, and it was behind a wall. Yixian used the Eye of Revelation to find the mechanism, then used the needle to break the array to get the interspatial ring. The owner of this mansion did not have a high cultivation base and was not very rich, so Yixian could not break through. To avoid suspicion, Yixian deliberately stayed in the room for a while before going out. However, when he found the young man, he found that there was someone else with him. What? You said that senior brother Beiyang died during the trial? The young man could not help but exclaim. When Yixian heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Senior brother Beiyang died? In other words, the things he took were ownerless to begin with. Soon, the two disciples who delivered the message left. Senior brother, the mansion is all ready. After the two disciples left, Yixian said to the young man. But before he could finish, the young man waved his hand and interrupted him. Wait here. I'll be right back. Yixian looked at the young man's back as he left. Yixian guessed that he was going to senior brother Beiyang's mansion. The young man was a Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. After Yixian broke through to Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal, he could see through him. With his cultivation base, he might not be able to break those arrays. Moreover, Yixian had already broken the 3 arrays without leaving a trace. Even if the young man knew the mechanism, he would only see the empty secret compartment. Soon, the young man returned with a gloomy expression. He quickly walked to Yixian. Senior brother, what's wrong? Yixian asked blankly. The young man sensed that Yixian was only a Tier 2 Heavenly Immortal. It was uncertain whether he could discover the concealment array, let alone break it. Moreover, there were no traces in the secret compartment. This meant that his ability to break the array was extremely high, or that there was no array at all. The young man tested Yixian, but there was nothing wrong with his answer. Could it be that senior brother Beiyang didn't leave anything in the room? The young man thought to himself. He couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't have a good relationship with senior brother Beiyang. Thus, the matter was settled. You did well today. The 2 rooms are very clean. You're much better than that glib bastard cousin of yours. The young man nodded in satisfaction. Follow me from now on. My name is Huang Su. After 100 years, I guarantee that you'll become an official disciple. Thank you, senior brother. Yixian hurriedly thanked him. However, he secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. A mere Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal dared to be his big brother? Where did he get his courage from? Moreover, it would take 100 years to become an official disciple. That was impossible. Yixian was only 30 years old now. If he really counted, he would only have cultivated for 15 years. What kind of joke was this to ask him to follow a person for 100 years? However, although this job was hard work for others, it was a blessing for Yixian. There were tens of thousands of mansions on East Island. Although there were many servant disciples, they couldn't be bothered to clean them. If they accidentally did something wrong, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they usually helped their senior brothers run errands, deliver messages, and so on. After that, these tasks were all handed over to Yixian, who earned them all. In 3 days, Yixian cleaned hundreds of mansions. Although many of them were empty, his harvest was not bad. After 3 days, Yixian broke through from Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal to Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. The old tree and the other 2 also broke through from Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal to Tier 8 Heavenly Immortal. Now, with the strength of Yixian's bloodline, even a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal wouldn't be able to tell if he hid his strength, unless it was a Spirit Immortal expert. In these 3 days, Yixian also understood the illusion of this small grotto heaven. East Island was the weakest of the 4 islands. The strongest was a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. There were Spirit Immortal experts in the North, South, and West Islands. This was good news for Yixian. However, on Yixian's 3rd day, a group of disciples who had gone out to train suddenly returned. Chapter 1703. Yixian, senior brother Huang Su is calling for you. Someone shouted from outside Yixian's residence. Someone's alive again? Yixian narrowed his eyes and rushed out of the door. However, when he saw Huang Su, he realized that things were not as he thought. At this time, there were already several official disciples standing beside Huang Su. Their expressions were ugly, and their gazes were all on Yixian. You're Yixian? A yellow-faced young man said. Senior brother, you are? Yixian turned to look at Huang Su. You don't have to worry about that. I just want to ask you, when you cleaned their mansions earlier, did you not leave any traces behind? Huang Su asked directly. Left no traces behind? Hearing this, Yixian immediately understood. These people were probably the owners of some mansions that he had visited before, and now they were here to investigate. Senior brother, I was only in charge of cleaning. I didn't touch anything, Yixian hurriedly said, pretending to be confused. Although he was not afraid of these people, there were many spirit immortals and even jade immortals in the void spirit cave. Are you sure? The yellow-faced young man widened his eyes. Suddenly, an aura spread out and pressed down on Yixian. I'm sure. Yixian nodded. Is there a mistake? Your formation was set up by me. This kid is only a second-tier heaven immortal. He might not even be able to find the mechanism. His immortal sense would also be hidden from the concealment formation, let alone break the formation and take the interspatial ring. A long-haired disciple defended Yixian. Could not be helped. Yixian's realm was too low. As a second-tier heaven immortal, he could barely be a servant disciple. One had to know that this disciple who spoke up for Yixian was already a tier 9 heavenly immortal. Even a tier 7 heavenly immortal might not be able to detect the formation he set up. So how could Yixian possibly do that? Then what do you think is going on? We've only been gone for 2 years and we've been robbed? The yellow-faced young man said. But that doesn't mean that it was robbed by a rank 2 heavenly immortal, right? Said the long-haired disciple. Indeed, a rank 2 heavenly immortal was simply too low. This was the crux of the matter. Could it be that a spirit immortal expert has snuck into East Island? Huang Su suddenly said. The other 3 islands don't even bother to come to East Island. But if a disciple in the spirit immortal realm sneaks in, we really won't find out. Since that's the case, let's report it to the higher-ups. In the end, everyone decided to report this matter. Although they didn't lose many things, they couldn't just let this matter go. They had to find the thief. At this moment, Yixian was secretly laughing in his heart, because everything was done by him. However, because he had concealed his true cultivation level, it was impossible to trace it back to him at all. However, the things in the house were actually not much compared to what the disciples had on them. Old Tree, get ready to move. Yixian narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Old Tree. No problem. Old Tree in the planting space responded. They had previously discussed that if this matter was exposed, Old Tree, a member of the demon clan who had refined the demon heart, would be the scapegoat. There wasn't even a single spirit immortal in East Island, and Old Tree was already an 8th grade heaven immortal. He was already invincible in East Island. If he were to make a move, no one could stop him. As long as he could rob everyone at lightning speed, he would make a profit. At the thought of this, Yixian directly released Old Tree and the other 2. The appearance of the 2 8th grade heaven immortal experts, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor, was immediately noticed by everyone. Ha ha, prepare to die. Old Tree laughed loudly. In a flash, he appeared in front of the yellow-faced young man and punched him hard. Bam! The yellow-faced young man was a 9th grade heaven immortal. His chest was punched through, and even his immortal heart was in his opponent's hand. Tisk tsk tsk. Don't move or I'll crush your immortal heart. Old Tree reminded him with a grin. Before anyone could react, Old Tree had already taken off the yellow-faced young man's interspatial ring. At the same time, he threw out the 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Everyone was instantly trapped. Then it was time for a big fight. Among these people, except for the yellow-faced young man and the long-haired disciple, who were 9th grade heaven immortals, the others were 8th grade and 7th grade heaven immortals. They were no match for Old Tree and the other 2. In an instant they were robbed. Then Old Tree and the other 2 disappeared in an instant. They were taken in by Yixian. In the planting space, Old Tree and the other 2 handed over the interspatial ring to Yixian. Then they reappeared in the distance. What kind of strength is this? The yellow-faced young man and the others were shocked. While they were still in shock, Old Tree and the other 2 had already started to wreak havoc. It's them. It's them. They must have robbed us. Come out quickly. Someone has snuck into East Island to steal. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire East Island livened up. It was a disgrace that a demon clan member who cultivated the demon heart had sneaked into the hollow spirit cave. Immediately, many people began to gather around. As for Yixian, he was watching from below. This is a big deal. Middle Island will definitely sense it. Then, spirit immortals will definitely come to help. I can't stay here any longer. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, calculating in his heart. In the past 3 days, he had actually gathered information about many mansions, all of which were uninhabited. He could take this opportunity to rob them. But before that, he had to improve his strength first. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a 6th grade heaven immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. He is now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Those interspatial rings were enough for Yi Xian to break through. Because there were people around just now, Yi Xian did not break through immediately. Now Old Tree was the real invincible heaven immortal. Even if a spirit immortal came, a low-level spirit immortal might not be able to stop him. Yi Xian, don't be a coward. Even if a spirit immortal comes, let me do it. I want to snatch something. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the plant space. It was the little demon king. Okay. Yi Xian immediately agreed. With the little demon king taking action, this was the best. In the sky above East Island, there was already a big fight. However, Old Tree and the other 2 people who had broken through to 9th grade heaven immortal were extraordinarily strong. Especially Old Tree, who had merged with the purple extreme demon heart and possessed the purple extreme demon flame. His strength had increased significantly. He could even withstand the attack of a 9th grade heaven immortal. Moreover, no one could catch up with his speed. There were many disciples in East Island, more than 500 people, but there were only about 10 9th grade heaven immortals. These 10 people were the mainstays of East Island, but they could do nothing when facing Old Tree. Chapter 1704. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. He is now a 7th grade heaven immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunderfire has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor has made a breakthrough. He is now a 1st grade spiritual immortal. The Old Tree and the others broke through the shackles of the heaven immortal and became spiritual immortals. However, at this moment a few powerful disciples finally arrived. What's the situation in East Island? 3 disciples flew over. Yi Xian sensed them and found that he could not see through them even though he was a 7th grade heaven immortal. They are at least 3rd grade spiritual immortals. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Spiritual immortals were the mainstream cultivation level in this small grotto heaven. East Island was full of heaven immortals because it was called the Island of Newcomers. The disciples with potential were in the other 3 islands. The strongest was the North Island. It was said that there were even 9th grade spiritual immortal disciples there. Let me out and kill them. Little Demon King of Chaos shouted. Sure. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly released Little Demon in front of the 3 spiritual immortal disciples. Yi Xian, who was already a 7th grade heaven immortal, still could not see through Little Demon. However, judging from Little Demon's appearance, it should not be a problem. At most he could just run away. TSK TSK TSK. I like robbing people like you. Give me your things. Little Demon laughed sinisterly and instantly arrived in front of the 3 spiritual immortal disciples. With a few bangs he sent the 3 of them flying and took their interspatial rings at the same time. There was nothing to say about his strength. Yi Xian, I'll be right back. Little Demon sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian and directly flew out. Meanwhile, the battle in East Island was still going on. However, it only lasted for 5 seconds before it ended. 5 seconds later, all the disciples in East Island were robbed. They were all seriously injured, including the dozen 9th grade heaven immortals. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. He is now a Tier 8 heavenly immortal. However, this time the 3 from the Old Tree did not break through. After all, after breaking through to the spirit immortal realm, they would need a lot more experience, but it would be soon. With my current state, I think I can go to the South Island. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then secretly tore open the void and came to the entrance of the minor paradise. Just now, when the Old Tree and the other 2 looted East Island, no one knew that it had anything to do with him. After all, he was only a Tier 2 heaven immortal. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and was ready to enter the South Island. Hey, where did this demonic cultivator come from? How dare you make trouble in my void spirit cave? You're courting death. Everyone be careful. This little thing's strength is extraordinary. Ah, so fast. Roars of rage could be heard continuously from the horizon. Those were the sounds of the battle between the little demon king of chaos and the experts of the grotto heaven. Yi Xian's heart trembled. This little demon king of chaos was truly powerful. He could actually fight against all the experts of the grotto heaven alone. Who knew what level he had cultivated to? At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the South Island. This void spirit cave was divided into 4 islands: East, South, West, and North. East Island was the weakest. It didn't even have a spiritual immortal. South Island was second. The strongest was a Tier 3 spiritual immortal. The 3 disciples just now came from the South Island. After Yi Xian entered the South Island, he immediately released the old tree and the other 2 and looted them again. Who's there? As soon as the old tree appeared, the demonic chi emitted by the demonic heart immediately attracted the attention of others. However, the old tree was now a Tier 1 spiritual immortal. So were the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. When they joined forces, they were almost invincible in the South Island. Moreover, Yi Xian was secretly assisting them. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. System notifications rang one after another. Yi Xian kept controlling those Tier 8 and Tier 9 heaven immortals. Soon there were 50 of them. Yi Xian took all the items of these 50 people and then joined the battle. All of a sudden, the South Island began to fight among itself. After Yi Xian devoured those interspatial rings, the old tree and the other 2's realms finally improved. Tier 2 spiritual immortal. Now no one in the South Island could stop them. Chapter 1705. Do you still want to go back? I can send you back to the grotto heaven in an instant. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Of course I'm going. That bastard chased me for 5 days and 5 nights. How can I not take revenge? Little Devil narrowed his eyes and said, Send me back. I'll loot the grotto heaven. After that, I'll give you 1% of the loot. Only 1%. Yi Xian exclaimed. 1% is not enough? Little Devil looked at Yi Xian with disdain and said, Hurry up. That guy seems to be on his way back. Yi Xian thought about it and felt that the deal was not bad. After all, he was only responsible for opening the door. In that grotto heaven, there was only a 6th grade Jade Immortal guarding it. There were also several 1st grade and 2nd grade Jade Immortals. If Little Devil went back, he could loot all of them. At that time, 1% of the loot would be enough for him to level up several times. At that moment, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and returned to the grotto heaven. Let's do it. Little Devil rushed over impatiently. This time Yi Xian did not go in. He just watched from the outside, ready to open the void door and leave at any time. It had been 10 days since the last time he made a scene in the grotto heaven. At this time, the 6th grade Jade Immortal had not returned, so no one in the grotto heaven was a match for Little Devil. Soon, the little demon king of chaos ransacked this small paradise and left in a hurry. Let's go. The little demon king of chaos arrived in front of Yi Xian. Then, the latter opened the void door again and quickly passed through. This process took less than half a minute. Even the 6th grade Jade Immortal could not do anything. At this time, Yi Xian returned to the cliff with Little Devil. Give it to me. Yi Xian stretched out his hand without hesitation. Take it, take it. Little Devil of Chaos was also very generous. He directly threw a ring of heaven and earth to Yi Xian, which contained a large number of natural materials and earthly treasures. He said, Follow me in the future and I will definitely not treat you badly. Now send me in. I will refine everything and try to refine a pair of devil wings. Then, even if there is a good flying sword, it won't be able to catch up with me. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he received the universe ring. Then, he put Little Demon King into his planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 1st stage Spirit Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 2nd stage Spirit Immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a third-stage spirit immortal. This time, Yixian had jumped 4 realms consecutively and directly broke through to the third stage of the spirit immortal realm. In addition, the old tree and the other 2 had also broken through to the 6th-stage spiritual immortal realm. He estimated that if he devoured all the spoils of war, he would at least be able to reach the 6th stage. However, he was not in a hurry. As long as Little Demon King's realm increased, he could go back and rob the 6th-stage Jade Immortal realm again. When that time came, what was there to be afraid of? While Little Demon King was cultivating, Yixian hid far away in order to avoid being found by the 6th-stage Jade Immortal realm. Until the 3rd day. Kid, I estimate that I will be able to finish cultivating in 3 more days. When that time comes, we will continue. There are a total of 36 small grotto heavens under the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven. I will rob all of them, Little Demon King said. No problem. Yixian grinned. This time he had gotten a big leg. His luck was really good. Yixian gave Little Demon King a place to cultivate, and every time Little Demon King robbed, he would give Yixian a lot of things. The 2 complemented each other, and their cultivation levels soared. 3 days later, Little Demon King finished cultivating. Yixian, a third-stage spiritual immortal, still could not see through Little Demon King's cultivation level. Let's go. Send me back. I want to catch that 6th-stage Jade Immortal, Little Demon King said. Okay. Yixian had already calculated this. He immediately opened the void door and returned to the small grotto heaven. At this time, the 6th-stage Jade Immortal had already returned. He had already reported the matter of Little Demon King, but no one had come to help. Old man, I am here for revenge. Little Demon King's voice arrived before his body. When the 6th-stage Jade Immortal in the small grotto heaven heard it, he immediately flashed to the sky. What? When the 6th-stage Jade Immortal felt the aura of Little Demon King, he was shocked. In just a few days, Little Demon King had grown to a level that even he could not see through. How was this possible? However, what he did not know was that 50 days of cultivation in the planted space was only 1 day in the outside world. Little Demon King had cultivated in the planted space for 6 days, which was equivalent to 300 days. In addition, Little Demon King was the reincarnation of an expert. His cultivation speed was very fast, and ordinary people could not catch up with him. Before the 6th-stage Jade Immortal could speak, the pair of black horns on Little Demon King's head suddenly flickered twice. Then, a rapidly expanding shadow extended from Little Demon King's body. Heavenly Demon Great Technique. Heavenly Demon Deterrence. In an instant, an extremely strong pressure descended on everyone's body, causing them to be unable to move. Not to mention the spiritual immortals, even the 1st and 2nd stage Jade Immortals and the 6th stage Jade Immortals could not move. Yixian, take everyone in. Little Demon King suddenly transmitted his voice. What? Yixian raised his eyebrows and did not react for a moment. They are so shocked by me that they can't move. Take this grotto heaven. Little Demon King explained. Hearing this, Yixian glanced at him and found that the 6th-stage Jade Immortal's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He really could not move. Who are you? The 6th-stage Jade Immortal finally opened his mouth and spat out a sentence. Even if it is the Spirit Void Cave Master in front of me, he is also an existence akin to an ant. Even this Navy Tide nation's ruler cannot enter my eyes. Little Demon King of Chaos said. Cave Master of Spirit Void, Lord of Navy Tide? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. A golden immortal expert had once appeared in Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. However, a golden immortal was an ant in front of the Lord of Navy Tide. Among the 108 Grotto Heavens under Navy Tide, Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was ranked at the bottom, and the Lord of Navy Tide was a super expert of the true immortal level. Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Jade Immortal, Golden Immortal, Mystic Immortal, Zhanxian. In other words, the Lord of Navy Tide was an expert of the 7th stage immortal. Such an existence was actually not worthy of the Little Demon King's attention. Could it be that Little Demon King was a demonic cultivator of the golden immortal level that surpassed the true immortal level? Gulp. Thinking of this, the 6th stage Jade Immortal could not help but swallow his saliva. Yixian did not understand so much. At this time, he was already using the planting space to take in all the people in the Grotto Heaven. Chapter 1706. In less than 3 minutes everyone, including the 6th grade Jade Immortal, was sucked into the planting space. Not a single one was left. Then, Yi Xian moved the entire Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven into the planting space. Ding! The planting space's level has increased. Currently at level 9. At this moment the system suddenly gave a notification. The planting space had finally leveled up after so many experts moved in. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He hurriedly checked and found that the flow of time in the planting space had increased by 100 times. 3 months of cultivation in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian grinned. Although the planting space's improvement didn't benefit him much, it was a good thing for Luo Luo. Although Luo Luo had been cultivating recently with continuous cultivation resources, she had already broken through to the Spirit Immortal level. But now there was something more important to do. He could also get 1% of the spoils of the 6th grade Jade Immortal. Take it, your spoils of war. In the planting space, Little Demon divided the spoils of war and gave them to Yi Xian. After devouring them, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again. He jumped 2 levels and reached the 5th grade Spirit Immortal level. Old Tree and the other 2 instantly broke through to the 8th grade Spirit Immortal level. These days, their cultivation levels increased so quickly that Yi Xian couldn't believe it himself. Let's go to the next Grotto Heaven. I want to sweep through this entire Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon said. The Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven was ranked at the bottom of the 108 Grotto Heavens in Navy Tide Nation. However, there were still 36 small Grotto Heavens. This time Little Demon wanted to sweep through all 36 small Grotto Heavens. Although Yi Xian only got 1% of the spoils of war, he could break through without any effort. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Next, Yi Xian came to a small Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven after a few more twists and turns. In this small Hollow Spirit Grotto Heaven, the strongest person was still a 6th grade Jade Immortal. Therefore, the scene from that day was repeated. Everyone was taken into the planting space by Yi Xian. Following that, Yi Xian and the others continued with their mission. In the following month, the Hollow Spirit Cave lost 18 small caves and all of them disappeared. However, the culprits were only 2 people. One was a devil cultivator and the other was a cultivator. A month later, Yi Xian's cultivation level rose to Tier 1 Jade Immortal, while Old Tree and the others were Tier 4 Jade Immortals. This strength was already very strong. Kid, my realm has been restored to the Jade Immortal realm. Now, even a Golden Immortal can't do anything to me. Our next destination is the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven. Little Demon King of Chaos said directly. What? You're a Jade Immortal? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. Jade Immortal. He was now a rank 1 Jade Immortal, but this Little Demon King of Chaos was also a rank 1 Jade Immortal. At the same level, the Eye of Revelation couldn't see through him. How strong was Little Demon King of Chaos? What's there to be surprised about? At my peak I could destroy Navy Tide with a wave of my hand. I'm Little Demon King of Chaos Chi Su, one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign of the Devil Realm. Little Demon King of Chaos snorted coldly. Devil Realm Shura sovereign, one of the 18 heavenly kings, Chi Su? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Only now did he know Little Demon King of Chaos's name. The Devil Realm is the same as the Immortal Realm. It's the world of devil cultivators. There used to be a demon realm, but it's gone now. I fought my way from the Devil Realm to the Immortal Realm, but I was tricked in the Immortal Realm, so I reincarnated and started cultivating again. I didn't expect to encounter someone with the original devil body. Little Demon King of Chaos said. Sounds very powerful. Yi Xian couldn't help but flatter him. At the same time, he quickly pondered in his heart for a moment. The Shura sovereign of the Devil Realm must be in existence that everyone knew, and Little Demon King of Chaos was one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign. His status was definitely not low. Therefore, he estimated that this Little Demon King of Chaos could be squeezed to the level of a top expert in the Devil Realm. He must curry favor with him. Let's go to that Spirit Void Grotto Heaven and try to get the materials. Then I'll go into seclusion to condense a pair of devil wings. Little Demon King of Chaos continued. He had said before that he wanted to condense a pair of devil wings, but he didn't have the materials, so he couldn't do it. And this spirit void grotto heaven was a top power in Navy Tide Nation. A golden immortal expert had once appeared, so his strength was definitely not small. Although this golden immortal had fallen in a great battle, his foundation was still very rich. Yi Xian, a first-grade Jade Immortal, was not qualified, but Old Tree and the others were actually enough to go to the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven to make a scene. What's more, there was a super expert like Little Demon King of Chaos, so what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, Yi Xian began to hurry on his way. Although they were all wanted recently, it didn't matter. After all, Yi Xian had the means to change his appearance, and it was impossible to see through it. After all, this was face-changing, not disguising. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Previously, they had patronized small grotto heavens, but now it was the real Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Immediately, Little Demon King of Chaos rushed in and set off a reign of terror in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Although the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven had no enmity with Little Demon King of Chaos, the immortal realm was actually similar to the mortal realm. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and the weak were always the first to be eliminated. However, the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was still a grotto heaven, and there were records in Navy Tide Nation. Even stronger grotto heavens were not allowed to attack it, or they would be wanted by Navy Tide Nation. However, Little Demon King of Chaos was not afraid. There was only one golden immortal expert in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and there were no other golden immortals. Therefore, Little Demon King of Chaos had no opponent at all. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was looted. However, there was a 9th grade Jade Immortal in the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and Little Demon King of Chaos couldn't suppress him yet. Therefore, after looting everything, he left in a hurry. Here, take 1% of your loot. In the planting space, Little Demon King of Chaos threw another interspatial ring to Yi Xian. The wealth of the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven was much more than the total wealth of the 36 small grotto heavens. Although Yi Xian only got 1%, it was still a lot of benefits. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now a 2nd grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now a 3rd grade Jade Immortal. This time he jumped 2 levels in a row. However, just as Yi Xian was secretly delighted, a shadow suddenly condensed in the sky. How dare you join hands with demonic cultivators to loot the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven? A loud shout rang in Yi Xian's ears. Chapter 1707. Who's there? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared. Moreover, why would the investigation lead to him? Speak, where is that demonic cultivator? The golden armored man shouted angrily. Senior, what demonic cultivator? Yi Xian asked curiously. Still quibbling? My Navy Tide Nation was built in an immortal artifact. I saw everything you did clearly. Every time that demonic cultivator robbed the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, you were nearby. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you? The golden armored man snorted. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his trick to be seen through. He just didn't know where this golden armored man came from. He actually had such great ability. Of course, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that this Navy Tide Nation was actually an immortal artifact. Little Demon King, wake up quickly. We're in big trouble. Yi Xian immediately shouted in his heart. However, the Little Demon King had already set up a formation in the planting space and started to cultivate. In other words, he was condensing his so-called devil wings. The planting space was Yi Xian's territory. In principle, the Little Demon King had to listen to his orders after entering the planting space. However, this Little Demon King's methods were heaven-defying. Even the planting space couldn't control him. To put it simply, Yi Xian couldn't wake the Little Demon King. Damn it, this guy's really fast. Yi Xian cursed angrily. However, he could only blame the planting space for being too slow. A second outside was 100 seconds inside. Not going to talk? Fine. Seeing Yi Xian remain silent, the golden armored man shouted in a low voice and clapped his hands. Enter the Black Devil prison. A hole suddenly split open in the ground. Yi Xian, who was already unable to move, fell straight in. This feeling was similar to when he first entered the immortal tomb. Yi Xian could only watch helplessly as he left the ground and approached the earth's core. However, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die there. The falling process lasted for several days. During these few days, Yixian couldn't move at all. At the same time, the little demon king in the planting space didn't wake up either. It should be known that more than a year had passed in the planting space. What the hell is that black demon prison? Why haven't we arrived yet? Yixian felt very helpless, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a cold aura behind him. Then he saw himself falling into a dark abyss. His surroundings were empty, and there was no living thing. At the same time, he also felt that he could finally move his body. Is this the Black Devil prison? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The Black Devil prison sounded like a prison, but he didn't expect it to be located below. At that moment, Yixian hurriedly used his Eye of the Void to see if he could leave this damned place. However, just as he had expected, the Eyes of the Void could not be used. This was bad. This is a tragedy. I don't know what level a third-grade Jade Immortal is in here. Yixian wanted to cry but had no tears. Since he couldn't leave, he could only investigate the Black Devil prison first. The Black Devil prison was dark, but Yixian, who had the Eye of Revelation, did not feel any discomfort. Now that the little demon king was in seclusion, he could only rely on him. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, go and explore. Just in case, Yixian summoned the Old Tree and the other two. Okay. The Old Tree, who was already a 6th-grade Jade Immortal, responded and quickly rushed out. The exploration of the Black Devil prison was left to them. Because it was unlimited resurrection, there should be no problem. Young master, I caught a 1st-grade Jade Immortal. After a while, the Old Tree suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Yixian quickly rushed over and saw a man whose immortal heart was caught by the Old Tree. Ding! Control successful. With Yixian's 3rd-grade Jade Immortal realm, he instantly controlled the other party, and then searched his soul. The Black Devil prison was originally used to imprison demonic cultivators in Navy Tide Nation, but it was later turned into a prison for prisoners. Once they made a mistake, they would be directly attacked and left to fend for themselves. Because there was no way out. No way out? That's impossible, right? Yixian narrowed his eyes and carefully searched the man's soul. He found that there was a way out, but it was extremely dangerous. For millions of years, no one had succeeded. This time, it was really F*King over. The way out is called the Mountain of Corpses and the Sea of Blood. No matter who goes in, only death awaits. Even mystic immortals are the same. Yixian's heart trembled. He was now a Jade Immortal, followed by a Golden Immortal, and then a Mystic Immortal. Even a Mystic Immortal could not successfully leave. It seemed that this was dangerous enough. However, it was not completely impossible for him to leave, because he still had the little Demon King. Moreover, this Black Devil prison had been established for countless years, and there were probably countless prisoners inside. When the time came, as long as he ransacked it, he might be able to kill his way out. There are even mystic immortal demonic cultivators in this Black Devil prison, and I can't use the Eyes of the Void now, so I have to be careful. Otherwise, these two doppelgangers will be in trouble. Yixian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. There was no map in this Black Devil prison, so he could not copy it in unless he explored it himself. He did not know when the little Demon King would come out of seclusion. Sigh, I'll just take one step at a time. Yixian sighed. Who asked him to be so unlucky to be discovered by the patrol of Navy Tide Nation? Fortunately, he did not lose his life. This Black Devil prison was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that there was no way out, just the countless demonic cultivators and ferocious immortal cultivators inside was enough to make him suffer. Therefore, Yixian had to be extremely careful. In this way, he could only let Old Tree and the other two explore the way. However, at this moment, ding, the host has triggered a random task, escape from the Black Devil prison. The reward for completing the task is to unlock the second immortal auxiliary bloodline column. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. After hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He had not triggered a random task for a long time, and today it finally came. Haha, the second auxiliary bloodline column needs at least 3 devour points to unlock. Not bad, not bad. Yixian grinned. With this random task, he also had the motivation to level up. However, it was not so easy to get out of the Black Devil prison. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. In the following days, Yixian encountered many demonic and immortal cultivators. The Black Devil prison was originally used to imprison demonic cultivators, but some criminal immortal cultivators were also imprisoned here. However, demonic cultivators were generally stronger than immortal cultivators at the same level. Chapter 1708. On the third day after Yixian entered the Black Demon prison, he finally met an opponent. A 9th grade Jade Immortal Realm demonic cultivator. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. 4 system notifications rang in succession, which made Yixian stunned. Through the vision sharing just now, he saw a dark-skinned man kill Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. This man smashed Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian into powder with just his physical strength. He was very powerful. I've been in the Black Demon prison for 3 days, and the strongest I've met was a 4th grade Jade Immortal. I didn't expect to meet a 9th grade Jade Immortal this time. Yixian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He was now a 3rd grade Jade Immortal, while Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were 6th grade Jade Immortals. If they joined forces, it should not be a problem to kill this dark-skinned demonic cultivator. Old Tree go! Yixian immediately chased after Old Tree, who was the strongest among them. At the same time he, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also followed. As long as he killed this 9th grade Jade Immortal, he could at least break through once or even twice. Even if he had to use all his trump cards, he must kill this man. With the Eye of Revelation, Yixian quickly found his opponent. At this time Old Tree had already flashed past. Another prey, die for me. The dark-skinned man snorted and directly punched Old Tree. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Old Tree did not say anything and rushed forward. This time he did not go behind Yixian. Instead, he waited for him to launch a sneak attack when they joined forces. Bang! A loud rumbling sound spread. Although there was a difference of 3 realms, the strength of the two was not much different. Old Tree's 9 Dragons Thunder Flash had been upgraded once, and its power had increased by 70%. Coupled with the power boost from the Yixian bloodline, Old Tree now had the ability to challenge opponents above his level. Although there was not much difference in strength, the Old Tree had other means. At this moment, the dark-skinned man saw a purplish-black flame climbing onto his hand. This flame actually burned through his skin defense, causing him unbearable pain. This is the legendary Purple Extreme Devil Flame? The dark-skinned man was shocked. The Purple Extreme Devil Flame was a type of devil flame that was produced after refining the Purple Extreme Devil Heart. This was a type of devil flame that only existed in legends. He never thought that he would actually see one today. This person actually has the Extreme Purple Demon Heart. Where did he come from? The dark-skinned man couldn't help but wonder. A person with the Purple Extreme Demon Heart must have a powerful background. He had been imprisoned in the Black Demon prison for more than 100,000 years, but he had never heard of this. Before he could open his mouth, Old Shu punched him again and they clashed again. So strong. Fortunately, I have the Black Essence Devil Heart. My physique is very strong. If it were an ordinary person, their arm would have been burned off. The dark-skinned man thought to himself. At this moment, Yixian had already marked his opponent with the Death Hunt command. Following that, one big move after another followed. Unicorn Descend. Undying Fighting Soul. Sword Blade Storm. The first time the Unicorn Descend, he had summoned the Flame Unicorn. The second time he had summoned the Ice Unicorn when he was in the Xia clan. This time it was the Thunder Unicorn. The Thunder Unicorn controlled thunder and lightning. Furthermore, it moved quickly. Its strength was probably not any weaker than the Old Tree. In an instant, the dark-skinned man was attacked from both sides. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In the blink of an eye, he was at a disadvantage. Eye of Assassination. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Attack. With Yixian and the others using their trump cards, the Black Essence Devil Heart in the dark-skinned man's body was directly blasted apart. The 9th grade Jade Immortal Demonic Cultivator was instantly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yixian had already rushed over and removed the interspatial ring. Although there were many things in the interspatial ring, it was still less than what Yi Xian had expected. After all, these people were staying in the Black Demon prison and couldn't replenish their heaven and earth treasures. They could only snatch them. Moreover, there would be losses. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 4th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! The Ember of Thunderfire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a 7th grade Jade Immortal. The system notifications sounded one after another. The realms of Yi Xian and the others had increased. However, just before the dark-skinned man died, he used a secret technique to transmit a message to the others. What? The purple extreme demon heart. In a corner of the Black Demon prison, a man opened his eyes. He had received the news of his friend's death. What he had to do now was to spread the news of the purple extreme demon heart. At this time, Yi Xian didn't know about this and was still on his way. With their current strength, no one in the Jade Immortal realm was a match for them. Even if they encountered a 1st grade Golden Immortal, they could still fight. Of course, in the Black Demon prison, there were many Golden Immortals. There were even Xian Immortals, let alone Golden Immortals. This little devil, I don't know when he started his closed-door training. It's been a year. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. A day in the outside world was 100 days in the planted space. At this time, several days had passed, which was equivalent to more than a year. However, a year was like the blink of an eye for this realm. They were used to it. After all, under normal circumstances, closed-door training was measured in years. Some people could even train for 10,000 years. A year was really not a long time. However, Yi Xian's heart was cold. What if this little devil had to go into closed-door training for 1,000 years? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Forget it. I'll just rely on myself. Yi Xian sighed. His current goal was to level up to the Xian Immortal realm. Only then could he stand firm in the Black Demon prison, and not have to remind those who were scared out of their wits. Although he still might not be able to get out, at least he would not be in danger. When the time came, maybe he could just leave through the void. Fortunately, the little devil did not go into closed-door training for long. 3 days after the dark-skinned man's death, the little devil came out of closed-door training. After the training, the little devil condensed a pair of demon wings and his speed skyrocketed. Boy, did you run into any trouble while I was in closed-door training? Asked the little devil. Next time you go into closed-door training, remember to tell me how long you'll be in it for. Yi Xian's projection said with a gloomy face. You went into closed-door training immediately after looting the Hollow Spirit Cave. You caused me to be discovered by the Inspector of Navy Tide Country, and sent to this Black Demon prison. Oh, Black Demon prison? The little devil was a little surprised. What is this place? Chapter 1709. Mystic Immortal? Little devil narrowed his eyes. There's only one true immortal in Navy Tide. As long as I recover to the Mystic Immortal level, I'll be able to break this shackle. During this period of seclusion, other than refining the devil wings, he had also improved his cultivation base and cultivation base. I'm going to a city in Black Devil prison now. The city lord is a 2nd grade Golden Immortal. Do you have the ability to deal with him? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Anyway, we made our fortune by looting. It's the same wherever we go. However, we can't let go of the grudge of breaking into Black Devil prison. Little Devil suddenly sneered. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. How? When we get out, it'll be the day of Navy Tide's destruction. Little Devil said. Yi Xian instantly understood what he meant. The little demon king of chaos wanted to take in the entire Black Demon prison, then break the immortal artifact and release all the demonic cultivators in Navy Tide Nation to attack the Navy Tide Nation's imperial family. In fact, Yi Xian was more suitable for demonic cultivation. This way, he could improve his physique and perhaps be stronger than he was now. However, the devil heart and immortal heart were opposite. Both were very sensitive. Once one started demonic cultivation, he would become a rat on the street. That was why Yi Xian chose to refine the fast immortal heart. Next, the little demon king of chaos unfurled his enormous devil wings and brought Yi Xian to a nearby city. Although his realm was the same as Yi Xian's, only a 4th grade Jade Immortal. His strength was very strong. It wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge someone one realm higher. The devil wings were very fast, more than 10 times faster than Old Tree. In less than half a day, Yi Xian arrived at the nearby city. They didn't care what the city was called. Little Devil rushed in directly. Demonic great art, demonic assimilation. Little Devil didn't say anything and directly used his trump card. A huge shadow appeared and everyone in the city couldn't move. Then Yi Xian began to take these people into his planting space. Even golden immortals would not be able to come out of his planting space. The city lord of this city was a 2nd-tier gold immortal, but he was suppressed by the little demon king to the point that he couldn't move at all. Then he was sucked into the planting space. There were more than 100,000 people in the city. In the end, all of them became Yi Xian's slaves, and all of their belongings were taken away. Then Little Demon and Yi Xian split the spoils of war according to the 99% and 1%. Chi Su, you've obtained so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but why is your realm so low? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. What do you know? The original demon body requires a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. Moreover, my heavenly demon heart hasn't been refined yet. Little Devil King snorted. What? You're still an ordinary demon heart? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. In my past life I refined the purple demon heart, but it's not suitable for me now. If I want to fuse with a heavenly demon heart that's comparable to a heavenly demon heart, I need to raise my ordinary demon heart to a certain level, Little Devil King replied. Many of the heavenly materials they plundered were used to refine immortal heart and demon heart. However, they were all used by Little Devil King to refine his ordinary demon heart. Then is there a way to refine it? I want to replace the Xianji immortal heart with the purple demon heart. Yi Xian asked. Although the Xianji immortal heart Xianji heavenly fire was stronger than the purple demon fire, the purple demon heart could improve his physique by quite a bit. Relatively speaking, the purple demon heart was more cost-effective. No, if it was an ordinary immortal heart, I would have a way. However, this Xianji immortal heart is not an ordinary thing. This is the supreme immortal heart of the heavenly fire palace. Right now, it looks inferior to the purple demon heart, but if you obtain the heavenly fire palace's heavenly fire 3 mysterious change in the future, this Xianji immortal heart will be 10 streets ahead of the purple demon heart. Little Devil King said. Heavenly Fire Palace's Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change? When Yi Xian heard this, his eyes couldn't help but slightly narrow. You're actually giving this kind of treasure to me? The purple demon heart's value is high, but I already have it. What's the point of having it? Naturally, I have to spread it and let more people cultivate the Devil Dao. Secondly, I obtained the refining method of the Xianji immortal heart by chance. It was also because of it that I was chased down and had to reincarnate. The reason why I'm giving it to you is because I want you to spread it. TSK TSK TSK. Little Devil King sneered. You're so ruthless. What if the Heavenly Fire Palace finds out? Yi Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Only now did he realize that he had been tricked. No wonder this Little Devil King was so kind. It turned out that he had such a plan. Don't worry. The Heavenly Fire Palace isn't something that you can come into contact with. Even if you use the Xianji Immortal Flame now, no one will recognize it. After Little Devil King finished speaking, he set up another array and said, I'm going to go into seclusion again. It will take about 10 days in the outside world. During this time you have to be careful. Don't die. In fact, he didn't care whether Yi Xian died or not because Yi Xian still had a clone in the mortal world. Even if Yi Xian died, he could still continue to ascend to the immortal world. After hearing this, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Then, he swallowed the 1% of the spoils he had just obtained. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 5th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 6th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 8th grade Jade Immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Jade Immortal. A series of system notifications rang out. The harvest this time was not bad, but it was a pity that Little Devil King had to go into seclusion every time he finished plundering. He really didn't know how to make good use of his time. Because of this, Yi Xian was helpless. To be safe, he could only hide and wait for Little Devil King to finish his seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 10 days. But now time was nothing to Yi Xian. Immortals had endless lifespan. Under normal circumstances they wouldn't die. Gradually he calmed down. 10 days later, Little Devil King came out of seclusion. His cultivation had improved again. So they continued to plunder the major cities in the Black Devil Prison. Navy Tide Country was built on the Black Devil Prison. People were sent to the Black Devil Prison all the time. The number of people who died every day was enough to build a city. After his strength improved, Little Devil King visited several surrounding cities and moved them all to the planting space. Chapter 17:10. Then the Little Devil continued his seclusion, this time for 7 days. Yi Xian also chose a place to rest. At this time he was already an 8th grade Jade Immortal. After 7 days, the Little Devil came out of seclusion, and then they were ready to plunder again. This time we'll pick a big one. Even if it's a Xian Immortal, it's enough to fight. The Little Devil smiled confidently, spread his wings and rushed with Yi Xian. However, this time it was not so easy. A day later they arrived at Ziyang City. Ziyang City was one of the 10 main cities of the Black Demon Prison, and it was their target. Same old plan. The Little Devil shouted in a low voice, and then killed his way into the city. However, as soon as he entered he felt an extremely strong aura. A Xian Immortal. There's a Xian Immortal, but so what? The Little Devil did not care at all, and directly rushed toward the Xian Immortal. At this time in Ziyang City's City Lord Mansion, the 1st grade Xian Immortal was leisurely drinking wine and playing chess. The Little Devil was only a Jade Immortal at this time, not even a Golden Immortal, so naturally, he could not attract his attention. However, after a while, he heard a loud rumble outside the City Lord Mansion. What's going on? The City Lord of Ziyang City raised his eyebrows. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Black Demon Prison, and was already a 1st grade Xian Immortal. Was there anyone who dared to make a move in his territory? He immediately spread out his immortal sense, and was shocked to find that the Golden Immortals in the City Lord Mansion died one after another. Heavens! What's going on? He focused his mind and checked with his immortal sense, and found that the intruder was not a Golden Immortal, but a Jade Immortal. To be precise, it was a 9th grade Jade Immortal. A 9th grade Jade Immortal killed dozens of high-level Golden Immortals in my City Lord Mansion. Am I dreaming? The City Lord of Ziyang City opened his eyes wide, and hurriedly rushed out of the door, and jumped into the sky. At this time, he saw a child with 2 horns on his head and 2 wings on his back killing. Bastard, you're courting death. The City Lord of Ziyang City did not care who the other party was, and directly took out his immortal treasure sword. Whoosh! This immortal treasure sword immediately turned into a stream of light, and attacked Little Demon King of Chaos. Ziyang City was one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil Prison. The City Lord was not a devil cultivator, but an immortal cultivator. Therefore he fought with magic weapons. In the distance, when the Little Demon King saw the Purple Sun City's City Lord, his eyes could not help but flash. Although he was only a Tier 9 Jade Immortal, not even a Golden Immortal, the City Lord of Ziyang City was a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal, 10 whole realms higher than him. But so what? I am the Little Demon King of Chaos, one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign of the demon world. Those who stand in my way will die. Little Demon King of Chaos raised his head and roared. Suddenly, 2 beams of black light shot out from the 2 black horns on his head. Demonic Great Technique, Demonic Flash. Using this move might cause the Little Demon King's cultivation to drop, but as long as he killed this first stage Profound Immortal, no one in Ziyang City would be able to stop him. When the City Lord of Ziyang City saw this move, his expression dimmed. Before he could react, 2 black rays of light had already entered his chest. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the City Lord of Ziyang City's immortal heart shattered, and he died instantly. Now the only mystic immortal of the City Lord of Ziyang City had died. Who else could be a match for the little demon king of chaos? What was even more tragic was that after the little demon king of chaos used his trump card, his cultivation did not drop. Demonic great technique, demonic assimilation. In an instant a huge shadow appeared, suppressing the entire city lord of Ziyang City. When Yixian outside the city saw the little demon king of chaos use the demonic assimilation, he immediately rushed into the city. He first put all the people in the city lord mansion, then the entire Ziyang City. In less than 5 minutes, one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil prison, Ziyang City, disappeared. Good, the harvest this time is not bad. Then the little demon king of chaos counted the spoils of war, and gave 1% to Yixian. How long will you be in seclusion this time? Yixian could not hide the joy in his eyes and asked. At least half a month. After the little demon king of chaos answered, he began his seclusion. This time they had destroyed Ziyang City, one of the 10 main cities of the Black Devil prison. Although it was only 1%, it was enough for Yixian to make a breakthrough. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 9th tier Jade Immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 1st tier Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, you are a 2nd tier Golden Immortal. 3 consecutive jumps were nothing out of the ordinary. If the people of the Black Devil prison were not so poor, even 1% of the spoils would be enough for him to break through to the 6th tier Golden Immortal. However, Yixian felt that it was enough. After all, he had only ascended to the immortal realm for a few months. It was definitely unprecedented for him to break through from an ordinary immortal to a Golden Immortal in a few months. Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Jade Immortal, and Golden Immortal. There were a total of 5 major realms. All this was thanks to the little demon king of chaos. Otherwise, he would probably still be in the Spirit Immortal realm. The little demon king of chaos had to go into seclusion for 15 days. So Yixian also rested for 15 days. He estimated that the little demon king of chaos would be the top existence in the entire Black Devil prison after 15 days. When the time came, they could ransack the entire Black Devil prison and go into seclusion again. Maybe they could challenge the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. 15 days in the outside world was equivalent to 1500 days in the planting space, which was more than 4 years. After 15 days, the little demon king of chaos came out of seclusion and broke through to the Golden Immortal realm. Let's go. The little demon king of chaos showed a confident look. Now, who in the Black Devil prison was his match? However, what he did not know was that during the 15 days of his seclusion, the Black Devil prison had undergone earth-shattering changes. In fact, there were 3 big shots in the Black Devil prison. In these 15 days, the 3 big shots had merged all the main cities under their command. The little demon king of chaos originally wanted to find a main city called Black Mountain, but did not find it. Then, he went to another main city, but still did not find it. Strange, is the map too old? The little demon king of chaos was very surprised. However, this map was obtained from the city lord of Ziyang City, so it should not be wrong. Therefore, he decided to go to other cities to have a look. He went to almost all the 10 main cities, but did not find anything. Now, there was only one main city left, which was the largest main city in the Black Devil prison, Black Devil City. The city lord of Black Devil City was a 2nd-tier mystic immortal, and also the strongest person in the Black Devil prison. However, the scale of this Black Devil City was frighteningly large. It's so big. Could it be the result of the merger of 9 main cities? Yixian said in shock. Chapter 17:11. Tisk tsk tsk. You think you'll be fine just because you're all together? The little demon king of chaos sneered and directly brought Yixian into Black Demon City. He was only a low-level Golden Immortal now. No one would notice him, and so would Yixian. Everyone listen up. I, the little demon king, am here. Come out and welcome me. The little demon king leaped into the air and shouted angrily. When he was in Purple Sun City, he had announced his name. Perhaps the people outside the city heard him, so the other 9 cities quickly merged. Yixian might not know, but many demonic cultivators came from the demon realm. Naturally, they had heard of the little demon king's name. However, they could not figure out why the little demon king was still in Black Demon prison. The demon king of the demon realm could destroy a force 10,000 times stronger than Navy Tide with a stomp of his foot. How could he be in such dire straits now? It was obvious that he was a fake. Soon, many figures appeared in the center of Black Demon City. These people had powerful auras. They were all mystic immortals. The little demon king? A middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6-year-old child in front of him. That's me. The little demon king snorted and said, Have you heard of my name? Of course. I come from the demon realm, and I'm also a demonic cultivator from the Shura sovereign's territory. However, the little demon king in my memory is a demon king comparable to an immortal king. Why are you only a golden immortal? A long-haired demonic cultivator walked out and said slowly, That's because I've reincarnated. The little demon of chaos looked around and said, So what if you're a gold immortal? Even if you're just a gold immortal, I can still kill all of you. What a big mouth. The long-haired demonic cultivator snorted. So what if you're the little demon king? You're just a golden immortal now. Today I'll meet you. You doubt me? Fine, but you'll have to pay the price in blood. The little demon king said. Hand over your life. The long-haired demonic cultivator roared and pounced at the little demon king. Die, you ant. Little demon king of chaos's eyes flashed. In the blink of an eye, a pair of wings grew out of his back and he directly punched through the long-haired demonic cultivator's chest. The latter's demonic heart was immediately shattered and he died. Instant kill. A first-tier golden immortal had insta-killed a first-tier mystic immortal. This was the power of the demon king. Gulp. After seeing the corpse of the long-haired devil cultivator, everyone couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They had been trapped in the Black Demon prison for a long time, and they were very familiar with the others. That long-haired Shioma cultivates the Black Origin demon heart. Even though his physical strength is not the strongest, his defensive power is very strong. Even a second-tier mystic immortal would not be able to kill him in a short time. But now, he had been instantly killed by this golden immortal in front of them. This fact was unacceptable to them. However, the middle-aged man in the lead reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly said, Greetings, Lord Demon King. Following that, the rest of the people also said respectfully, Greetings, Lord Demon King. What a joke. With the cultivation of a first-tier golden immortal, he was able to instantly kill a first-tier mystic immortal with the Black Origin demon heart. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Very good. From now on all of you will follow me. I can take you out of this damned place. Little Demon King of Chaos nodded satisfactorily. If not for the fact that these people were all devil cultivators and not immortal cultivators, they would have been killed by him long ago. Leave the Black Demon prison? Upon hearing this, the eyes of those mystic immortals, including the devil cultivators and immortal cultivators below, all lit up. I heard that even mid-stage mystic immortals can't pass through that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. But I'm not an ordinary person. As long as my cultivation recovers, I can even destroy Navy-Tide Nation, let alone this Black Demon prison? Little Demon King of Chaos snorted coldly. Everyone nodded at his words. If Little Demon King of Chaos recovered to the mystic immortal realm, he could probably even beat up the king of Navy-Tide Nation. At that time they could escape with their lives. We are willing to serve Lord Demon King. That middle-aged man hurriedly said at once. Very good. Now all of you enter one of my spaces. Don't resist. As Little Demon King of Chaos spoke, he sent a voice transmission to Yixian outside the city. As expected of the Demon King. You dealt with them so quickly. Yixian was impressed and quickly rushed in. With Little Demon King of Chaos watching over them, Yixian very easily put them into his planting space. Watching those people disappear one by one, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although those mystic immortals were somewhat resistant, Little Demon King of Chaos directly gave them a condition and they all agreed. This condition was to impart the Purple Demon Heart. The Purple Demon Heart was a legendary demon heart. Although these devil cultivators had refined other demon hearts, this Purple Demon Heart's grade was so high that it could cover up these demon hearts. If they had the Purple Demon Flame, their battle strength would at least increase by several times. However, after they were put into Yixian's planting space, they were directly controlled by Yixian and forcibly taken into their yin and yang rings. Immediately, these millions of devil cultivators began to make a fuss. Don't worry, Little Demon King of Chaos, am only borrowing these things first. After I break this black devil prison, I will return them to you one by one. At this time, little demon king of chaos had also been put into his planting space. In fact, Yi Xian could directly release those people using his second doppelganger and let them ascend to the immortal realm. However, Yi Xian's realm was not high enough and he was afraid that those people would attack him, so it was better to wait until later. While little demon king of chaos was in seclusion, Yi Xian went out alone to look for food. He had already put all the mystic immortals into his planting space, but now he had broken through to 3rd-tier golden immortal, while Old Tree and the others were 6th-tier golden immortals. Although the 10 main cities had disappeared, the Black Devil prison was so big that there were other big and small cities. There were no mystic immortals in these cities, so they were all Yi Xian's targets. While little demon king of chaos was in seclusion, Yi Xian put many cities into his planting space, and at the same time raised his realm to 5th-tier golden immortal. This Black Devil prison is an immortal artifact. I wonder if the people of Navy Tide know what's going on inside. Yi Xian was a little worried. Although he was strong now, he could only deal with a 1st-tier mystic immortal at most if he used all his trump cards. The king of Navy Tide was a true immortal with countless mystic immortal experts under his command, so he was still afraid that mid to high-tier mystic immortals would enter the Black Devil prison. Now that little demon king of chaos was in seclusion, even a mid-tier mystic immortal was not someone they could deal with, so they had to be very careful. However, while little demon king of chaos was in seclusion, Rumble. Chapter 17:12. What's going on? Yi Xian, who was on his way, raised his eyebrows, not understanding the situation. Could it be that the people of Navy Tide Nation had discovered the change in the Black Demon prison? Before he could react, a deafening roar resounded in the sky. Roar! This roar shook everyone's mind. Even Yi Xian's celestial heart of dazzling speed could not help but tremble. This was clearly the roar of an immortal beast. It's coming from the north. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, hurriedly asked in his mind, and released a few people. These people were all top experts of the Black Demon prison, all of them Xian immortals. As soon as they appeared, they heard a second roar. Roar! Everyone shuddered when they heard this terrifying roar. What a terrifying roar! How could there be such an immortal beast in the Black Demon prison? I think so too. I've been in the Black Demon prison for 500,000 years. But I've never heard such a roar. It seems to be coming from the north, not far away. Shall we go and take a look? Everyone discussed and decided to go and take a look. The sound seemed to be very close, but it still took more than a day to get there. A day later, Yi Xian and the others arrived in front of a cavern. Strange, this used to be my city. Why didn't I know there was such a big cavern? A Xian immortal said in surprise. Who wants to go down and take a look? As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. This cavern seemed to be very complicated, and no one wanted to go down and explore. Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, go down and take a look. Yi Xian shouted. After the two obeyed, they immediately rushed into the cavern. As for the Old Tree, he stayed by Yi Xian's side to protect him. Yi Xian shared his vision with his companions, so he could only see the dark stone wall through Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's eyes. However, as they continued to go down, they finally saw light. However, this was a purple-black light. There's a formation down there? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He discovered that what was trapped in this formation was a huge black lion with horns. What the hell is this? Yi Xian did not recognize this immortal beast, so he projected it for the other Xian immortals to see. This is... When the Black Demon City Lord saw this immortal beast, his eyes lit up. Black Demon City Lord, do you recognize it? Someone on the side asked. It's not just that, this is a demon horn demon beast, a top demon horn demon beast. It is a demon beast. It is said that the demon world's Azura sovereign's mount is a horned devil lion. Hearing this, the city demon. That's impossible. How could the Shura sovereign's mount be trapped here? Someone questioned. Indeed, the Demon King's mount is at least at the Demon King level. It can trample 10,000 Navy Tide rulers to death. How could it be trapped here? The Black Demon City Lord rolled his eyes and said, I only said that the Demon King's mount is the Horned Demon Lion. I didn't say that this is the Demon King's mount. Who said that there is only one Horned Demon Lion in this world? At this time Yi Xian spoke. You have been here for countless years. Don't you know this? I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, the horned demon lion should be sealed. Could it be the doing of the Navy Tide ruler? The Black Demon City Lord shook his head. This sealing formation is powerful. I'm afraid it's not something an ordinary person can break. Let's wait for the Demon King to come out of seclusion. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now that the little Demon King was about to come out of seclusion, they would listen to him. Everyone waited here for 3 days. 3 days later, the little Demon King came out of seclusion. Yi Xian told him about the horned demon lion. Oh, horned demon lion? When the little Demon King heard this, he raised his eyebrows and immediately came out to check. This is the mount of my good friend, the great Demon King. We went through life and death together in the early years. Later, we were separated because of a great battle, but I didn't expect it to be sealed here. The little Demon King blurted out. Before anyone could react, the little Demon King had already dashed into the catacombs. It's actually the mount of the little Demon King's friend, not the Demon King's. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was too much of a coincidence. After the little Demon King went down, roars came from the cave. After a while, the little Demon King came up. It's confirmed. It's indeed the great Demon King's mount. Back then, it was only a demonic beast comparable to a Daluo golden immortal. The little Demon King nodded slightly and said, it should have been seriously injured, and then it was met by the Navy Tide ruler and suppressed with an immortal artifact. Then how do we break the seal? Yi Xian asked. With my current realm, I'm afraid I can't break this seal alone. However, I have other methods. After the little Demon King finished speaking, he turned to look at the demonic cultivators and said, next, I will set up a demon ascension formation that will forcibly raise your realms. This formation has its pros and cons. Once someone can't withstand it, their soul will scatter. However, once it succeeds, your realms will increase by at least 3 realms. Who's willing? Hearing this, the demonic cultivators were all startled. Increase by at least 3 realms in one go? If it succeeds, we'll increase by at least 3 realms. If it fails, we'll die. The Black Demon City Lord swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing was not something that could be encountered at any time. They had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and until now the strongest was only a 2nd-tier mystic immortal. Previously, he had heard that 3rd tier, 4th tier, and even 5th-tier mystic immortals had gone to the Sea of Corpses, but without exception, all of them had died. I'm willing. Me too. Isn't it just death? If it succeeds, we can increase by at least 3 realms. Without a doubt, all of the demonic cultivators agreed. After your realms increase, I'll teach you the demon dance formation. At that time, if you join forces, you may be able to fight against a high-level mystic immortal. As long as this horned demon lion escapes, it's time for us to leave the Black Demon prison. After the little Demon King finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian understood and immediately put everyone into the planting space. In the following days, the little Demon King was going to do something big. Now, there were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space. If he forcibly increased their realms by 3 realms, it would be very terrifying. Of course, the success rate of this demon ascension formation was not 100%. No one knew how many of these 10 million demonic cultivators would survive. At this time, the little Demon King was already setting up the formation in the planting space. The whole process took 3 days, which was 3 days in the outside world, which was equivalent to 300 days in the planting space. After 3 days, the demon ascension formation was finished. Then the little Demon King let the demonic cultivators enter. Chapter 17:13. The demon ascension formation could only be used for 10,000 people at a time. However, more than 8,000 people died on the first try. However, the remaining 2,000 people all improved by at least 3 realms. In general, the lower one's realm was, the higher the success rate. There were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space, which meant that the formation had to be used 1,000 times. The Xian immortals chose to enter the last time. Since the formation was carried out in the planting space, time in the outside world was relatively slow. It only took an hour. However, only 600,000 of the 10 million demonic cultivators survived in the end. That was less than 1/10 of them. Not only that, but only 6 of the Xian immortals were left. However, those who survived all improved by at least 3 realms. The strongest one even broke through to level 7 Xian immortal, which was a full 5 realms improvement. Thank you, Lord Demon King. The master of Black Demon City shed tears of gratitude. After all, he was only a level 2 Xian immortal before. It was incredible that he could improve to level 7 Xian immortal in an instant. Now, there were only 600,000 demonic cultivators and 1 million cultivators at most. However, their current strength was more than 100 times stronger than before. After all of them improved by at least 3 realms. Good. Next, I will teach you the Dance of Demons formation. You will be the eye of the formation. This army of demons will be under your command. Little Demon King said. Yes, Lord Demon King. The master of Black Demon City replied respectfully. Now that he had reached level 7 Xian immortal, he might be able to fight Little Demon King. However, the Little Demon King in front of him was the real Demon King of the demon world. As long as he could leave Black Demon Prison, he might be able to follow Little Demon King to the demon world. In the future, he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, he now regarded Little Demon King as his master. He was willing to be Little Demon King's henchman. In the outside world, Yi Xian was also very curious about how powerful this Dance of Demons formation was. He had heard that this formation was commonly used in the demon world. Although these demonic cultivators were all golden immortals and Xian immortals, it was still extraordinary when 600,000 of them joined forces. Previously, the Demon Ascension Grand Array took 3 days, but this time the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Array took an entire month. A month in the outside world was 8 years in the planting space. It's finally done. Among the 600,000 people, 100,000 of them have already refined the low-grade purple extreme demon heart. When the time comes to use the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Formation, I reckon they will be able to fight against a 9th-tier mystic immortal at the same time. Little Devil King of Chaos said. So strong? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that among the 600,000 people, only the Black Demon City's City Lord was a Tier 7 mystic immortal. Who would have thought that he could actually block several Tier 9 mystic immortals? After all, without the Myriad Demon Dance formation, even an 8th-tier mystic immortal would be able to take care of 600,000 Xiamoists, let alone a 9th-tier mystic immortal. Demon King, as expected of the Demon King. Cut the crap. Let's rescue the Horned Demon Lion first. When the time comes, we'll break this immortal artifact. Little Demon King of Chaos could not wait any longer. Alright. Without hesitation, Yi Xian released the Little Demon King and 600,000 Xioma cultivators. These Xioma devil cultivators are very obedient. They immediately set up the Myriad Devil Dance formation, then wait for orders. Aim at the formation and attack. At the City Lord's order, 600,000 Xioma devil cultivators and hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators all attacked the formation. Let me trigger the demon vein in your body and make it explode. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes flickered. The next moment, the Horned Demon Lion in the seal suddenly expanded a lot and began to attack from the inside. Although the formation was strong, the Myriad Devil Dance formation was not for show. Together with the Horned Demon Lion and Little Demon King of Chaos, the seal was broken in less than half a minute. Roar! After being sealed for countless years, the Horned Demon Lion was finally free. It could not help but roar at the sky. It was not until the seal was broken that the aura of the Horned Demon Lion spread out. This time, even Little Demon King of Chaos was wrong. The Horned Demon Lion was not at the mystic immortal level, but a genuine immortal. No wonder there were no high-level mystic immortals in the Black Demon Prison, and even mid-level mystic immortals rarely appeared. It turned out that they were afraid that someone would break the seal and release the Horned Demon Lion. Now the Horned Demon Lion, which was comparable to a genuine immortal, was out. It was enough to break the shackles. Roar! The Horned Demon Lion could not wait any longer. It directly rushed into the sky. Follow it. Seeing this, Little Demon King of Chaos immediately shouted angrily. Immediately, everyone followed closely behind the Horned Demon Lion and rushed into the sky. They were all beaten into the Black Demon Prison from the land, so the exit was above them. Attack! Little Demon King of Chaos shouted angrily. Everyone launched attacks toward the sky. These attacks fell on the defensive formation of the Black Demon Prison, causing a series of loud noises. The Black Demon Prison was a fairy artifact. Although it was good, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. In less than half a minute, a hole was broken in the sky, and immediately the sun shone in. Light! They finally saw the light of day again. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Damn the Black Demon Prison, it has trapped me for 300,000 years. Navy Tide Nation, wait and see. 600,000 demonic cultivators could not help but let out a roar that shook the sky. At this time, everyone found that the place where they broke out of the ground was in front of a huge city. This was the Imperial Palace. There were a lot of powerful auras around them. It's the Navy Tide Nation Imperial Palace. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes lit up. He did not expect to come directly to the destination. Previously, he wanted to destroy Navy Tide Nation after leaving the Black Demon Prison. Now that he was in front of the Imperial Palace, wasn't this the will of the heavens? Prepare for battle. At this time, the experts in the Navy Tide Nation's Imperial Palace had already discovered these millions of people, and that huge and terrifying horned demon lion. Immediately they all jumped into the sky. At the same time, the Navy Tide Nation's monarch also found the hole in the Black Demon Prison, and immediately rushed out from somewhere in the Imperial Palace. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch, a third-grade true immortal. I miscalculated. I didn't expect Navy Tide Nation to have a few true immortals. The news was wrong. Little Demon King of Chaos's face was a little gloomy, but they were not afraid of the other party. After all, there was still the Horned Demon Lion. This Horned Demon Lion was once the mount of the Great Demon King under the Shura Emperor, but they were only at the level of Golden Immortal. After that, the Horned Demon Lion was seriously injured. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch wanted to subdue it but did not succeed, so he suppressed it in the Black Demon Prison. Now that the Horned Demon Lion was free, its resentment toward the Navy Tide Nation's monarch instantly erupted. Roar! In an instant, the Horned Demon Lion rushed toward the Navy Tide Nation's monarch. Kill without mercy. The Navy Tide Nation's monarch knew that he could not be kind this time, so he immediately shouted. His aura spread out, scaring many demonic cultivators. Chapter 17:14. Brat, I can't take care of you. Be careful. Little Demon King shouted as he unfurled his huge demonic wings and joined the battle. Yixian was now a Tier 5 Golden Immortal, while Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all Tier 8 Golden Immortals. However, the people in the palace were all at least Xian Immortals, so Yixian had to find trouble with those with lower cultivation. Undying War Soul. Sword Blade Storm. 9 Dragons Sky Strike. Old Tree and the other two used their trump cards one after another. Yixian was not idle either. Slaughter Seal. First, he condensed a Slaughter Seal. That way, he could condense another Slaughter Seal by killing people. He estimated that he only needed to kill a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal to condense a second Slaughter Seal. Old Tree and the other two had already killed a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal when they joined forces. Hence, the second Slaughter Seal was condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a Slaughter Seal. With 2 Slaughter Seals, he could use the Immortal Slaying Puppet. However, Yixian's plan was not so simple. He wanted the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Old Tree, who was a Tier 8 Golden Immortal, successfully launched sneak attacks in this chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, several Mystic Immortals had fallen. After a while, Yixian's third Slaughter Seal was condensed. At this time, if he used 2 more Slaughter Seals, he would have 5 Slaughter Seals. However, he did not do so because he was only a Tier 5 Golden Immortal. Fortunately, the Mystic Immortals he had just killed were all very wealthy. All of them had their interspatial rings taken away by Old Tree. These interspatial rings naturally fell into Yixian's hands. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 6 Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 7 Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 9 Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal. Because the Old Tree had a contract with Yixian, it would not surpass Yixian by more than 3 realms. However, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor didn't. This time, they had once again left Yixian in the dust. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 9 Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 2 Mystic Immortal. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. It had the same cultivation level as Wei Zhentian, so it was also a Tier 2 Mystic Immortal. Yi Xian and the others had increased their cultivation by quite a few levels, but this did not have much of an effect on the battle. On the other side, 600,000 demonic cultivators had laid down the 10,000 demons dance grand formation. Their battle strength was outstanding. However, those immortal cultivators who had been thrown into the Black Demon prison had all scattered and fled. However, to everyone's surprise, they actually held the upper hand in this battle. The Horned Demon Lion, who had blocked all the true immortals of Navy Tide, was desperately venting its anger. The battle continued for a while. Soon Yi Xian had collected 5 slaughter seals. If he added the 2 slaughter seals that he had not used yet, he had a total of 7 slaughter seals. At the same time, his cultivation level had directly soared to the Tier 9 Golden Immortal realm. Now it was time to use a big move. Double slaughter seal. Immortal Slaying Sword formation rise. Yi Xian instantly used up 7 slaughter seals. Then the Immortal Slaying Sword formation spread out with him as the center. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation had only lasted for 3 seconds, but it had already caused the death of a large number of Xian immortals. Although there were no survivors in the formation at this time, Yi Xian did not stop the formation. Then, he quickly put away these people's corpses. However, at this time, 7-colored immortal power. Oh no, it's a Daoyuo Golden Immortal. A loud shout rang out. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It was the Little Demon King. What, a Daoyuo Golden Immortal? Yi Xian was frightened. A Daoyuo Golden Immortal was the realm after a true immortal. There was only one Tier 3 true immortal in Navy Tide. How could there be a Daoyuo Golden Immortal stronger than a Tier 9 true immortal? Little Demon King? The heavens are really helping me. As long as I catch you, it will be a great achievement. An unfamiliar voice fell into everyone's ears. Humph, it's not that easy to catch me. The Little Demon King snorted coldly. He immediately turned into a black stream of light and fled. This time he was in trouble. However, before he left, he still sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian, asking Yi Xian to go to the demon realm to find him. A Daoyuo Golden Immortal is not someone we can fight. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect such a strong person to appear in Navy Tide. Without the Horned Demon Lion and the Little Demon King, there was no way to fight this battle. The Dance of 10,000 Demons formation of 600,000 demonic cultivators could deal with a few Tier 9 Xian immortals. However, there were still a few true immortals in Navy Tide. There was no way to fight them. In an instant, 600,000 demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits. I have to leave quickly too. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he quickly descended. Fortunately, he cultivated the immortal heart, and was only a golden immortal, so no one would notice him. Ding! Host has completed the random mission, unlocking the second immortal auxiliary bloodline column. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Only then did he remember that he still had a random mission. Now that he had left the Black Demon prison, this random mission could be considered completed. During this period of time in the Black Demon prison, he had already swept through the new bloodlines that appeared in the immortal Devouring system, and decided on the second immortal bloodline. Ding! Host, do you want to exchange for the space-time bloodline? The system notification sounded. Yes. Ding! Space-time bloodline exchange complete. Do you want to fuse it now? Yes. Ding! Space-time bloodline fusion. This space-time bloodline was the second immortal bloodline that Yi Xian had carefully selected. The space-time bloodline, as its name implied, could control time and space. Space control gave Yi Xian the ability to teleport. It also had a powerful move called the Extreme Space Shield. The Extreme Space Shield was a defensive skill, similar to the 9-Dragon Thunderfire Shield. It could absorb attacks and then reflect them back 3 times. It was a defensive and offensive skill. Time control increased the flow of time in the planting space, and at the same time it had the ability to return to the past. At this time, Yixian had already fused with the space-time bloodline. Ding! The flow of time in the planting space has changed. Currently, it can be changed to 200 times. Previously, the planting space was 100 times, but now it was increased to 200 times. Staying in the planting space for half a year was only a day in the outside world. Chapter 17:15. But now, Yixian didn't have time to think about anything else and directly used teleportation. The space-time bloodline allowed him to teleport to the end of his field of vision. Combined with the Eye of Revelation, Yixian instantly left this troublesome place. But this wasn't the end. He continuously teleported 2 more times before letting out a slight sigh of relief. The space-time bloodline's teleportation could only be used 3 times a day. This time he directly used it on his journey. However, the current him wasn't out of danger yet, so he quickly changed his appearance and concealed his aura. Just now, the immortal slaying sword formation had killed many mystic immortals, and the items had already been collected by him. The current him was a 2nd stage mystic immortal. Old Tree was a 5th stage mystic immortal, while Ghost Dome Emperor and Wei Zhentian had both reached 6th stage mystic immortal. Originally, they were almost not afraid of any mystic immortals, but Navy Tide still had many true immortals and that mysterious Zenith Golden Immortal, so Yixian had to run a little farther. The 600,000 demonic cultivators had already been utterly defeated and were fleeing in all directions. Once the dance of 10,000 demons formation was broken, this group of demonic cultivators no longer had the strength to fight. Then, they were hunted down by the experts of Navy Tide's imperial family. In the end, these demonic cultivators were still completely slaughtered. Almost no one was lucky enough to escape. As for the cultivators who left earlier, quite a few of them survived. After all, they were all cultivators. With so many people, even a mystic immortal wouldn't be able to distinguish if they were wanted criminals one by one. Yixian was lucky enough to escape, but he was separated from the little demon king. A Zenith Golden Immortal is chasing after the little demon king. I wonder if he can escape alive. Yixian sighed. After experiencing this incident, he knew that even if you had the strength, you couldn't just run rampant, because there might be someone stronger than you. The little demon king was the demon king of the demon realm in his past life, so he shouldn't die so easily. However, for Luolua's heavenly demon heart, it seems that I have to make a trip to the demon realm. Yixian thought to himself. The immortal world and the devil world were 2 different worlds. Moreover, they were on opposite sides. It wouldn't be easy to go from the immortal world to the devil world. Previously, when the little demon king of chaos was being chased by the great golden immortal with the rainbow immortal's immortal force, Yixian had already used the death pursuit command to mark him, so he could sense the little demon king's current location. However, the distance between them was increasing at a terrifying speed. After all, if he slowed down, he would be caught up by the golden immortal. The devil king of the devil world was indeed extraordinary. He was actually able to compete in speed with a golden immortal, who was even stronger than a true immortal. Just in case, Yixian quickly hid in a nearby city, and used the Eye of Revelation to investigate how to get to the demon realm. Because he was a wanted criminal, Yixian was very careful. He spent an entire day trying to find out how to get to the demon realm, but still couldn't find out how to get to the demon realm. The entrance to the demon realm, at least Navy Tide Nation doesn't have one, so we have to go to a more powerful nation to ask. Yixian narrowed his eyes and decided to leave Navy Tide Nation directly. At that moment, Yixian rushed towards the north. His target was the border of Navy Tide Nation. Now that a hole had been made in the Black Devil prison, the imperial family of Navy Tide Nation was chasing after demonic cultivators. Although he was an immortal cultivator, he would still be in danger. This time he spent 3 days on his journey. 3 days later, he arrived at the border of Navy Tide Nation. Is there an inspection going on ahead? Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. If a demonic cultivator approached, he would probably be attacked directly. However, he was an immortal cultivator, so there shouldn't be a problem. After all, he had changed his appearance. 2nd stage Mystic Immortal? After sensing Yixian's realm, the Navy Tide Nation's border general couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Although he could sense that Yi Xian was an immortal cultivator, right now mystic immortals weren't allowed to go out, so Yi Xian didn't come out of seclusion. The Navy Tide Nation's border general is heavily guarded, and the general guarding the border is an 8th-stage mystic immortal. It's not impossible to break through by force. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and calculated in his mind. He was a 2nd-stage mystic immortal, Old Tree was a 5th-stage mystic immortal, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian were 6th-stage mystic immortals. Weren't they always good at challenging those with higher realms? A 9th-stage mystic immortal and 9 8th-stage mystic immortals. If I use my trump cards, I can instantly kill them. At the thought of this, Yi Xian directly condensed the heaven-defying immortal sword. Kid, what are you planning to do by showing your weapon? A guard at the border asked in astonishment. Kill you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian directly attacked. As a 2nd-stage mystic immortal, Yi Xian attacked at lightning speed, instantly piercing through the chest of the 5th-stage mystic immortal. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Old Shu and the other two had already appeared, and they immediately rushed over. Enemy attack! Someone shouted angrily. In an instant, a large number of experts rushed out of the checkpoint, including the 9th-stage mystic immortal. At this moment, Yi Xian had already condensed the first slaughter seal. Old Tree and the other two used their ultimate skills. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Although Old Tree was only a 5th-stage mystic immortal, his actual combat strength was terrifying. After all, he had the purple extreme devil flame, coupled with the 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Even a 9th-stage mystic immortal would have to temporarily avoid him. This time, Yi Xian's goal was not to force his way through the checkpoint, but to destroy it to show his anger. In an instant, they directly exchanged blows. At the border of Navy Tide Nation, there was a 6th-stage mystic immortal with 3,000 men. Moreover, they controlled the formation and were extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian directly let Wei Zhenqian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor kill their way in. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications sounded one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. In an instant, Yi Xian's slaughter seal soared to 3. Moreover, he still had 2 that he had not used, which meant that it was enough for him to use the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now. However, he was only a 2nd-stage mystic immortal. If he used the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now, the effect would be too weak. Therefore, he had to break through as soon as possible. Die Brat! At this moment, an 8th-stage mystic immortal attacked. You're the one! Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly used the Unicorn Descent. A terrifying aura spread out. This time, Yi Xian did not summon the Ice Unicorn, the Blazing Unicorn, or the Unicorn of Thunder. Instead, it was the rarely seen Dark Unicorn. The moment the Dark Unicorn appeared, the sky instantly darkened. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure instantly concealed himself, and directly escaped from the 8th-stage mystic immortal's vision. Immortal Sense. The 8th-stage mystic immortal's eyes flashed as he discovered Yi Xian's trace. However, at this moment Yi Xian had already launched his attack. Chapter 17:16. After sensing this aura, the mystic immortal snorted. A mere mystic immortal wanted to hurt him? If he hadn't felt that something was wrong with Yi Xian, he wouldn't have come here. However, he didn't expect the 1,000 Severing Slash to be so powerful. When the 1,000 Severing Slash landed on the mystic immortal's body, it vibrated hundreds of times. After the 200th and 800th vibrations, the 1,000 Severing Slash triggered a one-hit kill. Although Yi Xian and the mystic immortal were 6 realms apart, and the chance of triggering was greatly reduced, Yi Xian's luck was equivalent to 36 points. After triggering the 1,000 Severing Slash, the effect was not bad. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the mystic immortal's immortal heart shattered, and he was killed by the 1,000 Severing Slash. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had killed an enemy 6 realms above him, condensed the remaining 2 slaughter seals. At this moment he already had 5 slaughter seals, and he still had 2 spare ones. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a mystic immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a mystic immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a mystic immortal. The mystic immortal's position in the army was extremely high, second only to the mystic immortal. Moreover, he had led the army out to hunt and reaped a bountiful harvest. However, all his wealth had been taken advantage of by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was now a mystic immortal. The old tree Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had broken through to the mystic immortal realm of the mystic immortal realm. There was no suspense in this battle. Yi Xian originally thought that it would be difficult, but the 1,000 severing slash didn't disappoint him. It killed his opponent instantly and led to a complete victory. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Moreover, there was a team flying over from the distant horizon. This realm, a true immortal? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the eye of revelation, he discovered that there was a super expert in this team. A true immortal. Navy Tide Nation didn't only have one true immortal but 7. Yi Xian recognized this person because this true immortal was also present during the battle that day. This was troublesome. What a coincidence. You can enjoy the power of the immortal's sword. Yi Xian's eyes of size. Although he was only a tier 4 mystic immortal, which was 6 realms away from a true immortal, he had all kinds of bloodlines in his body. And SS's. In addition to this true immortal, there were 6 other level 9 mystic immortals. However, these 6 people reacted slowly. Only the true immortal reacted. Was 2. TS. The extreme space shield had an extremely strong defensive ability. It directly absorbed the sword strike and then rebounded it back. The true immortal was struck by his own move and was instantly sent flying. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled. He quickly appeared behind the true immortal. The first strike after using the Eye of Assassination was 70% more powerful. Therefore, Yi Xian used the Immortal's Sword Formation to complement the Eye of Assassination. The Immortal's Sword Formation was activated in an instant. Countless sword rays flashed and surrounded the 7 people, including the true immortal. A foul wind and a rain of blood began to blow. Death Hunt, Eye of Assassination, Immortal's Sword Formation. These 3 should be enough to deal with a true immortal. However, there was a springboard between a true immortal and a mystic immortal. True immortal force was much stronger than ordinary immortal force. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't think he could kill this true immortal. He only hoped to buy some time. Massacre Seal. When the Immortal's Sword Formation was activated, Yi Xian used the Massacre Seal again. At the same time, Old Tree and the others appeared in the middle of the Immortal's Sword Formation. The other 6 level 9 mystic immortals were simply here to die. Old Tree appeared behind one of them in a flash. Then he punched and smashed his heart. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a Massacre Seal. Ding! Host has condensed a Massacre Seal. In less than 2 seconds, the 6 level 9 mystic immortals were all dead. At the same time, Yi Xian condensed 3 more Massacre Seals. Another one. Yi Xian used the Massacre Seal again. He condensed 4 Massacre Seals and then used the Immortal Eliminating Arrow. On one side was the Immortal's Sword Formation. On the other side was the Immortal Eliminating Arrow. Coupled with Old Tree and the others, no matter how strong this true immortal was, he couldn't withstand so many attacks. Moreover, the 6 level 9 mystic immortals gave Yi Xian a large amount of heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 mystic immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 7 mystic immortal. Yi Xian's realm soared again. Not only that, but Old Tree and the others also broke through to the true immortal realm. Now they had no opponents. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. After breaking through, Old Tree's aura skyrocketed. He appeared behind the true immortal in a flash and then punched. Crack! The true immortal's immortal heart exploded. His corpse fell from the sky. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 mystic immortal. His realm rose again. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly invincible. At least in Navy Tide. No, it might not be enough. because a Daluo Golden Immortal suddenly appeared in Navy Tide. This was a super expert who surpassed the true immortal realm. It seems that revenge on Navy Tide is not possible. I better leave. Yixian thought to himself. After killing the rest of the people, he forcibly left Navy Tide. This battle allowed him to obtain great benefits, directly increasing his cultivation by 6 cultivation levels. It was really too awesome. When I return next time, it will be the day of your Navy Tide's destruction. Yixian looked at Navy Tide's border and said coldly in his heart. If not for that Daluo Golden Immortal, he probably would have killed his way back to the Navy Tide Imperial Palace. At this moment, the little Demon King was also getting further and further away from him. Fortunately, he marked the little Demon King at the last moment. If he died, he would have a notification. Now that the death warrant was still there, it meant that the little Demon King was still alive. Being chased by a Daluo Golden Immortal and still being able to live for so long, as expected of the Demon World's Demon King. After leaving Navy Tide, they arrived at the ownerless land outside. That true immortal and 6 9th-level mystic immortals were actually Navy Tide's diplomatic group. They were going to visit a neighboring country, but unexpectedly, they were encountered by Yixian and then completely wiped out. They were really unlucky. The little Demon King was very fast, so Yixian was unable to meet up with him. They could only search for the entrance to the demon world and then meet there. Chapter 1717. Previously in Navy Tide Nation, Yixian did not inquire about the demon realm's passageway, so his next target was a large nation called Green Rainbow. This Green Rainbow Nation was countless times stronger than Navy Tide Nation, and perhaps it had a passageway to the demon realm. However, between Navy Tide Nation and Green Rainbow Nation, there was a more terrifying danger zone. Sea of Vengeful Souls. This Sea of Vengeful Souls was extremely dangerous, and even a true immortal might not be able to escape unscathed after entering. And to go to Green Rainbow Nation, one had to pass through the Sea of Vengeful Souls. If one were to go around it with Yixian's current realm, it would probably take several decades. Just as Yixian was pondering, the system notification came. Ding, the host has triggered a random mission to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls within a month. If the host fails or refuses, the immortal Unicorn bloodline will regress once. Originally, Yixian did not want to enter this dangerous Sea of Vengeful Souls, but now that there was a random mission, it was probably not up to him anymore. C. Why is this system so ruthless? Even refusing has a punishment. Yixian really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. For the immortal Unicorn bloodline, each advancement was equivalent to earning 6 Devour points, and so was regress. More importantly, if he regressed 1 rank, his unicorn bloodline would become 3 unicorn legs again. It looked like this Sea of Vengeful Souls had to go. The punishment for failure is so severe. Then the reward should be pretty good, go for it. Yixian deliberated for a moment, and finally decided to go. After leaving Navy Tide Nation and entering the unclaimed land, Yixian traveled for 3 days, and finally arrived at a boarding point in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. The Sea of Vengeful Souls would have terrifying thunder continuously striking down from the sky, so the sea surface was extremely dangerous. If ordinary people flew into the Sea of Vengeful Souls, they would be easily struck to death by these thunder. Therefore, the means of crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls was something called an Iron Lock flying boat. This Iron Lock flying boat was actually an ordinary flying boat, but the route was an Iron Lock. Crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls in this Iron Lock flying boat would be much safer. Moreover, this Iron Lock flying boat had a true immortal realm expert overseeing it. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 10 flying ships would have an accident at most. Coincidentally, there was a flying boat with iron locks that was about to set off today. Yixian immediately bought a ticket and boarded the ship. Although the price was not high, 1 Iron Lock flying boat could carry more than 1,000 people. After all, the Iron Lock flying boat would make a trip every half a month. Many people had been waiting here for a long time. Finally, they saw the flying ship with iron locks. All right, everyone get on board. We'll set off in an hour. The captain of the Iron Lock airship shouted. Yixian used the Eye of Revelation to scan him, and discovered that this was a rank 3 true immortal, the same as the king of Navy Tide Nation. It's actually Captain He Yuan. We'll definitely be fine this time. Captain He Yuan is rather famous in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. She has traversed the Sea of Vengeful Souls countless times without encountering any mishaps. Haha, this money is well spent. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. Most of the people who were going to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls were mystic immortals, and only a few were rank 1 true immortals. Yi Xian was alone. He immediately boarded the flying ship and found a corner to wait. It would take about half a month to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls. This time wasn't long for others, but for Yi Xian it wasn't that easy. Since the system gave me such a mission, it definitely won't be peaceful this time. I have to be on guard and retreat as soon as something happens. Yi Xian thought to himself. Compared to the system's punishment, his life was naturally more important. If he encountered any danger, he would directly break through the void and leave. An hour later, the Iron Lock airship set off. Kacha! 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 The flying ship set off. The flying ship moved quickly on the iron locks, emitting a series of crisp sounds. The flying ship was actually faster than flying in the air. Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Thunder rumbled continuously in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. Although no accidents happened, the people on the flying ship were shocked. Fortunately, the first part of the journey was very peaceful and nothing happened. 7 days later, the Iron Lock flying ship suddenly stopped. We're here. We're finally here. The Island of Vengeful Souls. A smile suddenly flashed across the solemn faces of the crowd. The Island of Vengeful Souls was a transit point in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. It was absolutely safe and wouldn't be struck by lightning. Among you, 371 people disembarked from the ship at the Island of Vengeful Souls. I'll also stay there for a day. We'll set off a day later. The rank 3 true immortal captain, He Yuan, said. The Island of Vengeful Souls. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. On the way he had heard that this place was on fire. The Island of Vengeful Souls was located in the center of the Sea of Vengeful Souls. It was an absolutely safe place. Many people gathered there, and the island owner was a rank 4 true immortal. Since they would set off the next day, Yi Xian decided to take a look at the Island of Vengeful Souls and stroll around. There were many true immortals on the Island of Vengeful Souls. At the same time, there were various markets. Occasionally, one would find some good things that others didn't know about. However, Yi Xian was a jinx. Trouble followed him wherever he went. Rumble. While he was strolling around the market, the Island of Vengeful Souls suddenly shook violently. What's going on? An earthquake? It can't be. Why would there be an earthquake on the Island of Vengeful Souls? The Island of Vengeful Souls has a history of 10,000 years. This is the first time I've seen an earthquake. The people on the Island of Vengeful Souls all looked surprised. This kind of thing was really too strange. Then, the people saw countless guards flying around the Island of Vengeful Souls. They didn't know what was going on. Bastard thief, how dare you steal the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls? Hurry up and tell me, and I'll spare your life. An old voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. When the people heard that, they immediately trembled. The sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls? What's that? Everyone raised their heads in confusion, just in time to see a figure flitting across the sky. What a fast speed! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He saw that the person was dressed in black and was in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he swept across the sky above him. Out of curiosity, he directly marked the person with the death hunting order. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a random task. Capture or kill the thief who stole the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls. Destroy the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind and made him tremble. Based on his intuition, he guessed that the man in black who swept across the sky above him was the thief who stole the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls.